love you, Linda. Love you.
The courthouse the other day in the hallway, you're singing "Oh Happy Day."
One word prayer. Justice, where are you?
Well, good morning, everybody. I want to check my sound out with you. Somehow, my AirPods are in. I don't know if the sound is going to be good with you, whether you can hear me or not. Doesn't seem like for some reason I'm connected with my AirPods. So you tell me if I have them in or not. Maybe what I'll do is I will try to put both in, and maybe this way it will connect to this. But for some reason, I don't think my AirPods are connecting to you all. But I sound good. Okay. All right. I'm going to keep one out and one in. Is that sound even better? Okay. Great. Thank you very much. I always, with AirPods, I never know. When I'm on with Michael Bryant, I use the IFB so that we can crosstalk. And as you know, many people complain. Sometimes we talk over one another, but that's kind of our shtick and our gig. And I would make a terrible, terrible witness because I'd be the one cross talking over Alan Jackson, or if I were Alan Jackson, cross talking over the witness. So, anyhow, I'm glad you're all here to join us on this day where Alan Jackson is going to continue his cross of Lieutenant Gallagher. Now, we had Joe Giacalone on last night, and he is a chef's kiss of police procedure. He calls it like he sees it. He tries to teach people by calling it like he sees it. He trains police officer. He's written the books about police procedure. And for every time I had on after social media when I had time last night, it was like 3 in the morning that I had time after trying to get all my work done and getting back from where I had to be. Um, yeah, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It's like mass trolls on Twitter who they don't care that the police have screwed up, that this is the most ridiculous crime scene preservation. And you know what? We're not even sure yet it's a crime scene. It may be a secondary crime scene. Is it a primary crime scene? That's what the prosecution says, but it may be secondary. Or maybe there's some crazy out there that maybe it wasn't a crime at all. Maybe this was an accident. I only throw that out only because, remember, it is the prosecution's burden of proof to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that their theorem of the case, and it's just a theorem, it's a theory, it's what they believe and has happened, and what happened was a crime if it's in one of the categories that, of course, they have put it in, even changing how the incident's supposed to happen this time around. Now, I have to tell you, Hank Brennan's done something. He's kind of taken away, or he's trying to take away the sting of what has happened. We saw yesterday with the EMT woman who now says, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Amazing that none of that is in anyone's report. The police officer on the scene has testified a number of times, unless he's going to change his testimony, that he never heard that. And yet you have all these EMTs now trying to support each other. But what did we learn? And it was, oh my gosh, she gave up. I called I was calling them fluffernutters from Nuttall and Flamati, excuse me, that they supposedly heard Karen Reed also now confessing, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Okay. And said, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Which we know from the medical examiners, no. We know from ARCA, no. That should have been the answer, right? So there you are, where we are now with Gallagher. He's defending his stuff, and the Sergeant Joe told us that look, if he just was the sergeant on the scene and ordering people to do around, then he has to just read the reports, and he has to sign off on them to make sure everybody did what they did. If some of the reports have somebody else doing something that he knows is wrong, he's supposed to bring that to the attention of everyone, including on his testimony. But once you start collecting evidence and you say that you are the person who found the glass, supposedly that John O'Keefe was holding, was the prosecution's going to say prove that this incident happened right outside the car, then you have to write a report. And Gallagher didn't. And oh, by the way, look back and Google the O.J. Simpson case. Supposedly, O.J. Simpson had a cut on his hand because he was so upset learning about his wife's death, he broke a glass in a hotel room. You go break a glass in your bare hands, or let's assume an automobile strikes you and you're holding a glass. what do you think is going to happen? What do you think is going to happen to your hand? You're going to have cuts on it. If any of you have ever been to a Jewish wedding where they wrap the glass and then step on it, what is that for? So no one gets cut, no one gets hurt. So that's missing. So who doesn't know that whether or not John O'Keefe, when he got out of the car, threw the glass towards the tree because he was going into somebody's house. He didn't have to be holding it in an automobile accident. There are a number of reasons. And of course, yes, hi everybody. Hi, Jason Hodges. Hi to Making It Count. Hi, Paula. Hi, Micah. Shagal, our Rod is here. Joanne, you're here this morning. Oasis Cat, of course, who does all the cutting for us to make all these small clips. Excuse me. And sometimes I don't have enough time to look at them, but I have to get to them so I can share them with you. Yes, you're all here, and I know we're going to grow. Hi, Scottish Kane. Scottish Kane, welcome, welcome, welcome. Rachel, FKR, Free Karen Reed, good morning to you. Hippolyster, Louise, Steffi. I mean, I could go on and on. Brooklyn, TVC, Digital, Al. Wow. Okay. I'm reading. Louise is here. Louise P. Bill Mitchell Jr. is here. Everybody's here, and I know you're going to grow adoring the great. But let's see. If the people who want to learn and listen as to why the prosecution has problems, just listen to Joe Giacolone, listen to our episodes, because we know, we call it as we see it. Now, I am seeing the fan. The fan is there. I can't wait because Alan Jackson, he's just not going to let Gallagher go by the wayside. And I would point out, though, it was my view, and I think I texted it or I put it on here yesterday on the chat, that clearly Hank Brennan has told everybody, his witnesses, not to argue with Alan Jackson. You can comment, you can say, no, that's not right, you can disagree, but they're all very calm, right? They all don't pick up an argument with him, right? And so I think that's a change. To making it count. A member for 2 months. Yes, thank you for being a member. Hoping AJ heard Sarge's tips telepathically. I know. I'm wondering whether or not they have people programmed in to all of our podcasts, because he did give them some tips as to what he was surprised that didn't pick up on that they should pick up on. So we'll hear that today, whether those tips are there. But also, as somebody pointed out last night on our chat, I believe, if this incident happened when it happened at 12 something or other, right? At 6 something or other, why is there blood spots on top of the snow? On top of the snow. Isn't that interesting? It's something so simple, it never dawned on me. And then what was the condition of the ground under John O'Keefe? I think Kerry Roberts said there was grass under him, but that doesn't mean anything because there was a light dusting of snow at some point. Could there be some grass under him? Could he have fallen on the snow and then, this is so soft, it goes right down into the grass? When they turned it over, did they see grass? No one bothered to take pictures of that, because why? It would be disrespectful. Well, look, you and I have all seen cops. We've seen also people in the emergency room. We've seen these cop shows. They take pictures of people who are dying over there's life-saving measures all the time. As I said, I have a case. Matter of fact, I just settled it where my client's brother was being documented by the police officer who was told to document, even going to the emergency room and watching the life-saving measures. They document all the time. It may not be public, but they document all the time. Okay. So we have a lot going on here. And then I think the defense used witnesses that they didn't use to their advantage. They actually tried to use Ryan Nagel to their advantage. They used several of the witnesses coming out as to their advantage. You notice how they didn't get into the whether or not you saw a Jeep this time? Why is that? Because they want them to be able to see around, look around, and say that John O'Keefe was not there. That Karen pulled up to the house. Jennifer McCabe's on all of our minds. Karen pulled up to the house. She was in the driver's seat. John wanted her to drive. That's why he asked her to come with him that night and all, and wanted her to drive him around. He gets out of the car and he makes a beeline, and he can make a beeline not into the front door, because he make a beeline into the side of the house, or into where it goes in the garage, the family room, because there's two different doors. He's gone. He just does that, you know. And then you have Nagel pull up. He's waiting 5 minutes. Supposedly 12:23 is when he pulls up. Remember that text from Jen McCabe that all of you found me yesterday, Micah found me, and everyone found me yesterday. Told us about 12:23 according to his phone. And supposedly he says, they say, because that girlfriend's also in the car, they wait about 5 minutes, and she doesn't know what she's doing on the phone because no one ever took their phones or her phones, right? But she pulls up about 5 minutes, and they're there for about 5 minutes waiting for Julie to come out, twiddling their thumbs, I don't know, doing what. And then when Julie Nagel comes out of the house, she is about 5 minutes to try to convince her to go home, because apparently she wants to stay and she wants to drink, okay? And so, you have that issue. So that brings us to 12:23, you pull up. 5 minutes, you wait, 12:28. 12:33. According to the Commonwealth, in the first, this happened about 12:31, because they have to make it happen at that point, at least 12:31, for Karen Reed to get back to John O'Keefe's house and hook into the Wi-Fi at 12:36 p.m., which we know that's the ultimate. And that's why Jen McCabe had such a problem, because she had Karen Reed sitting there within 12:45. So I think the defense did a great job with their
All
timeline
right, so I was
yesterday
told
and making
counsel
their
wanted to
witnesses
see
their
me.
roles. Okay, so
Okay.
we begin the court, and guess what we begin with? Counsel wants to see the judge. And why is that? Because if there is an objection, this judge has the defense has to make it on the record. And so everything is at sidebar on the record, and those are sealed, right? They should be opened up after the trial, all transcripts that are sealed during the trial, but they're sealed during the trial. So yes, we're going to a sidebar, and we'll see. I'll tell you what, one thing that really pissed me off yesterday, the judge not letting them go into the EMT relationship that she had with Caitlin Albert, the daughter of the Alberts, whose house they were at, right? I mean, the prosecution went into it to try to blunt it early on that she didn't have the relationship. When the defense tried to go into it, they were stymied. Then Alan Jackson, being Alan Jackson, came back at it in a different way when she opened the door again. But then the judge wouldn't let them show those pictures, which, by the way, we reposted at Justice Cert TV, because those pictures tell a different story. You look at all these smiling women in these pictures. They're talking about going to Aruba together. They went to one beach vacation together. They went to baby showers together. They were all in the same little groupie. So to say that you are not friends, and maybe you're not real close friends, but to say you're not friends with Caitlin Albert was a complete misrepresentation in my view, especially when you're the one who now has Karen Reed allegedly confessing 4 times. And by the way, Joe Giacalone, the Sarge last night, gave us some really good advice. Number one, if an officer doesn't document something in the report, you assume it didn't happen. Non-documentation means it didn't happen. If an officer doesn't document any statement, whether it's a statement, admission, or confession, you assume it didn't happen. And obviously here, he's the first officer on the scenes, screws up the scene. And we have that here. Is this scene screwed up, right? Is this scene absolutely screwed up? I can't see who's close to Peg, by the way. I'm too far away, it seems to me, in this view, to be able to see. So I can't see who that is. Maybe you all can, but for some reason it's too far for me to see. And then not only that, he says you have terrible evidence dynamics here. Now, what does he mean by that? Well, the snowblower, what the snowblower could have blown away things, could have commingled things. But what didn't Gallagher find with his snowblower that helps Karen Reed? He didn't find glass pieces. And yet, Jen McCabe, when she gets there, right at John's body, oh, I see, 3 glass pieces right at the scene. Sure you did. Yeah, right. We believe that. And this is what's happening to Michael Brown and I. We came into this, we just wanted to report on it. We said the prosecution, we didn't believe prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. And and all. But as you get into this, what do you see? You see all of this stuff being very troubling, including apparently Gallagher going to or trying to go to John O'Keefe's house um, before he knew who John O'Keefe was, going to get, Joe Jackalone said, look, the Stop and Shop bags actually weren't a big deal, but it's part of a whole issue that shows that they don't know what they're doing, okay? With everything else. And that what you didn't do is that blood, you never put it in solo cups without a cap and transport it without a cap because you don't know what the issue is with regard to the solo cups. You don't know what came where, and if you're going to test it all together, you're mixing everything up. It's ridiculous. Now they have bigger problems, the prosecution, as we have seen, than red solo cups. They have bigger problems than the leaf blower, which they now justify as being innovative. Okay. How much you put up a tent, how much you documented the scene, right? And you diagram. And as Joe Jackalone said, since the body was already taken away and the snow is basically stopping, there was no hurry for them to do anything but do that. You don't even have to do that, but they could do that. And then you wait till daylight. You station an officer and a car at the scene. You secure the scene. And by the way, if there's a body on somebody's front yard, well, he wasn't sure whether you had enough for a warrant yet, but you certainly can go up to the door and go, knock, a knock, a knock, Mr. Police Officer Brian Albert from the Canton Police. Knock, knock, knock. What did you see and when did you see it? Because you have a dead body on your front lawn, okay? You have a dead body on your front lawn. And so he was just like, he was incredulous, right? He was incredulous. He was incredulous that Gallagher was being snarky on the stand. He said the faces he was making that would Jackson would be saying something subconsciously. He would be saying yes, answering like this, and then when Jackson would say that, he go, oh no, So what's true? His head shake, yes, or his no, or the faces he were making were very disconcerting and not professional and all. Now, Gallagher is retired, and so he probably doesn't care at this point. But really, now we see this is really interesting. I'm watching who's coming back to the table. Are they going to look for something to bring it up to the judge? All right. Let's see. Well, they looked for something, and she looked for something, but she obviously didn't find it. I'm just like right there. She didn't find whatever it was that she was bringing up to the judge. Okay. So one of you answered who was sitting next to Peg Gallagher. I think, let's see. Let's see. I think that a friend, was it a friend of John O'Keefe? Okay. I'm not sure. No, it's definitely not the Sarge sitting next to Paul. That we can tell you. And the Sarge is actually doing his own podcast tonight, where I don't think he's commenting on this case, but that is funny. So it really is funny. By the way, thanks again. People are now continuing to join it. As you know, we're on the air, and you're forming your own community here at Justice Serve TV. So let's see. Let me see what I can see. No, she didn't do anything afterwards. She just sat down. Okay, and that's the person who looked like she was looking for something here. So I thought we had a very good day for the defense because of the conversion of the witnesses to their own, except for the EMT. But she totally annihilated Fluffernutter. Okay, that's Natal and Famadi, because they clearly didn't hear anything, and they're all. It's interesting how the EMTs are trying to get their stories together. Now, I have great respect for EMTs. We're trying to get our own Bob Bianchi on tonight to be a guest on the show. As you know, he's a lawyer, was the former chief prosecutor, a very big appointment in Morris County, New Jersey, for a number of years. has tried a gazillion cases and a lot of murder cases. And then, as he started deciding to give back to the community again, he since he was an EMT paramedic early on, when he was in his 20s, Bob, who has unspoken riz, cue up unspoken riz, right? There you go, unspoken riz is now an EMT. So we wanted to get him on for his thoughts. Thank you, Laura McLeod, new member. Thank you very much for joining. I think you find it is a fun community that we have going, and we have a lot of things planned for you if we ever get out of the Karen Reed trial. But I'm not sure that's going to happen because this prosecution, they're going to keep trying this case until they get her convicted. You want to talk about revenge? This is now a revenge. Okay. I don't know if Hank Brennan doesn't get a conviction, who they go out and hire next. I have no idea. Or whether they go back to Lowley, who has done a few witnesses. He's done a few of the, uh, I wouldn't say forensic witnesses, the blood draw witnesses, probably because Hank really didn't want to learn it or get into it, quite frankly, into that area. He didn't know enough, and Hank Brennan is doing everything else. I had a question. I wonder, and I wanted to ask Joe this last night, how a prosecutor's office, DA's office, takes in and says, welcome, you have access to everything we have access to, a defense attorney who's had such a career with high profile, horrible people such as Whitey Bulger in that area, right? I know that sometimes I've been asked to speak as a defense attorney back to prosecutors or to cops, and they don't, even though I've been a prosecutor, they don't adopt you as one of their own usually at that point. They have sides. They take sides. They really don't adopt you as one of their own. And I'm wondering how it's going really in that office, whether they're really adopting Hank Brennan as one of their own. Certainly, Mr. Morrissey is for whatever the relationships that go way back, apparently for either but with him or some connection. Karen often asks, and it just appears in my feed right now, why is John O'Keefe's brother moved to a different seating? Now, is he still all the way in the far back now, on away from Karen Reed? I guess they put him as far back as they could after the judge had that, shall we say, powwow with the family when she called for an unusual break where she wanted to see the immediate family only and the lawyers. And then Michael Bryant was there that day and did see the family going up and down the elevators. And Paul, it was reported, went in with Hank Brennan to the DA's office at that point. Okay, so that was some situation. And obviously, there had either been complaints whether the jury was seeing him. The rumors were that a juror complained, but that's never been confirmed. There was a juror in the first case who felt threatened, intimidated by everybody staring at them. Well, they are coming back. So I'm going to take you into the courtroom. I'm going to go behind the Tubi little avatar that I have, but I am here watching. And if we go to a sidebar, I will come back and we will discuss this case. Let's see where Alan Jackson is going to start and go from where he left off yesterday.
All rise to the court, please. Jurors entering. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning again, Council. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Good morning. Thank you for your patience this morning. We were able to get some work done that will help facilitate things and make everything go a little more smoothly. So we appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. Can we have Lieutenant Gallagher again, please?
Sir, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Good morning.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Gallagher, good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for joining us again. I want to ask you a quick question about what we talked about yesterday concerning your search at the scene. If we could go back to that, when you engaged the leaf blower. During the time that you were removing materials in and around the area of the flagpole going out to the, I think you called it the berm, B-E-R-M, the berm, the curb?
Yes, that was at the street. There was a 6-inch Cape Cod berm. Yes.
Okay, and that led straight to the asphalt of the street, correct?
It's basically a curbing. It's
Okay.
where the property line, the grass, the lawn meets the street.
And you were searching the area where you believed Mr. O'Keefe's body to have been found, all the way out toward that curb or berm area, correct?
Yeah, we did not go out to the berm. We did about approximately 6 by 6, 7 by 7, about 50 square feet.
50
area.
square feet, okay, fair enough. But
Approximately.
you did say at some point, I think on direct examination, you said that you exposed the berm
Yes.
just to give you some orientation as to where the curb was, where the street was.
And if it was possible, he may have tripped and fallen, yes.
Okay. You did not recover or see a hat, a man's hat?
No, sir.
Black
no.
in color, baseball style hat?
No hat. No, sir.
You did not see or recover a man's shoe?
No, sir.
And you said you searched for the area in that 50 square foot area by removing materials, getting down to, moving the snow, getting down to all the way down to the lawn.
Yes.
Okay. You did not see a single piece of bright red plastic taillight material either, did you?
No, sir. Not in that area.
As a matter of fact, you didn't see 46 pieces of taillight material, either clear or bright red plastic, in any part of the area that you searched.
No, the only thing we discovered was the blood sampling in the glass. That is correct.
Speaking of the glass, that's a good segue. You found that piece of broken drinking glass that you brought in and showed the jurors yesterday, correct?
That's correct.
Did you search the house at all to determine whether or not there was any matching glass in the home?
No, I did not.
You testified yesterday that you looked around, when you were in the house, this is the second time you're at the location, so you went back with Sergeant Lank. I want to orient you to that time That's when you actually entered the home for the first time of Brian Albert. Is that right?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And you indicated that you did look around the family room, the kitchen, and you didn't see any signs of a struggle or anything like that.
No, sir.
I asked you that exact question about a year ago at another proceeding. Do you recall that colloquy between the two of us?
Yes.
And at that time, I asked you, did you look around the house for any sign of a struggle or a fight? And your answer was no. Do you remember that?
Yes, I think that's out of context. I understood that question was, did I wander the house to look for any sign of a struggle? I believe you asked me if I went to asked me about a bulkhead and things of that nature.
Okay.
As I stood there, I have observations I can see.
Right.
So I think it's just a miscommunication on what type of search.
Fair
or
enough.
What type of observation.
Fair enough. Let's clear that up right now then, Mr. Gallagher. With regard to your the time that you were inside the residence, you did not seek to or ask permission to look around any place other than where you happen to be standing, which is right inside that front door of the family room, sort of adjacent to the kitchen area, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
You didn't walk into any adjacent rooms?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay, you didn't walk into any, you didn't search the kitchen area?
I did not, no, sir.
You didn't look through the cabinets or anything like that?
Absolutely not, no.
You didn't look at the glassware?
Absolutely not, no.
You didn't go down to the basement? We talked about that previously.
Correct. No, absolutely not.
Okay. You didn't go out to the garage?
No, sir.
You
Nope.
didn't look around the garage?
No.
Other than walking in and basically where you just described, standing while Sergeant Lank was engaged with Miss McCabe, you didn't do anything to search the interior of that house for anything?
No, I wasn't there to search at all.
Okay. You also didn't, subsequent to that, you didn't seek or receive a search warrant?
No, I did not.
Okay. You didn't believe that it was necessary, in your mind, it was necessary to seek a search warrant to search the interior of that house?
That's absolutely correct.
You were aware at the time that you did go into the house that Sergeant Lank had earlier reported at least the possibility that John O'Keefe may have gotten into a fight, correct?
I don't recall that. We went over options on how he could have come to where he was, and an altercation certainly was one of them.
Okay, so that's fair enough. So an altercation meaning was one of the, when you say altercation, that means a physical fight, correct?
Sure.
So that was a possibility in your mind.
Everything was a possibility at that time.
And at that time, you had the information that you found, or Mr. O'Keefe's body was found on the lawn of a residence where there was alcohol, drinking, a party of some sort, or a gathering of some sort just hours earlier, correct?
That's correct, but the house had nothing to do with the incident.
At least to your mind.
That's correct, based on the evidence, yes, at that time.
And the evidence at that time was simply your communications with some, not all, the occupants of the house, including Jennifer McCabe, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
You didn't separate any of the witnesses that were, or any of the occupants that you saw inside the house, or you came across inside the house, for instance, by taking them to the station, putting them in separate rooms so that they couldn't coordinate testimony, things of that nature?
At that time?
At that time.
So Detective Sergeant Lank was there to speak with Jennifer McCabe only.
Okay. But there were others in the house?
There were others in the house, yes.
I'm just trying to figure out whether or not you took the added step of separating those witnesses, asking those witnesses potentially to join you down at the station, putting them in separate rooms, separating those witnesses. You did not do that?
Not at that time, no.
Okay. At any time, did you?
No, we shortly thereafter, we were removed from the investigation. We removed ourselves from the investigation.
And before you were removed from the investigation, you just left the house after the conversation that Sergeant Lank had with Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Yes, after he took Jennifer McCabe's statement, we left the house, yes.
Is the reason that you didn't seek a search warrant or separate the witnesses or ask any of the potential witnesses to join you down at the station, did that have anything to do with your knowledge that the homeowner was a police officer?
Absolutely none. I've actually executed warrants on police officers' houses in the past, including police officers I personally worked with and had to charge some of their children. So that absolutely would not factor into a reason.
And it didn't factor in this case?
Absolutely, absolutely not.
That's my question. It did factor into your decision-making that Brian Albert was a police officer?
Absolutely not.
He didn't get any special treatment because of that?
Not by me, absolutely not.
Okay, not by you?
Not.
Okay.
I can only speak to my personal knowledge.
You were aware that, and you indicated yesterday, that the reason that Canton PD was removed from the investigation, or at least the interview section of the investigation, was because of a relationship of one of your detectives. You indicated your best detective, Kevin Albert, correct?
That's correct.
Or you gave Mr. Albert, or Detective Albert, very high praise,
He's a very good detective, yes.
and you were his direct supervisor.
I was at one point, yes.
Okay. You're aware that Kevin Albert was disciplined by the Canton Police Department for an incident occurring in July 2022, correct?
I am, yes.
Do you stand by your testimony knowing that Kevin Albert is your best detective, or was your best detective?
He's an excellent detective, yes.
You indicated that you contacted your deputy chief, Deputy Chief Gallagher, and ultimately secured some solo cups from Deputy Chief Gallagher across the street, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
You were aware at the time that Deputy Chief Gallagher's house was adorned with a Ring video camera just over the front door, facing out toward the street and facing across the street, which would be facing 34 Fairview, correct?
That is incorrect. He does not have a Ring camera. I know that his system is an Arlo camera, and I have personal knowledge of that because we've discussed cameras because we bought them approximately the same time.
My mistake. Arlo camera, A-R-L-O.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, that's still, although it's a different brand, it's still a home personal surveillance camera, correct?
Yes, but
And you're aware that those are motion-activated cameras designed for security to capture images of things that may be going on outside the home.
that is correct, yes, sir.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Briefly.
Thank you.
Mr. Gallagher, would you take a look at that photograph that I've just handed you?
Yes,
What's it marked for ID?
It is marked for ID, and Mr. Gallagher, if you could read that for me to save me a trip up to the stand.
I believe it's a 5, Exhibit 5.
Could it be an S?
It could be an S, yes.
I think it's S, Your Honor.
I apologize.
But, it is S? Okay, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Gallagher. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I recognize the camera in the door.
Okay. Is that a shot of Deputy Chief Gallagher's, sorry.
That's okay, I know what you're asking.
Is this a shot of Deputy Chief Kelleher's front porch?
It appears to be.
Okay. Does that front porch face 34 Fairview?
We need a time frame.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
We need a time frame.
Sure. Did you see that Arlo camera so situated when you went over there on January 29th, 2022?
I knew it was there, yes.
Okay. And is that a fair representation of what the camera looked like and its positioning, basically its positioning in January of 2022?
Yes,
Okay. Did you seek the footage? from that
no, I
camera?
didn't. I know what that camera captures.
Okay. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we publish, actually, I'd like to mark this as evidence, next in order.
Okay?
I may approach.
Yes.
53?
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Gallagher, do you recognize this as being the photograph that you just saw, Exhibit 53?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention, and by the way, there's one amendment to this photograph. There's a redaction of the address. You see that?
Yes,
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to that area right there, which I'm
Yes.
highlighting.
yes.
What is that?
That is the Arlo camera.
Can you orient the jurors for us, please, to what we're looking at in this photograph?
You're looking at a camera that's angled downward.
And is it the front porch of that residence directly across the street from 34 Fairview?
It is not directly across from 34. It's actually more directly across from 32, so that would be incorrect.
Okay. Is it across the street from 34 generally?
It is, if Lieutenant Gallagher's house is here, 34 is over here across the street.
Okay. Is there a view from that front porch, just generally as you're standing there, if you were to turn 180 degrees and put your back to the door, is there a view of 34 Fairview as well as 32 Fairview?
Oh, sure, absolutely.
Okay. Did you seek, and we can take this down. Did you seek to secure any footage from that Arlo camera?
I did not.
From Deputy Chief Kelleher?
I did not.
Did you talk to Deputy Chief Kelleher about that footage?
I don't remember specifically.
Did you ask him whether or not he had reviewed the footage for a determination whether or not it caught any of the incident that may have occurred at or around 34 Fairview on January 29th, the early morning hours of January 29th?
I don't know if I did. I know it would not have,
How do you know it would not have?
because I know what that camera captures.
How do you know what that camera captures?
Because I've picked up packages for Deputy Chief Gallagher in the past. I know it captures his doorstep and a portion of the front lawn.
So you've reviewed the Arlo footage from his
No.
iPhone?
He's just sent me a picture. Can I pick up when he's been on vacation, can I pick up a package on the front step?
Okay, so.
Yes, I've seen it.
So you've seen screenshots that
Sure.
Deputy Chief Kelleher sent you, correct?
I believe so, yes.
But you've never looked at the actual application to see what it might encapsulate or what it might capture generally.
We've compared what we have our cameras set up as. We had communicated about security at our houses multiple times. I know it captured the front door and a portion of the front lawn.
Do you believe that it would have been best practices to go ahead and secure that footage so we don't have to take anybody's word for it? We could actually look at the footage ourselves.
I didn't do that.
Do you think that would have been best practices to do that, just to have belt and suspenders? So there's no question about whether or not that camera that's facing, at least it's facing directly across the street, might have captured something of interest on the morning of January 29th, 2022.
To me, there was no expectation that it had captured anything, so I didn't think it was practical.
So because of your expectation, you didn't seek the footage and you didn't secure the footage.
Because of my knowledge and expectation, yes.
And you now know that that footage is gone. It's overwritten.
I would assume so. I'm not familiar with how long Arlo keeps footage.
So you are familiar enough that you decided that it wasn't important to capture the footage, but you're not familiar enough to know whether or not the footage is actually saved onto the Arlo system?
I don't know anything about, I don't have Arlo cameras. So I don't know anything about
So
the
you don't-
system, but I have a
Oh
link. So
my
we've compared
God.
our systems.
Gallagher
Um,
is on
So
saying
I'm not
that-
really sure what you're
I mean,
asking.
he's
So you
seen
don't have
footage
an
in
Arlo
the
system?
past, so he
I am
never
correct.
You're not
captured.
familiar with how
whenever
Arlo
you
works,
asked
correct?
to capture that
Correct.
camera.
You're not
and
familiar with
capture
the
footage
total
across the
array
street
of where
at
the cameras
Deputy
might
Chief
capture
Kelleher's
versus
house.
what might be
Yes,
captured on
this
your
is
phone
what
app,
I am
or that you
watching
can
right
say,
now.
like,
Can
push
you
a button that
believe
says
this
packages
testimony?
for people, and it narrows the focus of the camera? You're not aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay. But you would have been aware of that if you had captured the footage and simply said to Deputy Chief Kelleher, I'd like that ring footage for that 24-hour period.
Okay, it's not Ring. and-
I'm sorry, that Arlo footage for a 24-hour period.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this. Did Deputy Chief Kelleher get any special treatment from you because he's a police officer?
No,
Did Deputy Chief Kelleher get any special treatment from you because he was your boss?
no, absolutely not.
Okay. You know Brian Higgins.
I do.
How do you know him?
Brian Higgins is a special agent with the ATF.
How long have you known him?
I first became aware of Brian Higgins probably around 2016, 2017, when I was with the DEA and we were working a Title III investigation, which is a wiretap investigation into gang activity, drug distribution in the Boston-Brockton area. I never had any personal contact with him at that time. He was just an agent in the group I was working for.
Ultimately, did that professional relationship seep into more of a personal relationship as well?
It did. So I think it was 2018 or 2019, the ATF had a satellite office at Canton PD, and he was one of the special agents that was assigned, yes.
So he actually officed in the brick and mortar location of Canton PD?
Yes, he did.
And did he maintain that office all the way through January of 2022?
He did, yes.
And during the course of your interaction with Mr. Higgins, did you become friendly with Mr. Higgins?
I've become friendly with Mr. Higgins, yes. Most of my coworkers I'm friendly with.
Is it safe to say that you socialized at times with Mr. Higgins?
I have, yes.
Okay. You've shared cocktails with Mr. Higgins?
Yes.
Shared meals with Mr. Higgins?
Yes.
Okay. So it is safe to say that you have both a professional and a personal relationship with Mr. Higgins,
Yes, I do.
and you consider him a good friend.
Yes, I do.
You were aware, Mr. Gallagher, that he was at 34 Fairview on January 29th, those early morning hours, during the course of the time when John O'Keefe went to 34 Fairview.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that
Sure.
question?
You're aware that Mr. Higgins was at 34 Fairview in the home at the time that John O'Keefe went to 34 Fairview on January 29th, 2022.
By the time I became aware of it was afterwards, yes.
Okay, that's what I mean. I
Yes,
know
yes.
you weren't aware of it at the moment, but
Right, okay.
you became aware of it.
Later on, yes.
Okay. When did you become aware of it?
I'm not sure. It was after we were, I'm not really sure.
It was during the time that you were dispatched over to Brian Albert's house to ultimately either begin the investigation or go into the home with Sergeant Lank and interview with people there, correct?
No, that wasn't the time, no.
Didn't you say in a report to Lieutenant Tully that when you went over to Brian Albert's house, that Brian Higgins was not there?
I don't recall Brian Higgins being there.
Right, so what I'm trying to register is whether or not you knew at the time that you went to Brian Albert's house, at least that second time, that you might or might not have expected to see Brian Higgins there because you knew he was at the home when John O'Keefe arrived the night before.
Can you rephrase that question? I'm not following you.
Sure. When you went back to, in other words, during the time that you were investigating and joining Sergeant Lank
Yes.
back over at Brian Albert's house, you knew that Brian Higgins had been somehow in that home the night before.
I don't believe I did at that time.
When do you think you learned that?
Sometime afterwards, probably when I saw the list and reviewed the narratives of the officers.
Would that have been days or weeks later?
No, it probably would have been, within 24 hours or so.
Okay, within 24 hours of your involvement.
Correct.
Okay,
yes.
that's what I was trying to get to.
Okay,
Thank
I
you for that.
apologize.
My bad.
Yep.
Bad questioning on my part. So within 24 hours of your involvement, which would have been, your involvement was the early morning hours of January 29th.
That's correct.
Correct? Within 24 hours of that, you knew Brian Higgins was somehow tangentially involved or collaterally involved as a potential witness, if nothing else.
I'm not sure he was a witness to anything. I was aware that he attended the house at 34 Fairview after they left the bar.
Right. And you said, well, I'm not sure he was a witness to anything. The one way to figure out whether or not someone is a witness to anything is to actually formally interview them, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Which you did not do.
We were removed from the investigation before I found out Brian Higgins was involved.
Okay, so you were
So
removed.
I wouldn't be interviewing him.
You were removed, and then it was within a few hours of that you realized that Brian Higgins was somehow involved.
Not a few hours. No, I said it was within 24 hours probably.
Okay. You're aware that Mr. Higgins not only had a office at Canton PD, he also had a key card for Canton PD.
Yes, he did.
Explain for the jurors what a key card or an access card at Canton PD means. What is that? What is a key card for Canton PD?
So it's a secure building. I think we've all seen it. You have the square boxes with the red light. The key card allows you access into the building. And depending upon your rank, you have different rights. Each individual has different rights to enter different areas.
you had, for instance, being a top-level Canton lieutenant, you had a key card that was probably the functional equivalent of a master key card. You could get in pretty much any place you wanted.
Absolutely not.
Okay, where could you go?
It's easier if I say where I can't go.
That probably
Would that
is
be-
easier.
Would that
Yeah.
be work?
Explain that.
So I can't go to the armory, which is where weapons are kept and ammunition is kept, and I can't go into permanent evidence.
Okay. You're aware that Brian Higgins had a key card,
Yes, I am.
and that access card gave him access to pretty much, with the exception of the armory, possibly the evidence room, and what was the other
I think
location?
I think that's what I said, the evidence room
Okay.
and the armory.
With the exception of those, you're aware that Brian Higgins' key card gave him access basically to the entirety of the Canton Police Department?
Well, so I want to specify, I don't specifically know what Brian Higgins had rights to, but there are also parts of our department that are secured by key locks that he wouldn't have access to, and I don't have access to as well, offices and things of that nature.
I want to focus your attention on the Sally Port, if I
Okay.
could. You can enter the Sally Port, which is a fancy name for a garage, correct?
It certainly is, yes.
Okay. You can enter that from the outside, meaning out in the elements. You come from a parking lot adjacent to or that services the Sally Port. You can enter from there, correct?
Yes, there's one pedestrian door on the main entrance side, and it's for location purposes. It's right beside the garage door that's marked number 4.
And the garage door is one of those big roll-up, industrial-style roll-up doors that comes up and down.
That is correct.
And then you can also enter the Sally Port from inside Canton PD, correct?
There are 2 locations you can enter the Sally Port from inside, yes.
And Brian Higgins' key card gave him access to both of those locations, the pedestrian portal going into the Sally Port from outside, as well as the pedestrian portal from inside Canton PD.
That would be correct.
Okay. Speaking of the Sally Port, you were, if not the person, one of the people who let Massachusetts State Police into the Sally Port on February 1st, 2022 to process the black SUV, correct? The Lexus.
I'm not sure if I was the one that gave them access, but like I said, I've testified to. I certainly would have.
Okay. That SUV had actually arrived on January 29th, 2022, 3 days earlier. Is that right?
I believe so, sometime after 5 or 6. I'm
So
not
it
sure of
was
the time.
in the Sally Port from January 29th all the way to February 1st, at least to your knowledge, for 3 full days in the Sally Port, correct?
2.5 to 3, yes.
Okay. From the time it arrived at Canton PD until it was processed out and moved out of the Sally Port, how many people would have had physical access to that SUV?
Everybody that possessed a key card.
And that's basically everybody at Canton PD that is a sworn officer, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Maybe even some civilians, correct?
I'm not sure of civilians. What civilian?
Do y'all have non-sworn civilians that
We don't.
administrate things?
No, we do not. Well, we do, but I'm not sure whether they would have access, what their access is.
So at least the entirety of the police department, the sworn police department, correct?
The uniform police, yes.
As well as Brian Higgins, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you.
Thank
Oh, by the way,
you,
can I go back to something?
Mara, for that super sticker. Really
When you were at
appreciate it.
34
Thank you,
Fairview,
thank
when
you,
you
thank
walked in with Sergeant Lank, you walked in through the side door or the main door?
Side door.
Side door into the family room, correct?
I believe it's a family.
Karen
room.
Laughlin,
Walked
new
into the
member,
kitchen,
thank you
correct?
also.
I was by the
Dr.
kitchen.
Delaware,
Adjacent to the
Yep.
kitchen.
New
Did
member,
you see a
welcome,
dog?
welcome.
I did not.
Speaking of the Sally Port, I want to move back to the Sally Port. I apologize about bouncing around a little bit.
Perfectly fine.
Moving back to the Sally Port, you indicated that basically all the uniformed officers, every single uniformed officer at Canton PD would have had access to that Sally Port, as well as Brian Higgins. They also would have had access to everything inside the Sally Port, whatever was left there.
Yes,
The SUV and other stuff, for lack of a better technical phrase, correct?
yes.
Okay. Did you photograph or did you cause to be photographed the SUV when it arrived on January 29th in your Sally Port?
We had been recused at that point, and I wasn't working when the vehicle arrived. So
I thought you said that you were recused only from doing interviews.
from doing investigative interviews, but I wasn't working when the vehicle came in.
Okay. So you could have taken photographs of the vehicle had you wanted to, or caused someone to do that had you wanted to.
I had no idea that vehicle was coming to Canton PD, sir.
Okay. Once you got to, as the lieutenant in charge at the scene, was it important to you to know that a seminal piece of evidence had been moved into the custody and control of Canton PD?
It wasn't important to me. It's the state police investigation.
Even though it was on your property, in your Sally Port, with access through your key cards.
That's up to my chief. That's not up to me.
I see.
Oh, boy. I mean, do you hear
To your
this?
knowledge, let me just ask it this way. To your knowledge, did anybody seek to photograph the vehicle when it arrived at Canton PD on January 29th, 2022, to your knowledge?
I have no personal knowledge of that.
Have you ever seen a photograph of that vehicle that was taken by someone in law enforcement on January 29th? I'm going to give you 3 days. January 29th, January 30th, January 31st, sorry, 30th, or February 1st.
I have seen photographs. I'm not sure what days they were taken. The photos were taken.
You have not seen a photograph that was taken on January 29th, however, have you?
I've never seen anything dated January 29th.
You've never seen a photo, and I'm going to go through this a little bit more. You've never seen a photograph that was taken on January 30th, have you?
Yeah, I have never seen any photographs with any dates on them,
Okay.
I believe.
Do you think that would have been, you were at the time the head of detectives, correct?
No, that's not correct.
You were not? You had already moved from that spot?
I had,
In January of 2022, I may be wrong. I thought
You are wrong.
as the
It's,
lieutenant, you were also the head of detectives.
no, that was Lieutenant Gallagher at the time. I know you keep, it's a mix-up. So we've had promotions since January 29th, and I think that's where the mix-up might be.
So he was a
When
lieutenant
you
at the
refer to
time.
Deputy Chief Gallagher, he was actually Lieutenant Gallagher, and he was in charge of detectives at that time.
At some point, had you been in charge of detectives?
I became in charge of detectives in June of 2022.
June of 2022.
Yeah, approximately 6 months later.
Understood. You had been a detective previously, however.
That is correct. yes,
Okay.
sir.
As a detective, do you believe that it would have been important to photograph, had you had your druthers to do it, it would have been important to photograph that vehicle when it came in so that it could be memorialized and documented the exact condition that vehicle came in on January 29th, 2022.
So this is important to know that unfortunately John O'Keefe was deceased at this time. Once John O'Keefe becomes deceased, it becomes the state police's investigation, the Norfolk County District Attorney CPAC investigation. That's why it is not our investigation. It's up to the investigating agency to make those decisions.
Even something as uninvasive as taking photographs.
Yes.
Okay. You would agree, as a former detective and former head of detectives, that there are protocols for securing evidence of all types, correct?
Correct.
Those protocols dictate that not only is evidence properly secured, once it's seized, it needs to be properly secured, and it needs to be separated from other evidence to avoid something known as cross-contamination, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that that is paramount in evidence handling in any investigation, correct?
Yes.
And that's because once evidence is cross-contaminated, its integrity basically collapses, right?
That's correct.
It's especially true of biological material, is that right?
Yes.
Because biological material, unlike a shovel, the biological material on the shovel becomes hyper sensitive. It's hyper important. It can be cross-contaminated with other items.
Sure.
And it can tell an incorrect story, correct?
Yes.
It could tell, if there's cross-contamination, it could tell a false story.
It's been done, yes.
And DNA, obviously, we're talking about biological material. The most sensitive of all the biological material is DNA evidence, right?
What do you mean sensitive?
So it might take some effort to move saliva from one item to another. It takes almost no effort to move DNA from one item to another and to detect it. You understand what I'm saying? The sensitivity of the detection.
No, I don't understand what you're saying.
You understand that I could touch this podium and you might not get my fingerprint off of it?
Correct.
Might not, correct?
Might not.
What do you think about getting my DNA off that podium that I
Yes.
just touched? You're absolutely going to get it, right?
Yes,
Yeah. That's what I mean by sensitivity.
Okay.
You would agree that DNA is hypersensitive.
I would agree that DNA is better than fingerprints, yes.
I'd like you to take a look at a series of photographs if we could. Can I approach your arm? Okay. There are 4 photographs, Gallagher, that I'd like you to look at briefly and familiarize yourself with if you can. Mr.
I'm all
Gallagher, do
set.
you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
I do.
How do you recognize what's depicted in each one of those? There's 4 of them in front of you. Just generally, how do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Generally, I know this is the exchange of custody from the Canton Police to the Massachusetts State Police.
Are those taken inside the Sally Port, to your knowledge?
They are, yes.
Some of those photographs include the SUV,
One SUV picture, yes.
and some of those photographs include the blood evidence that you've earlier described, the solo cups, the Stop and Shop bag. correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to have these marked as next in order.
Any objections, Mr. Brennan?
No objection, thank you.
By the way, while they're marking that, I think the sidebar initially on was to the question of the fact that their best police officer, according to Gallagher, was Brian Albert, the best detective, but that in July 2022, he was disciplined without going into what the discipline is. I think that was the mention of the sidebar, and that's what that sidebar, I think, was about this morning, because Jackson wanted to go there, and that happened pretty much in the first 5 minutes of the cross.
Thank you. Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Okay.
I'd like to start with what's been marked as 54. It shows a license plate. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, based on the location, the vehicle, the broken taillight, I believe that's Miss Reed's vehicle.
And do you know when this photograph was taken?
I do not.
Do you believe it was taken between January 29th and February 1st?
Yes.
But you don't know when it was taken?
No, I don't have personal knowledge, no.
I just want to draw your attention very briefly, just to orient us, to this area on the bottom right-hand corner. Do you see that, what looks like a white rag on the ground?
Yes, based on the pictures, I think it might be a paper towel, but yes.
Okay. If we could look at the next photograph, which is 55, looks like a paper bag. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes,
What is that?
that's the Stop and Shop bag that contained the 6 samples.
Do you see the rag in that photograph as well?
Yeah, we could call it agree to call it a rag or
You
paper
think it's a
towel.
paper towel?
I'm not sure. It looks like a paper towel on the picture, in the pictures, but it's a white object, yes.
For all I care, it's the white thing, that's fine.
Yes.
All right, and do you see that that's next to a tire just at the top of the picture? Just for
Yeah,
orientation purposes?
Yeah, it appears to be 18 to 2 feet, 18 inches to 24 inches behind the tire, yes.
Okay, and that, of course, is the tire of the SUV.
Yes, I would think
So
so.
that would be the right rear of the SUV, just a few inches from this bag, correct?
It would be a couple of feet from the bag, yes.
Okay. If we could take a look at the next photograph. This is Exhibit 56 for the record. What's depicted inside the bag?
The red solo cups.
And you still see the rag in the photograph.
I sure do, yes.
So the SUV would be right here, correct? At the top of the left.
Well, I
front.
can't see the top of it. It would be, it's nearby, yes.
Okay. And it's not just nearby, it's the right rear of the SUV that's nearby, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And one final photograph. This is Exhibit 57 for the record. What is inside that? What's depicted inside that bag?
The red solo cups with coagulated blood.
And these are the only, we can have the lights, please. And so if you take that down. These are the only photographs that we have or that you've ever seen of those red solo cups, that Stop and Shop bag, and the biological material in those red solo cups.
The only ones I have seen, yes.
And those photographs that you see are within 2.5 feet from the right rear of that SUV, correct?
Approximately, yes.
And the right rear of that SUV houses the taillight material, correct? The taillight
The
area.
tail light area, yes.
The cups were not sealed, correct?
The cups were not sealed.
The bag was not sealed, was it?
As far as I know, what do you mean by sealed?
Yesterday you brought a box in. You remember that?
Yes,
That box had tape on it.
that's correct.
What color was the tape?
Red.
Why is the tape red?
It can be red, it can be blue. I mean, evidence tape is different colors.
Normally, in your experience, red evidence tape is used to formally seal evidence bags or evidence containers, correct?
Yes,
That's because it highlights to the eye a visual cue. Hey, that's important. It's been sealed. It's got bright red tape on it, correct?
correct.
Oftentimes, that tape has additional information on it as well, correct?
You could have initials on it of who put the tape on, yes.
Right. In other words, it might say evidence, correct? Might be pre-printed with the word
Pre-printed,
evidence.
yes, correct.
And it may have a place for initials to be.
Correct.
And one of the reasons that you initial it is because if someone takes a razor blade and cuts through, or a knife and cuts through that tape, those initials are cut through, it has to be retaped and reinitialed, correct?
That is correct.
That is a basic protocol for chain of custody, is it not?
Yes,
And that's to maintain the care, custody, and control and the integrity over the items and the items inside the evidence container, whatever they may be.
that's correct.
Whether they are biological material, physical items of evidence, a document, whatever.
Correct.
None of that was done with what we just saw, correct?
Correct.
We've
By
agreed
the way,
already
so
that the blood
Sergeant Joseph
stored
Jafar
in
discussed that chain of custody
non-sterile
is so important
cups,
last night.
correct?
Watch the show,
Correct.
and this is where Alan's going
We've
right
agreed
now.
that those
Maybe
cups
you
were
watch.
not sealed. The cups themselves were not sealed. There was no cap. There was no plastic, plasticine, saran wrap, nothing put over the cups, correct?
That is correct.
So they were open.
Yes,
They were not in an evidence bag. They were in a grocery bag, correct?
they were, yes.
Yesterday on direct examination, it may have been on cross-examination, Mr. Gallagher, I don't remember. You said, I have no idea where Sergeant Lang got that grocery bag, correct?
I don't know where the bag came from, no.
Could have come out of his back of his car seat, correct?
I'm assuming it came out of one of the cars, yes.
No idea what had been in that bag previous to those cups with blood being in the bag,
I
correct?
have no personal knowledge of that.
And obviously that bag, it goes without saying, is not a forensically sterile item either, correct?
Most bags are not sterilized.
And not only the cups were not sealed, the bag that the cups were in was not sealed.
They were only closed, correct.
You will agree that having unsealed and unsecured biological material, specifically blood material, situated right next to the right rear quarter panel of that SUV would not be within normal protocols for securing evidence, correct?
This was in the hands of a criminalist. There was an exchange of custody. I don't have any issue with it.
You don't know, you have no personal knowledge of where that bag had been or where the cups had been previous to that photograph being taken.
Correct.
You will agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood right next to the right rear of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination, wouldn't you?
Not in the hands of a trained criminalist, I wouldn't know.
Well, generally speaking, there were other people there that weren't the trained criminals, right?
There was a photographer who took the pictures,
Who's not a trained criminalist?
correct. But the cups weren't in his hands. It was in the criminalist's hands. Those are the criminalist's hands you see gloved in that photo.
That's not my question. My question is, there was unsealed blood and in an unsealed bag for how much time, you don't know, sitting right there by the right rear of that SUV, correct?
No, I do know,
How do you know?
because I'm the one that brought the bag with the criminalist to that area. They photographed it, documented it, and then they transferred it to their plastic containers.
And before you grabbed that bag, you don't know where that bag had been for 3 days hence, 3 days before.
I know it had been in the temporary evidence room in a refrigerator.
You actually never saw it in the temporary evidence room in the refrigerator until February 1st, did you?
I don't recall.
So you don't know where that bag had been. You don't know who had handled those cups before you pulled them out of that temporary evidence locker, correct?
I have no personal knowledge if anybody else, I have no personal knowledge. I took them out of the refrigerator. That's all I can testify to.
Do you remember us talking about this about a year ago?
Yes,
And I asked you, would you agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood next to the right rear portion of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination? I asked you that question.
you did.
And you said, if I can speak to this incident alone? And I asked, that's a yes or no question?
That is correct.
Do you remember that?
Yes,
And you said, well, it's not a yes or no, but for your purposes, I would say yes.
correct.
So it is, at least in your mind, a recipe for potential cross-contamination, correct?
Not in this particular situation, which was clarified later on.
Although you did say yes in answer
Hypothetically,
to my
anything,
question.
hypothetically, anything is possible, yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Brennan?
Clear to me these witnesses have been
Yeah.
coached to disavow the testimony.
Lieutenant Gallagher, you mentioned
I don't
that
understand, or I wouldn't say
one
that.
of your colleagues who lived on Fairview Road had an owl camera.
Had an Arlo camera, yes.
That day or that morning when you went to Fairview and looked around where Mr. O'Keefe's, where you were directed Mr. O'Keefe's body was, were you aware that that gentleman had a camera?
Yes,
You shared with us that you had familiarity with the angle of that camera. Do you have any information whatsoever that he or anybody on his behalf used a phone to change the camera angle?
no, I don't.
Do you know if that camera could even reach the street if you wanted to?
I'm not sure.
Do you have any information that there are applications or different things you can do to the camera to move it remotely? Is there any evidence or information you have?
No,
When you decided not to
That's
ask
why
about
you
the
get the
was
camera
that
and
based
look
on
at the
anything other
footage,
than
because you
your
don't know
already
anything. You
familiarity
don't know
and
what it
knowledge of the
captured.
angle that camera was set?
no,
Hit me over the head here.
At any time he's ever shown you, you've ever seen clips from that camera, were they consistently showing the same area, or did it change over time?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
they were the same.
In your mind, why didn't you go seek footage from that camera?
In my mind,
Yes.
because I knew it wouldn't have captured anything. Activated cameras, and he didn't have them on the street because it's a busy street and the batteries would die in, and who knows, very quickly if they captured the street.
You said
Wait,
that's a
now
very
we're talking
busy
about
street. Are you
hearsay?
familiar with Fairview Road?
What?
Yes.
What do we just talk
Is
about?
that a road?
I
Is that
knew
a
that he
public
didn't have
road?
it put
It's
into
a
the
public
street
way
because
in
the
the town of
batteries would
Canton,
die.
yes.
What are we
As a
talking
public
about
way in the
here?
town of Canton, do you know who operates and
If
cleans
it's sure
and
my
monitors that
camera,
road?
they
Who's
would have got
responsible
it.
for that?
Yes, the Department of Public Works for the town of Canton.
You were asked about a claim of a fight. Did any witness ever suggest to you that Mr. O'Keefe had been in a fight?
No,
When you first learned about Mr. O'Keefe, did you get a chance to actually look at his body?
no, I did not.
Did you get a chance to look at his wounds?
No, I did not.
Did you get a chance to examine his clothing and whether there was any trace evidence left behind?
I'll allow it.
No, I did not.
Early in an investigation, when investigators have no information, Is it
Wait, trace
common
evidence
to
is trace evidence
speculate?
because sometimes you don't see it
Yes.
from the naked eye. What a stupid
What is
question
the
that she
natural
just allowed.
process for an investigator when you start upon a situation and know nothing about what happened?
In this particular case, we came up with scenarios that possibly could have brought John to that spot. And we were focused on trying to find out and hopefully getting to the hospital. Hopefully the Can't Fire Department in the hospital would save his life and he could tell us how he got to where he was.
Was that anything beyond the surmise or speculation of detectives, or did that information come from a witness?
No, that was us, I guess you would call it spitballing on possibilities.
Did you ever come across a witness that said that this was, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were the result of a fight?
No, we did not.
If we could play Exhibit 51, please. I want to ask you some questions about the area you searched where you were directed Mr. O'Keefe was. Stop it there, please, Ms. Gilman. You did not see exactly where John O'Keefe was when he was found?
No, I did not.
Who directed you to this area?
I was directed twice, first by Sergeant Good and then by Sergeant Lang, Detective Sergeant Lang.
You shared with us yesterday you were looking in that area where you thought John O'Keefe was found.
Correct.
You asked questions about a berm. Is that the separation between the street and the yard?
Yes, it is.
Did you clear off a piece of that berm?
We did.
And the reason was?
We wanted to see what was there. We didn't know what was there.
Did you do a search from the flagpole all the way to the street?
No,
Did you do a search of that flagpole across the front yard?
no,
Did you do a search from that flagpole all across the berm, all the way down the line?
no. It was approximately 15 to 18 inches.
And why such a limited search?
Because we had no other reason than it was a medical call at this time.
Did you see snow in other parts of the yard?
Yes, the entire yard was covered.
And other than Officer Lang's footprints across the front of the yard, no other footprints?
There were no other footprints.
Any other visible signs that anything was moved or dragged across that side or front lawn?
No, not at all.
Any doggy prints in the snow?
No, not at all.
You were asked whether you sought a search warrant. Is there a difference between a witness and an eyewitness?
Yes,
You were asked questions about people in the home, and they were characterized as witnesses. Did you have any information that anybody inside that home was a witness to what happened to Mr. O'Keefe?
no,
Did you have any information when you made these decisions about search warrants? Did you have any information from anybody, anywhere, that Mr. O'Keefe ever stepped 1 foot inside that home?
I'm going to allow it. Briefly, can we turn the lights on, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, please. Take that down.
All right. I mean, epitome that in the dark. Yeah, let's keep the prosecution in the dark. Did you have any reason that from any witness that John O'Keefe searched the home? He's going to say no because he's only in it 3 days, and his good friend Higgins, who said somebody 6'2", dark hair, certainly met John O'Keefe, had come into the house. Okay, so this is just let me say, let me try to tell you that what we did was absolutely right. Now, with regard to the Arlo camera on the redirect, I mean, we don't even know. There hasn't even been a witness to say that Arlo camera runs on batteries, that it's not wired in. I know when I have my Ring cameras, they're generally wired in because the batteries don't last long. All right. But the reason why you are, if you're in the police department, don't you want to see what's happening in your property, or at least on the edge of your property? And he's taking somebody's word for it that the camera was pointed down because what? He went to pick up a package sometime and he saw a screenshot. I mean, this is ridiculous in my mind. And then remember, he's there with his snowblower. He searched around where John's body he thought was found. But Jen McCabe earlier on said, well, she just saw 3 pieces of taillight right there at John's body. It was easy for her to see right in the snow in the morning as it say with the light. All right. So, I mean, this is the stories can't be straight. Now, is Gallagher testifying in a very even keel? Yes, and he's trying to explain away his testimony with, well, I said, yeah, there could be cross contamination as a recipe for disaster last year, but I was only speaking hypothetically. I wasn't really speaking about this case. Well, that's why you have proper evidence collection techniques. That's why you have evidence tape. That's why you secure things. Joe Giacalone said this whole thing is a mess and really should lead to a not the state not being able not to prove their burden beyond a reasonable doubt, given this type of procedure. And but the judge
May I?
will allow
Yes.
it.
As a lifelong law enforcement officer, have you obtained search warrants before?
Yes,
Have you obtained search warrants for homes?
yes, many times.
Is there a certain requirement before you obtain a search warrant for a home?
Yes, critical legal standards, yes.
And what is that?
Probable cause.
And for us, what does that mean, probable cause?
So probable cause is a reasonable belief that a crime has been committed or evidence of a crime can be found in a specific location.
Can you obtain a search warrant if you do not have a reasonable belief that evidence exists somewhere?
No, you cannot.
Is there a process in getting a search warrant? Can you just walk in a home and say, I have a search warrant, or do you have to do something?
You have to write an affidavit in good faith, swearing before the court that all your information is accurate and truthful, and present the facts, circumstances, witness statements that would make you believe that there was a reason to violate your Fourth Amendment constitutional right.
When you walked into Fairview that morning with Sergeant Lang, did you have a search warrant?
No, I did not.
Did you have any reason to get a search warrant?
No reason at all.
When you walked in, were you invited?
Yes,
Obviously,
Did
Alan
anybody-
Jackson won that objection, by the way.
Did anybody prevent you from coming in?
no, not
Did
at all.
anybody ever ask you to leave?
No, not at all.
When you spoke to Mr. Albert, did he ever discontinue or end the conversation?
No,
Were you doing any favors for anybody that morning?
no, of course not.
If you had probable cause to search anywhere that morning, would you have?
Absolutely.
You were asked questions about memorializing your efforts when you were in the area of Mr. O'Keefe's body. And you were asked about written reports. Are there other ways to memorialize efforts other than writing a report?
Yes,
You videotaped, or you had Sergeant Good videotape your search?
that is correct.
Who told him to do that?
I did,
Why did you tell him to do that?
because I want, in case it ever became an issue, I wasn't familiar with it being used before. I wanted people to understand how effective it was.
Do you know whether or not the police cars have dash cams?
They do, yes.
Do you know if any of the police cars had dash cams that day?
3 of them did, yes.
You mentioned that at some point you learned that Mr. O'Keefe had passed.
I'm not sure when we found that out, but yes.
Is there a statute or a rule when there is a death, whether a local county keeps the case or it needs to be transferred?
It's transferred, yes.
Is there a rule, or is that a policy of the Canton Police Department?
It's a rule.
You were asked about Alexis and the Sally Port.
Correct.
Do you know exactly what time that Alexis was brought to the Sally Port?
I don't have any personal knowledge of that.
You were asked about a broken taillight. Have or had you reviewed any of the dash cams from the Canton Police Department that day?
Not that day, no.
You were asked about cross-contamination with the cups. When you brought the cups to the criminalist, where did you give them to him or her?
I carried them down to, we walked together, I carried them down to the Sally Port.
Did you see anybody using a white rag or a paper towel to dip it in to any of the cups?
No,
Did you see anybody shaking the cups or splashing?
no, they were handled very carefully.
Abstain just to.
Did you see anything that would cause you concern that there was some type of purposeful or inadvertent contamination or transfer?
Absolutely not.
And you've been trained.
Yes.
Did you see anything during that time that caused you any concern about the potential corruption of evidence?
No, I had complete faith in the criminalist.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
There is a box for identification that has a glass in it. I'd like to put that into evidence.
Jimmy?
I'll do it later then.
I don't think anyone
Is there
said
any
a
objection?
towel
Mr.
was
Jackson, any
dipped.
objection to?
No objection, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, so we can put it in at any time then? And then
At any
when
time.
Mr. McDermott comes back
Thank you.
with it?
The glass that you showed the jury yesterday, when you showed it to us yesterday, did it look any differently than when you recovered it from the ground where you were looking that morning?
No.
Did you have any information that that glass came from inside Fairview Road?
No.
Do you know where that glass came from?
I have no personal knowledge where that glass came from.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Very briefly, Your Honor, you indicated that you were spitballing, to use your word, correct?
Correct.
Trying to figure out what happened.
Correct.
That's the job of an investigator, correct?
That is correct.
You
Yes,
don't
sir.
just take witnesses' words for things, do you?
That is correct.
You have to corroborate things.
Yes.
You have to look deeper,
Yes.
ask more questions,
Absolutely.
actually investigate.
That's why we're here today.
You don't rule out anything or anyone
We
right
didn't-
off the bat, correct?
Correct. and we
No
did not.
one is ruled out. Nothing is ruled out,
That
correct?
is correct,
You
yes.
follow where the evidence leads you, period, amen.
Absolutely.
You didn't seek to separate the occupants at 34 Fairview, correct?
No,
You didn't interview Brian Albert formally, did you?
I did not. No.
You were asked by Mr. Brennan, did he ever end the conversation precipitously? Did he end it earlier, anything like that? He didn't end any interview because he wasn't interviewed, correct?
That is correct.
You didn't interview Brian Higgins.
That is correct.
You wouldn't interview Brian
Well,
Higgins
not
because he's your
question.
personal friend, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't have anybody else interview him either, did you?
Again, we're talking, I think we've gone over this and maybe you didn't understand it. I didn't know Brian Higgins was at the house at that time.
Because you didn't ask anybody else who was at the house at that time.
I wasn't talking to anybody at that house, correct?
Might have been a good idea, wouldn't it?
Not at that time. We were there for one specific reason. We wanted to get to the hospital. So no.
Might have been a
I
good
disagree.
idea to sit
Wait.
Mr. Albert down
They got to the hospital.
and say, there, you're shaking your head again. I'm not done with my question. Might have been a good idea, Mr. Gallagher, since you happen to be there, no sweat off your brow, to sit Mr. Albert down and say, by the way, I got a pen and a paper. Who was here last night, just before John O'Keefe was found dead on your lawn? Who was here? Might have been a good idea, correct?
So that was already done by Detective Sergeant Lank, and it was documented in his report of everybody of what Mr. Jackson is asking.
Then how did you two not know that Brian Higgins was there?
I don't know where. I'm confused. At what time?
Oh,
What time?
good point.
At what time?
When John O'Keefe arrived
Okay.
at 34 Fairview after midnight on January 29th, 2022.
So when I discovered Brian Higgins was there, wasn't until I read the report.
But we were standing in the house, Sergeant Lang, who you just told these jurors knew that Brian Higgins and everybody else was there.
He had obtained the names. He hadn't written the report yet.
And hadn't told his boss,
I don't recall.
even though you two went together to interview yet another witness?
Wait, I don't
That's
recall now?
There was
Now
a
he doesn't
very
recall.
fast-moving scene and pace. That is correct.
It wasn't fast moving at that point. John O'Keefe was already dead.
While you were
You're doing
spitballing, you
your
also didn't secure the
investigation.
camera footage that we've talked about, the Arlo footage.
Yes, that's correct.
You also didn't formally search the house, correct?
Absolutely
We
correct.
just talked about that. You didn't seek consent by Brian, pardon me, by Brian Albert to search the house, correct?
That's correct.
You also didn't seek a search warrant. You talked about that, correct?
Correct.
You don't get punished or in trouble if you seek a search warrant and a judge who has to sign the search warrant. Normal citizens can't do that. It requires a judge's signature. You don't get in trouble or get spanked or get slapped or get fined if you seek a search warrant that is denied, correct?
In this particular situation, I would need to articulate facts, certain circumstances, and witness statements. What I had was nobody could put John O'Keefe in the house, including Miss Reed, and that we had a glass where they were coming from a bar, and I had 3 separate police officers, including myself, that had been in that house on 3 separate occasions and saw nothing amiss. I have a good faith obligation to present the truth to a judge.
I think he
And if I
just opened the
don't,
door to more cross-examination
I can be
here.
found, end up on a Brady list or a Giglio list, as you know. And my credibility to testify in my career is basically over. So yes, you can get in trouble.
You're talking about lying in an affidavit, sir.
I'm talking about misleading.
Correct.
I would have to twist circumstances to have the right to search Brian Albert's house. We had no reason, and there's been no reason since.
How about this? There's a dead guy on the lawn that looked like he potentially could have been in a physical altercation. How about that? Might that be of some concern to go inside the house and see if there was a struggle that started in the house?
There's still no evidence to go into the house.
You have a guy that's out on the lawn with no coat on. You think the coat might be inside the house? That might be a reasonable assumption? Yes or no?
No.
You got a
Not-
guy outside with no shoe on. You think the shoe might be inside the house? That might be a reasonable assumption?
I never saw Mr. O'Keefe. I wasn't aware that he
Because you
didn't
didn't
have his
seek
shoes.
to find out the details. Other people knew every single fact that I just suggested at the time you walked in the house, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
The fact is you didn't seek a search warrant.
I wouldn't. Correct.
The fact is you never searched the house.
That's correct.
The fact is you never searched the basement.
That's correct.
The fact is you never searched the garage.
That's correct.
And the fact is you never sought a
That's all I have.
consent. Knock, knock, knock. May I
Have
come
you
in,
ever
Brian
learned one
Albert, and
fact
search
that
your
would have
house?
justified searching that house?
Not to this day.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to form, and you can put the glass in right now, Mr. Vernon.
Thank you. Move that into evidence, please.
I would have gone after him, by the way.
All right, Lieutenant, you're
Oh,
all
now
set,
he
sir.
says
Thank
Karen
you.
Reed didn't put him in the house. Now he says the glass
Your
was
next
from a
witness,
bar.
Mr. Brennan?
All these things he didn't know
Like to play
2
clip
seconds
18,
ago,
please.
he now knew on recross.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may we have a moment?
Okay, Alan Jackson asked for a moment. I think that he's talking, whatever his strategy was. But, there was a question that I saw before. Oh, they're going to approach. There's going to be some issue now with whatever the next witness coming up probably is. And I didn't get the name. I didn't hear Hank Brennan call the name out. But, so there was a question about whether Gallagher's demeanor would make a jury believe him. Yeah, his demeanor could make a jury believe him. And I think that's why the recross actually was a little bit more effective. You got a dead body on somebody's lawn. Hello. He's not wearing a hat, which, very interesting. He's missing a shoe. I didn't see the fact he's missing a shoe. There's a dead body on your front lawn. Hello. Knock, knock, knock. Can I come in and interview everybody? Would you mind being separated? Yeah, people can say yes. They can say no. They can say they don't want to be interviewed, but you didn't even try. And then you didn't try to get the Arlo camera from your now deputy chief because you picked up packages and you know that that camera is facing down on the stoop where Amazon probably leaves packages. Come on, everybody now who has a ring. What do the police normally do with rings and Arlo cameras and all? They go around, they knock, knock, knock. Anyone got a camera? Anyone got a camera? Anyone got a camera? You could even allow your camera to say when you set up your ring, to let the police have access if they come a knocking. Okay, so I mean, it just was like, okay, now we're going to find out, oh, that he's a Boston police officer. Now we're going to make this a criminal investigation. Now we're going to charge Karen Reed. Massachusetts State Police comes in within 16 hours. They supposedly have it wrapped up, and even before she is arrested, you have Jen McCabe and this group chat talking about, well, if she pleads out, that'll take there won't have to be another episode or something to that effect. I mean, this is a ridiculous investigation. Now, yes, did they have to hand it off? But you would think that if you're handing off an SUV, you're going to take pictures of it when it first comes into your Sally port. Because why? To make sure that no one says that it's tampered with, okay? I know here in New York, for instance, if somebody dies unattended in New York, and even if they're a cancer patient or heart patient, the police come and knock, and they come to your house. They come in your house, right? I mean, there's no difference. And by the way, he was searching the front lawn, right, for evidence. He was searching that front lawn. That front lawn, unless you think that evidence could run away by itself, and there's no
Quiz to
exigent
take on Hollywood stuff, so we'll
circumstances.
take a 15 to 20
Aha. There
All
must
rise,
be an
please.
issue
Clear
here,
as closed notebooks and follow me.
because now they're taking a morning break. So was something argued at sidebar? Is there a problem with evidence that's coming up? And all. This was Alan Jackson, by the way, if we go back, started his morning by talking about chain of custody. And we heard from Sergeant Joe Giacalone last night from the Sarge how important chain of custody is and all, because you can get cross contamination, right? If you have been near something, or let's just say you have these evidence in a cups, a tiny hair could fix itself from from like the watery thing if somebody is touching it. Why is the rag there? To wipe things off. What are you wiping off? Okay, why we're going to find out why that rag may be so important. The rag is over here, it's over there. It's definitely a marker about 2 feet away, 18 inches away from the back right wheel of the car being in the Sally port. Now, it's very interesting. This witness says, I have nothing to do with this because Massachusetts State Police come in and hand it off. But he had everything to do with it. He first says, I have no knowledge of where the glass came from. But then on recross, when he's feeling the heat, he wants to justify the fact that he didn't even apply for a search warrant and see whether or not the judge would think they had probable cause to see whether or not there could have been an altercation in the house, because Karen Reed couldn't put him in the house. What do you mean Karen Reed couldn't put him in the house? You didn't talk to Karen Reed at that point, all right? And that the glass had come from a bar. Well, he just told you 5 minutes before, unless the jury can't remember, that he didn't know where the glass had come from. And, there's no indication, by the way, at this point, when he now knew anything about the glass having come from a bar, right? Having come from a bar. I mean, he could have, I just think that last little diatribe of Gallagher belied his calm presence that he's trying to get around Alan Jackson's cross of last year. And remember, everything that he said last year, well, we must have had a misunderstanding. There was a mistake. Let me explain differently. So does the jury get the vibe? I mean, I just think the vibe is you got a dead body in the front lawn of somebody's house. You're not going to go to that house and say, may I search your house, sir? You're a police officer. May I come in and search your house? And if you're a police officer, what are you going to say? Sure, you come in and search my house, or you don't say anything. But I think, let me just say, this is a very interesting question. Do you think there was a search warrant need to search the front lawn? Very interesting, because at that point when they came, the snow had stopped. They said they couldn't really, they were worried that the blood would melt. So maybe they needed to pick that up. The blood would melt. But it's very possible they did need a search warrant, because when you're leaf blowing things around, right, to see if you can find evidence, you're on somebody's property. Are things in plain view? No, they're not in plain view because you needed the leaf blower to go search for other evidence. The only thing that may have been in plain view was the blood. The only thing that could have disappeared was the blood. So that could have been an exigent circumstance. You grab that. So I think it's a really good issue about whether or not there was a search warrant needed. But then, who is the person that could bring that? Who has standing to bring that? Right? The person that has standing to bring that actually would be, if a search warrant was needed, the person that's standing to bring that would be Albert, because they're complaining. It's Karen Reed. The courts may find may not even have search warrant because Albert would come out and say, "Oh yeah, I had no problem with them doing that. My house, I had no problem. They would have known that I would have given consent. Here's retroactive consent." So, but in the house, all of a sudden there is a problem. Okay, and he didn't even know Brian Higgins was there because he wasn't told. Well, wait a second. Wasn't he the person who was the detective who was above these people to sign off on all of the reports? He said, "Well, I didn't know until I read the report." So that's an excuse. I wasn't told by my subordinates, and I didn't read the report until after this case was handed off. But if you had gone, knock, 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 Mr. Albert, can we come in and ask you and separate everybody in the house for questions? Who was in the house last night? Give me your list of who was in the house. And then you go to the room where you've separated his wife. Who was in the house last night? Give me the list of who was in the house. And then if anybody else was there in the house when you went knock, 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 you have separated them. Who was in the house last night? Give me the list of who was in the house that you saw. And by the way, has anyone asked where Chloe was? The dog? The German Shepherd? I think Alan Jackson's staying away from that because he's going to want to make a point of that when it comes to the closing that being done allegedly by David Yannetti at this point. So as we are in this recess, I know you all have questions, and I tweeted out or X'd out pictures that you saw. So if you see our X account, Justice Serve TV, if you're watching here, it's nothing you didn't see. It was the photograph that we're seeing very clearly for the first time of the Arlo camera. It's like a Ring camera. Some people love Arlo cameras much better. I know somebody who has Arlo cameras in his home in upstate New York and his home in Vermont, and he loves the Arlo system. Says it's better than the Ring. I have no idea. I thought they all do about the same kind of thing. I don't know whether Arlo has a cloud system or not. But this is really, I'm objecting. What I object to here, and I'm sure Alan, he didn't show any frustration, and he would credit the officer. Fair enough, fair enough. Okay, let's go back and see what you told me last year, and let's see if it's different. He also got him to admit that Brian Higgins has one of these key cards that gives him the same access that this officer has, who is a pretty big key card, except for the evidence room and the firearm room, basically. So he can't get into the firearm room, and he can't get into the evidence room. But why do you secure an evidence room? The same way you're supposed to secure evidence with tape and separate it out so that no one can get into it. It doesn't matter that a criminalist is there 3 days later to take possession of solo cups that you have put in, or somebody has put in the refrigerator of the police station, and you took them out, because the issue is, what was it? What's there? Now, maybe nothing. Maybe that's all a red herring. It's solo cups, red herring, kind of easy to make that jump. Maybe that's what it is. But my goodness gracious, I mean, I know nothing, I hear nothing, and all. So we have an answer on the Arlo camera. I don't know if this is the way it was in 2022. World is on fire with an Arlo Premier subscription. You can record to the Arlo cloud with up to 2K video resolution on one camera or 5 cameras. Your clips are saved to Arlo library for up to 30 days after recording. Which begs the question then, why does the now deputy chief, who was apparently the Lieutenant Gallagher then, why wouldn't he ask that his Arlo camera footage be saved? All right? Somebody had to review it, okay? if there's a dead body across the street, and you notice how Gallagher tried to get away from where it was pointed. Well, most of it's really pointed. It shows you 32, but it also shows you 34. Okay, so why are you trying to walk yourself? Why are you trying to walk yourself away? Why are you trying to walk yourself away? Okay, uh, from where that camera could have been pointed. Um, ring cameras are not my favorite. Sometimes a car is going past and it doesn't pick up. Sometimes, I know from when I was selling a house, people would come into the house with the real estate agents, but the ring camera wouldn't even indicate the time that people came in. So they're not necessarily reliable in what they give and what they record. And I'm sure all of cameras have that problem issue unless you have a professional one, which, by the way, my husband and I do have a professional camera along with ring cameras, a lot of professional cameras, security cameras where we are upstate. And they are more reliable because they record to a backup, both a cloud and a backup storage that is in a secure location, should I say? Okay, and they are PTZ cameras. They actually follow people around if they're on your property at all. All right, but the point is, if there's something that has come up, and as a matter of fact, when we were upstate this week, something came up about whether or not a neighbor could see something about a possible threatening of a dog. And so what do we do? First thing we check is go check. What did I do? I go check the cameras to see if we captured anything that could be helpful to whoever the constable who was doing the investigation. That's what I do. And I don't delete. I mean, in case somebody wants to come, I'm not deleting that footage. But he doesn't even look. Now, is Lieutenant Keller going to say, "Take my word for it, there was nothing there, there was nothing shown"? Uh, we didn't even hear about a canvass of the neighborhood, right? A canvass of knock, 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 neighbor at 32, knock, 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 neighbor down the street, knock, 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 knock. Did you hear anything? Did you hear a car roar by? Did you hear a car gun its engine? Did you hear anything? This is like, Brian Albert lives here, or as Proctor said, he's a Boston cop too. He's a cop too. He's going to take basically no shit, right? I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but that's why the homeowner wasn't going to get in any trouble. All right. So, I mean, where this, I'm almost at a loss for words. Now, the problem is, we heard from Sergeant Joe Giacomo last night how important police procedure is and how this was so violative of police procedures that are taught, not just best practices, just basic practices, right? And all. So violative, right? That just basic practices. And of course, when the defense wanted to bring in Mike Easter, who not only teaches at the FBI, but reviewed all the protocols. And the Sergeant Jacqueline tells us it's important to review the handbooks and all from Canton, from the Massachusetts State Police, which a police procedures expert can do, and tell us where things were violated. The judge shot them down and said, "Oh no, that's something within a layperson's ken." Well, maybe it is within a layperson's ken. Lay people like you and I, who live and breathe this stuff day in and day out, right? Maybe that is within a layperson's ken, because it sounds so ridiculous. But we don't know. We don't know if the jury is getting it. We don't know if the vibe of the jury is getting it. We don't know if those people who are around the county, around Norfolk County, want to trust the Canton PD and their police officers. We'd all like to believe we'd like to trust our police officers to do the best job possible. And as a matter of fact, we all have friends. I mean, we saw Joe Giacolone, a friend. We love Joe Giacolone. He's a police officer. We love people who are police officers generally. But if they're doing a bad job and somebody could get convicted of murder for something they didn't do, that's pretty severe and that's pretty bad. And quite frankly, if I thought that what I did or didn't do would cause a wrongful conviction, maybe I wouldn't be sitting there on that witness stand being so matter of fact about things. We couldn't get a search order, sir, because it's my reputation. Well, you would be lying if you said there was a man on the front lawn. You wouldn't be lying if you said he was dead. You wouldn't be lying if you said there were some type of blood spots on top of the snow, which indicate that maybe he had to come from somewhere. Uh, and now, what Hank Brennan did there is clever and said, "Well, did you see any footprints in the snow coming or going?" But remember, he said, "No, only, I think Tully, I think he's what he said." But remember, it's would have snowed for hours, for a few hours after, if the defense theory that John O'Keefe was put out there sometime around 4 or 5, it would have snowed for hours, and that would have covered up a lot of the footprints in the snow or anything in the snow. If that's the way you went from your front door, as opposed to down the side, down the drive, or whatever. So, I mean, we have a lot of innuendo. But I think that the fact that there was a body in the snow, that he was missing a hat, that he was supposedly dropped off on to go into that party. If you interviewed anybody, he was supposed to go into that house. That alone. Hey, we have indications that John O'Keefe was going into that house to continue to attend the party drinking. That's our last indication. He was supposed to be in that house. Any judge, in my experience, is going to sign off on that warrant for probable cause because that's where he was supposed to be. All right. What if you have an indication that somebody is kidnapped? Okay, a young child is kidnapped, and the young child's last seen in front of a house, maybe talking to somebody, one of the neighbors, or maybe talking to a homeowner, or maybe there's a camera up there. You don't think the police are going to go knocking to see if the young child who's last seen walking at somebody's house is there and maybe get a search warrant when, come on. Okay. Um, yes, Louise says it wasn't Chloe attacked inside the house and not on the front lawn. That is the theory of the defense that we believe. Okay. So, but he doesn't even know about Chloe. He has no indication. He never even mentioned Chloe. Okay. He never even mentioned it at all. So even assume you couldn't get a search warrant for probable cause, which I think you could, because I've seen search warrants on a lot less than this. The man was supposed to be in that house. That's where he was last going to. We don't know that he never got in there because you really hadn't interviewed everybody. You didn't even know that Brian Higgins was in there and all because you weren't really talking, I guess, to the people that you're supposed to be supervising. Come on, search warrant for the house. Now, by the time 3 days goes by or 2 days goes by, then the search warrant could become stale, easily become stale. But give me a break. In any event, you seek a consent. Now, where do we see consent all the time? True, false, made up, lied to, or whatever. You get stopped in your car. Anyone who's been a prosecutor has seen this. I asked the occupants, could I search the car? And they said yes. And when I searched the car, I found X, Y, and Z. But they gave me their consent to search their car. Right? Right? You see it all the time. Someone's not calling in, a police officer on the highway. Hello, I think there's probable cause because of further movement to search a car. I'd like to get a warrant. No, they ask for a consent to search, even if they don't believe there's probable cause for anything, but they don't like the nature of the occupants in the car. Here we had in New Jersey, we had the whole scandal of the state police dealing with racial bias, racial profiling, racial stopping, and the amount of searches that were being done on cars allegedly by consent was enormous. Okay, come on. Okay, come on. Now, let me see. One of your questions just came up. PTSD healer. Well, I hope you are healing actually, if you are the one that has PTSD, or if you're healing people who have PTSD, because we certainly need more attention to people that help people that have mental health issues in this country. Absolutely love your analysis. Thank you so much. Well, I've been doing, I question sometimes whether my analysis is because I've been doing this for so long that I know what's going on in terms of questions and all sorts of things like that, that I kind of read between the lines. Or it's like, give me a break. Come on, this is not how we do it. But I know I know you're just trying to like look nice, be nice, sound nice, because you want the jury to see that you are nice. Okay. Um, Mark Wardle asks, Linda, would Kevin, you mean Kevin Halibut, have access to the Sally Port? You mean not Brian Higgins? You know, um, it sounds like to me, and I'm just asking this generically, I can't answer specific questions. Sounds like everybody had access to the Sally Port because, well, yeah, at some point he was saying, well, maybe if you're a civilian, but it turns out civilian employees had the Sally had key cards that gave access. Why? Because that's how they would come in, right? So it sounds like everybody and their mother and their grandfather had access to the Sally Port, especially if they came into the police station through the Sally Port, right? Through the Sally Port. So, where was John's other shoe found? I think it was found later on the street, right? It wasn't several days later. It wasn't found that night. It was found later on the street. But what does that tell you? I don't know. I don't know. How did it get there? I don't know. What I do know is that we have a timeline. What I do know is we have a timeline. We have Brian Higgins who sees somebody who can only match John descriptions being in the house. That we have Ian Whiffen, or as I like to say, Whiffable, analysis that he didn't tell the jury initially, that his analysis of the metadata of John's phone showed in those big circles that he was inside the house. We do know that he had opportunity to go inside the house easily through a side door. With Karen just dropped him off, he got out, throws his glass away. I'm not bringing this piece of garbage in. I mean, I don't know about you, but I've seen people do that, take things from bars and then they get throw it away, and all. And that he could get out of the car and actually go into the house as the other car, Nagel that Nagel was in, was driving up to the park behind Karen Reed's car. By the way, and no one had seen Karen Reed's car when they were there having any breakage. So you have to, if you believe now the Commonwealth's timeline, believe that everybody else drove away and Karen Reed stayed there, and somehow John O'Keefe stayed there, and then she somehow after everybody left, he moved to the back of the flagpole. She gunned her car, she hit him, and he got thrown 30 feet, or she winged him, as the prosecution's now going to say, and he got pirouetted around and somehow hurt his arm on that pirouette on either coming down on the berm, because this berm is now becoming really important for some reason, or on the side of the car, which by a piece of metal that may have been sticking out. I think that's their new theory. But it doesn't work based on the testimony yesterday, because we have to go back to that 12:36 that she's arrived back at John's house.
You are unmuted.
So I think this has been a good 2 days for the defense, even though
All right,
it's
I'll
not
see
been
counsel
as
at sidebar,
easy
please.
as last time. Okay, I was about to say we are back. We left on a sidebar. We come back on a sidebar, and there must be something going on that we, that clearly she has to make some rulings on. And, we are like the jury, right? We're kind of like the jury. What the heck is going on that there has to be so many sidebars? They are exhausting. They are exhausting. But if the defense, oh, by the way, let me just see this motion approved. Says the court clerk tells me the judge has approved a motion banning any reference to the Sandra Birchmore case unless the door is open. The motion is not yet available online. Well, I wonder why that is. Lieutenant Fanning from Massachusetts State Police was the investigator who called it a suicide, who was the one involved in the issue of the jury tampering here. One of the EMTs was also at the Sandra Birchmore scene. Whitley, you saw him early on, the first one who also now had the I hit him recollection. Okay, well, let's go in and let's listen to what's going to happen and who is being called, and that maybe reveal a lot as to what's been happening at sidebar. As usual, we are just rushing right along here. By the way, I think the door is open to the feds too by the earlier answers early in the week, but you know that Judge Canoni is just not allowed to happen.
Do you need one more?
Do you need everyone, Chrissy, says the judge. We heard her mic before it got muted. Do you need everyone, Chrissy? Okay. We just saw Robert Alessi stand up for a second. Not sure why. Maybe this is going to be his witness, whoever this witness is. Let's see. Either that or we're doing, you know, the judge is big on stretches. Yeah.
All right, to the court, please.
There we go. We're waiting for the jury. So the jury didn't see that last sidebar.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan?
Thank you.
The Commonwealth moves into evidence and asks to play clip 18.
Okay. Okay, let's hear clip 18.
So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
Thank you. We'll
The Common.
that.
Thank you.
So when John got in the car and to go to Brian Albert's house, he took the glass with him and was sitting in the cup holder. Okay. Well, I think we all know that already. That doesn't mean that when he got out of the car, he just
All right, your
didn't
next
throw the glass away.
witness.
One more, please, Your Honor. The Commonwealth moves into evidence and seeks to play clip number 17, please.
Okay.
Okay. Clip 17. Here we go.
I gave an interview with ABC with Matt Gutman. I think this was whom I gave the interview to, and I said, he asked why was I saying, could I hit him, did I hit him? And I said, yeah, my first thought was, I've been out late, I've been drinking, and he's in the general vicinity of where I last saw him. I mean, they talk about the left side of the property and the right as if it's, Hammersmith Farms. It's a postage stamp. It's 50 feet. So he's in the front yard, to the left of the front door, and no one's coming out of the house. Jen's telling me nobody's seen him. So I'm thinking, Jesus, was I starting to pull away and I ran over his foot? Like, he's roughly where I left him. So yeah, when I found him, I was thinking, did I like clip him somehow?
All right. I thought it was just important, something that I hadn't noticed before. Yeah, the clipping issue there, but Jen's saying no one's seen him.
Okay.
So her memory now is being framed by
So
Jen
in order it
McCabe.
has 18 and then 17, or are they in the reverse order on the clip?
If no one's seen him, well, then she's thinking to herself that he's in the vicinity. Did I clip him? Because Jen McCabe is telling her no one's seen him.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Your next witness, Mr. Lally.
If the defense agrees with they have, you can. These clips can be played. Although usually there's somebody to introduce them, but I think the defense is stipulated to them. And now I know why they stipulate to that one, because that becomes important in the way they're trying it, because that's something that I hadn't noticed before in that clip that's now setting up the Commonwealth's new theory of clipping him.
You solemnly swear the evidence to give to the court and jury in case now hears the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
That's not Chloe, that's Tues.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, stating your last name, spelling your last name for the court?
Good morning. My name is Robert Gilman, Gilman.
And what is your occupation, Mr. Gilman?
Meteorologist,
And where did you go to school?
Northeastern University.
Oh, the
and
meteorologist to
Pennsylvania State
tell us
University,
the
Penn State.
ground is hard.
And what degrees did you
Okay, we
receive
know
from those
this.
institutions?
I received a Bachelor of Science in Earth Science and in Meteorology.
Now, following your education, where did you first go to work?
I worked at the U.S. Geological Survey while I was finishing my education. I also worked at the Nuclear Regulatory Commission in Washington. I worked at AccuWeather at Penn State. And then I started my own business when I came back to the Boston area, working both in media, writing a column for the Patriot Ledger, radio, 95.9 WATD, and also providing information to municipalities about snow and ice in consulting.
Now, starting first with the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission, what did you do there?
I worked in the Division of Site Safety and Earthquake Analysis. That was primarily involving siting nuclear power plants.
And as far as AccuWeather, Inc., what was it that you did there?
Meteorology, I worked starting out drawing maps. We drew our own maps back in those days, providing observations to meteorologists and helping develop forecasts.
Now, you had worked, you had mentioned earlier in your testimony, you'd worked as a meteorologist in New York for the radio, for the Patriot Ledger, and New England Weather Service, is that correct?
New England Weather Science, that's correct.
And how long a period of time span are we talking about as far as your work as a meteorologist?
Over 45 years.
Now, if you could explain to the jury just in general terms, what is meteorology?
Well, the term is actually a shortened term of hydrometeorology, one who studies falling water things. And it's a study of the atmosphere.
Now, in your work as a meteorologist, what are the different types of data that you study and examine?
Snow?
Mostly measured data such as temperature, humidity, wind, precipitation, but also sensing data with satellites that orbit the Earth and with radar that shoots electronic beams out and comes back and forms images that we can analyze.
Now, beyond the satellites and the radar, where does that other data come from?
Well, the observing stations generally are at airports, for instance, but they're also at utilities, and there are private networks. And these, either automated or amateur weather observers, take down data such as I just mentioned, temperature, precipitation, visibility at these different locations.
And what is your current occupation?
Meteorologist.
And where is it that you currently work?
I work for Precision Weather Forecasting Incorporated, and I also do work to assist requests for past weather data, both for clients of ours at Precision Weather Forecasting and other requests for weather data.
And is that a company that you started yourself in conjunction with other people?
Yes, thank you. It's a company that we founded, my partner and I've been working with meteorologist Bill Guile for 30 years. We're both local, and we found that we had a lot of interest together. I don't stay up 24/7. He stays up overnight a lot of times, and we work much better, on that shift kind of work during the day, answering questions of clients about snow and ice especially. So we formed our own corporation, a Massachusetts corporation, in 2016.
And how long, even prior to the incorporation in 2016, how long have you been working in that capacity for building that company?
Oh, I would say over 45 years, going back to 1979, 1980.
And what type of service does your company provide to your clients?
Precise snow and ice information. I own the website snowandice.com, and our clients depend on very local, precise snow and ice guidance. It's for safety, it's for efficiency, environmental concerns of not putting down a lot of chemicals when snow is going to change to rain, that kind of thing. So we're giving very local, precise weather information to help anyone that has snow and ice management concerns.
And if you could expound upon that just a little, sir, as far as what types of data or information is it that your company provides?
Mainly precipitation timing, when snowfall might begin in a particular place, the intensity of the snow, whether it might be expected to change to ice or rain, or go back to snow or ice to help with those kinds of operations.
And where does that data or information come from?
As meteorologists, we develop it ourselves. It's all in-house. We take a variety of different data from numerical modeling, guidance products, and observational information, and develop the forecast specifically for the client.
And as far as your clientele is concerned, to whom are you providing this data or information?
We work for most of the towns and the city in Norfolk County. We work for the largest cities in Massachusetts, some of the largest colleges and universities and other facilities, hospitals.
And what is the purpose of you providing that information to the clientele to whom you give it to?
Again, safety, efficiency, environmental concerns, to give them the best information to do the job they need to do. And it's a difficult job, as you can imagine.
Now, at some point, sir, were you asked to look at some data related to the Canton, Massachusetts area in the time frame leading up to and including January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And what were you asked to do?
I was asked to provide a simple report of the days preceding January 29th, 2022, and a more detailed report of the early morning hours of January 29th, about estimating snowfall during that time period.
And in total, as far as that total time frame, do you recall what dates you were looking at?
I believe it was January 26th to the 29th.
And during that time frame, was there a significant storm forecast for that time period?
Oh, yes.
And what was the forecast for?
Well, the forecast for the first couple of days was dry and very cold to bitterly cold. As we got closer to the 28th and 29th, we were looking at a storm coming in from the west and strengthening along the mid-Atlantic coastline. And we issued warnings, again, 2 to 3 days ahead of time to let our clients know that this was going to be a significant winter storm.
And specifically with the storm, what was the timing associated with that forecast as far as when would the storm begin?
We expected the storm, the snowfall, and the increase in wind to begin very late Friday evening, the 28th, with light to very light snow, and then to increase in intensity, especially later in the morning and through the late morning and midday of the 29th.
Now, from a scientific perspective, what is a blizzard?
A blizzard technically requires a great reduction in visibility. It doesn't even have to be snowing, either falling or blowing snow, visibility a quarter mile or less, with winds of 35 miles an hour, either sustained or frequent gusts for 3 hours or more.
Now, did this particular storm meet that criteria?
The storm did, absolutely, for Boston and much of the greater Boston area, including in Canton at the Blue Hill Observatory. However, not every spot had all of those criteria during the entire time period that the snow was falling.
Now, how significant a storm actually occurred, not taking away from your forecast, but actually occurred during that time frame?
This was the biggest January storm in history, with 27 inches of snowfall. And it snowed heavily for several hours, visibility under a quarter of a mile. And the temperature was dropping during that time, and the winds were gusting frequently to 40 and 50 miles an hour in this area.
Now, that data that you looked at from that time frame of January 26th through the 29th of 2022, what types of data specifically did you look, or actually, we'll get to specifics in a moment. What data in general terms did you look at in your analysis?
3 locations, the Blue Hill Observatory, which is the oldest continuously operating weather observatory in North America, close by, Boston, which is a first order weather station at Logan Airport, and Norwood Airport, which is a mile away. And those were the 3 locations. I was considering the surface observations from those locations, also considered other types of observational data. I mentioned the radar data, so the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration maintains a NEXRAD NOAA database. And third was the National Operational Hydrologic Remote Sensing Center, which categorizes snowfall and snow depth. So those 3 different types of data at those 3 different locations.
Now, when you talk about the Blue Hills Observatory being the oldest in the country, how old is it?
It was established by Abbott Roch, who left his family home at 5 Commonwealth Avenue in Boston and built this really strange little structure at the top of Great Blue Hill on February 1st of 1885.
And do you know how far away from 34 Fairview Road that Blue Hills Observatory is?
Yes, I do. If you don't mind me consulting my note for a moment.
So what are you reading, Mr. Gilman?
I'm reading notes I took on measurements from Blue Hill to Fairview, and that's, may I answer the question? Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
I'm okay with Your Honor, I just wanted the record to know.
Yes, that's why I asked him what he's reading.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That would be 7 miles.
And the Norwood Airport, how far again is that, or how far away again is that between Norwood Airport and 34 Fairview Road?
1 mile.
Now, these measurements that you used in your analysis, are you familiar with how those measurements are taken or how they're done at each of those 3 locations?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how those measurements are done or how those calculations or the data is collected?
Sure. Boston, again, is a first order station. It's equipped with automated equipment. It's called ASOS, Automated Surface Observing System. And it takes measurements of temperature, visibility, wind, humidity at very frequent intervals throughout the 24-hour day. It also collects precipitation, which isn't easy if you think of Logan Airport being out in the harbor and trying to collect every raindrop in that environment. But they have a very sophisticated rain gauge system that actually does a fairly good job of collecting precipitation. Moving on to Norwood Airport, very similar. It's not as high a caliber a station as Boston is in terms of the frequency of observations or the complete set of data. Blue Hill Observatory is a special case indeed. It had been manned for most of the day for many years. The former observer is still alive and well in Hingham, Bob Skilling. For the last several years, 10, 15 years or so, it was an ASOS system that I just mentioned, but in recent years that was cut back. So there are observers that are there and they take observations when they're there, and they take automated observations otherwise and take a record of that. But it's not on the, for instance, the FAA network, Federal Aviation Administration. Weather data, of course, is extremely critical to aviation, and they have a network of weather data. The Blue Hill Observatory currently is not on that network.
Now, how the data is collected or calculated at each of those respective facilities, is that how it's standardly collected within the industry?
Yes.
And is it a routine both in your practice and in your meteorological industry as a whole, relying on that type of data and the way it's collected?
Yes, there are standards established. I'm a member of the American Meteorological Society, the Professional Society of Meteorologists, and there are standards that are established on taking weather measurements.
Now, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes, science.
Mr. Gilman, Your Honor, may I remain here just
Sure.
a moment? Mr. Gilman, I've handed you a series, I believe, about a 6-page document. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Back a little bit more so the jurors can see the witness, please.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that?
This is a local climatological data sheet for January 2022 for each day. And I believe there's, as I look through it, hourly reports of weather observations, especially for January 29th at Norwood Airport. And this is published by the U.S. Department of Commerce, NOAA, the National Environmental Satellite Data and Information Service.
And at least in part, is that the data that you were testifying about before, as far as the data that you relied upon in your study here?
It's one element, that's right. And again, I put a lot of strength to this data because it is in such proximity to Canton, to the location we're concerned about.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 60.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I return what's now been marked as Exhibit 60 to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Gilman, starting with snow accumulation, during the period that you were looking at, what is it that you found?
The snow began to accumulate during this winter storm. And by the way, I think I can use the term nor'easter, blizzard, bombogenesis, bomb cyclone, winter storm, all referring to the storm event of the 28th, mostly the 29th. The first snowfall began late in the evening on the 28th and continued into the 29th.
Just starting with that snapshot of the evening of the 28th, how much snow accumulated on the 28th before turning the page to the 29th?
Very little. Enough to track a cat, 0.2 of an inch.
Now, with reference to the 29th, were you able to determine from that data sort of the hourly snowfall as it came down?
Yes, as the hourly precipitation data, temperature, and other information was reported, I was able to analyze it each step of the way as the storm progressed.
And from your analysis, sir, could you describe to the jury, sort of going bit by bit, what was that hourly snowfall for the 29th?
Well, as I said in the report, it's estimated that as it began, it was on the order of 0.3 of an inch an hour on the 29th until 1 o'clock, and it stayed in that light range. And anything under an inch an hour of accumulation is termed light snowfall. So that by 3 and 4 a.m. we were looking at 3, 4, 5/10 of an inch an hour. There started to be an increase more noticeable in the intensity by 5 a.m. with another inch, and then by 6 a.m. with another 1.2 inches.
If I could stop you there just for one moment, Mr. Gilman. So from the time period from when the storm began on the 28th to the time period of 6 a.m. on the 29th, how much in total snowfall had accumulated at that point?
I believe that was, do my arithmetic, 3.9 inches up to 6 a.m.
And I'm sorry, sir, if you could continue now going forward from 6 a.m. on the 29th.
Then we started getting into a more moderate snowfall, and again, that's an inch an hour more, so that by 7 o'clock was another inch and a half. By 8 o'clock, another inch, inch 0.1. And then by 9 and 10 o'clock, it was getting to be moderate to heavy snowfall based on radar returns and X-rad radar information, based on the visibility reduction, based on the amount of precipitation that was melted in the rain gauges, based on other reports from cooperative observers. So that's on the order of an inch and a half an hour of intensity, and that continued through the middle of the day, rapidly accumulating on the ground, and it accumulated at even 2 inches an hour by the early afternoon before it started to wind down in intensity, as these types of storms always do. By 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, it was back down to light snowfall of ½ inch to 0.2 of an inch, and the snowfall accumulation had ended by 10 o'clock at night.
If I could take you back just a little bit to right before it turns from the moderate inch and a half per hour to about the lighter snow. About how much snow had accumulated at that point? Around 6 p.m. or so.
Around 6 p.m.?
Yes.
Well, again, I'm just going to do the arithmetic of subtracting the snowfall after 6 p.m., which was 1.3 inches from the total, which was 23.8.
It would have been nice to have a chart on this as he's testifying. Here, here, here,
That
here.
arithmetic.
Come on. I mean,
23.8 was the total
seems like-
snowfall. And
actually, this is actually
1.3,
helpful for the defense, and you'll hear what Alessi does and why
22.5
it is.
inches.
So that's 22 and a half inches, just short of 22. Excuse me. just short of 22.5 inches by 6 p.m., is that correct?
That's correct.
And what was the total snow accumulation from the storm in its entirety again?
23.8 inches.
Okay, so just short of 2 feet, is that correct?
That's correct. The biggest snowstorm in January in our history.
Now, sir, have you prepared some visual aids to assist the jury with the snow accumulation?
Yes.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Gentleman, showing you 3 documents. Just ask you to look at those. We're helping you finish.
Yes, I've seen these, yeah.
And what do you recognize each of those 3 to be?
The first one is a storm warning report that was sent to our clients in this area regarding the upcoming snowfall, winter storm. And we began sending this type of report, as I said, 3 days prior. This was one of the last ones that was sent as the storm was getting underway in this area. So this was sent by my colleague, my partner Bill Guile, at 8 o'clock that Friday evening. And it's a detail of when the snow is going to start, when the first inch will be on the ground, the total snowfall, the duration of the storm, and what's going to happen after the storm, which is also critical for our clients to know how to clean it up and what kind of post-storm conditions as far as temperature and other things to consider. So that's the heading of the form. Then we get into this detailed 6-hour time block series. And of course that begins at 6 p.m. to midnight since this was issued at 8 p.m. And we talk about the weather conditions and how much, if any, snowfall.
Sir, I don't mean to interject, but just you recognize what's on that, and that is a forecast that you sent out, correct?
Yes. Well, our company sent out. My partner, Bill Guile, actually sent it.
And the last 2 sheets that you have before you, what are those?
These are images taken from one of those 3 sets I talked about, the the data set from NOAA, the National Operational Hydrologic Remote Sensing Center, and it's a image of snow depth or snow on the ground at 2 times on January 29th. The first time is 1 a.m. and the second time is 7 a.m. And it's a map of Greater Boston down to the South Shore into northwestern Rhode Island.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Almost introduce in a minute the next 3 exhibits.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
And again, Your Honor, may I return those to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Gilman, what is the difference between a forecast versus a report of actual conditions or weather measurables?
As defined, a forecast is your best estimate based on science and data available of how the future is going to play out in terms of weather, the amount of snowfall, the temperature, the observed data. And I often make the distinction between soup and sandwich. Weather and forecast always seem to go together, but there actually is weather, and that's separate from what the forecast is, and there's always some small distinction. Lately, we've been getting pretty good at getting accurate weather forecasting done, but it is the actual weather that's measured. How much snow is on the ground, how much snow fell, what the wind speed was during any given period, temperature, those kind of elements that actually occurred.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish to the jury on the screen a copy of the forecasting document?
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Thank you. And Mr. Gilman, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as the forecasting document that's now been marked as an exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could, directing the jury's attention from left to right as far as the columns go, if you could walk the jury through sort of what we're looking at in this particular aid.
Sure. So below the heading, I think I defined the heading just before, we have these 6-hour time periods. So the columns are the day, in this case today being Friday in this forecast, the weather, the amount in inches, that would be of snowfall, the temperature, that's the air temperature, and air temperature is taken 5 feet above the ground in a natural surrounding. The road temperature, also in Fahrenheit, and that is the surface ground temperature, which is very important to our clients. And then we have wind, both sustained and gusts. Below that, we have special notes to amplify our message. A lot of times people don't read everything, so we try to highlight what's important or add something that wouldn't be in one of those columns.
And as far as the air temperature is concerned, as far as it being recorded, does that incorporate wind chill into that temperature, or is that something else?
Wind chill is a calculated amount or figure of heat transfer based on how human beings react to temperature. So this is the actual temperature that would be measured on a thermometer.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. And again, on the bottom portion of this aid, again, if you could walk the jury through what we're looking for and what we're looking at, and specifically if you could draw their attention to the snow accumulation that's forecast in this.
Certainly. The same applies to the columns. Now we're into the tomorrow. So since this was issued at 8 p.m. on Friday, tomorrow is Saturday. And we're going through each 6-hour period and how much snowfall could be expected. You see it starts with 3 or 4 inches and then ramps up as we get later in the morning to as much as 6 to 10 inches of snow. And you can calculate what that hourly rate might be based on the 6-hour period. We give that type of range because it's scientifically accurate. People really want to know every minute, every hour, and that's just not something that modern science can do. So we give this period to be as accurate as possible while still being extremely precise. 7 to 9 inches during the afternoon period, and then it winds down to 2 to 3 inches toward midnight.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Mr. Gilman, the snow accumulation, how is that measured as far as the measurements that you get from each of these 3 sites? How is that measured at those sites?
At Blue Hill Observatory, there is often an observer, a trained observer, making measurements. The standard is to use what we call a snowboard. And if any of the members of the jury do weather observing or no weather observers, you might be familiar. It's just like a piece of plywood, something that doesn't radiate like pavement would or a house would. Just something that would allow the snowfall to accumulate in a natural way, and then that's cleaned off every 3 hours, and those amounts are added throughout the duration of the snowfall event. So that's the way the observers at the Blue Hill Observatory literally have been doing that since 1885. When you come to Logan Airport, you don't have an observer right there. There was back in the before the 70s, 80s, around that time period, before ASOS came into play. There were people that were in the weather office that would go out and make those measurements. Now they contract with an observer, and I'm not sure of the location right now or during this event in 2022. I believe it may be in Winthrop, but it's very nearby to Logan Airport, and this is a contracted observer that makes these measurements. At Norwood, there is no snowfall measurement made right at that location.
Now, you've used a term a couple times as far as heavy snow. What is, scientifically, what do you mean by heavy snow?
Heavy snow, again, can be defined in two ways. Either by the reduction in visibility or by the accumulation rate. So it's an intensity of snowfall. And in terms of visibility, it would be less than a quarter of a mile. So something like 3/8 of a mile. That's when you get into the heavy snowfall range. Intensity, in terms of the way it accumulates, might be more familiar to most of us since we don't know what that visibility might or might not be, but it's 1.5 inches an hour or more. It's not something that you want to be driving in, or very hazardous and big impact on a lot of our activity.
Now, what is the scientific definition of whiteout conditions?
I don't know if there's a scientific explanation, but it's a good term that is used quite a bit, and it would be heavy snowfall. Again, snowfall can reduce visibility to near zero, even below 3/8 of a mile. You may be getting 2 inches of accumulation, 3 inches per hour. When you have a very convective, energetic storm, like a thunder snow event, a lot of upward motion in the atmosphere, you could get 4, even 5 inches of snowfall per hour, and that certainly would be termed whiteout. I think it has a lot to do with the fact that we drive a lot these days, that people are familiar with limitations to being able to drive a car. And, if you're driving along, the windshields are going, wipers are going at maximum speed, and you just can't make out anything on the horizon or the car in front of you, you say, it's whiteout conditions. That's the way it's reported.
And did each of those, as far as heavy snow and whiteout conditions, occur in this storm?
Heavy snow definitely occurred in this storm. I've heard it referred to as whiteout conditions, and it's somewhat in the eye of the beholder, but I would say yes, whiteout conditions did occur.
Now, turning your attention, Mr. Gilman, now to the topic of visibility, can you describe to the jury what your understanding of that term is as it applies to what you do?
Well, visibility is just the reduction of how far you can see based on some weather element, as long as we're talking about weather. So haze can reduce visibility, fog, different types of precipitation, smoke can reduce visibility in the atmosphere. But in terms of snowfall, the heavier the intensity of the snowfall, the lower the visibility.
And so from a meteorological standpoint, how is that measured?
Well, it's measured in miles, or quarters of a mile, which is the standard here in the United States. And you sometimes see it in 1/8 of a mile, but generally with these automated systems, it would be 3/4 of a mile or 1/2 a mile, or as the snow intensity lightened up quite a bit, it may go up to 7 miles. I've seen snow falling at 10, even 11-mile visibility, which you'd hardly notice if you were out. That's not much of a reduction in visibility, but it can come all the way down to near zero.
Are you sure?
And what was the lowest, if you know, the lowest recorded measurement as far as visibility as it pertained to this storm?
I would base that on the Norwood Airport because it was, especially in this immediate area, and they do a good job of measuring visibility, and that came down to 1/4 of a mile at the airport. It certainly may have been lower than that at times, but was on the order of 1/4 to perhaps as low as 3/8 of a mile or 1/8 of a mile between observations.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to the topic of temperature. How is temperature measured in your analysis as far as the data that you have?
Temperature is measured with a thermometer, and there are different types. We depend heavily on electronic thermometers now. It measure the amount of heat in the air, and we get a reading, and we generally use that reading as the air temperature.
Now, what is the difference between air temperature and road temperature?
Again, air temperature, the standard is the temperature of the atmosphere 5 feet above the ground in a well-ventilated natural surroundings. Road temperature or ground temperature is actually at the surface, so it's out beyond the atmosphere, right at the surface of the ground.
And what kind of tools are used or utilized to measure road temperature?
There are basically two ways. One way would be to put some kind of sensing device, a probe, in the surface, just below the surface. And the other way would be to use infrared radiation. So you'd mount a sensor on a pole, and that infrared wavelength measurement would give you a road temperature or surface temperature.
Now, you mentioned earlier in your testimony that road temperature in particular is important to your clients. Why is that?
And I've so many times from our clients, you can forecast or expect an inch of snowfall or 3 inches of snowfall. If it's going to melt because the road temperature is 34 degrees or 35 degrees Fahrenheit, they don't really want to do anything. They don't want to put a lot of chemical down. They don't want to hire private contractors with plows. Whereas if it's going to accumulate, especially on the road surface, they need to be prepared. And there's so much demand now on having black pavement during winter storm events. There's so many automobiles on the roadways in this area that each of these municipalities is constantly under demand to make sure they do the best job they can. And in order to do that, they need to know what the road temperature is going to be or the ground temperature is going to be in order to best have snow and ice operations to meet those demands.
Now, is there a difference, or what is the difference in the changes to air temperature as opposed to the change in road temperature?
They're different substances, so they have a different pattern of temperature change. Air temperature changes much more quickly. And of course, when we're talking about temperature, we're talking about energy, the way the molecules in the atmosphere are moving. The faster they're moving, the higher the temperature, the more energy. So depending on what is causing that change in temperature, the atmosphere is going to react more slowly. The ground will react more slowly to the change. The atmosphere will react pretty quickly, or much faster.
Now, in your analysis here, what time frame again were you using, or were you measuring the temperature across?
Let
me ask you this way. You started on January 26th through the 29th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And why is it specifically with temperature that you started on the 26th as opposed to anything else?
I was asked to start at the 26th, and I said that's a good way to go because it establishes a period of seasonal freezing ground. It typically happens in this climate in the midwinter that our ground freezes. So if you look a few days before, you get a good sense if that was the case. I mean, there have been winters, there have been months of January in recent years that we've reached 60, even 70 degrees, and nothing is going to be frozen during that time. This was not the case in late January of 2022. It was an unusually cold period, and it was important to record that.
Now, can you describe to the jury or lay out for the jury the temperature readings throughout that period of time that you analyzed?
Yes. I'll start with the 26th and just go without going through more than just the day high and low. A high of 28, a low of 12. On the 27th, the high was 27 and the low was just 9 degrees Fahrenheit. On the 28th, Friday, the high temperature reached 36 and the low was 22. And then on Saturday, the 29th, the high temperature was 29 and the low was down to 15.
Now, sir, if I could ask you specifically within that time period, a specific time period of approximately 1:30 a.m. on the 29th through 5 a.m. on the 29th, what does the data demonstrate with respect to the air temperature during that period?
From 1:30 to 5:30
Yes, please.
on the 29th? All right, I'll consult this data from Norwood Airport if that's the way we should look at this. I would suggest to do that. And at 1:30, the temperature was 31. By 5:53 in the morning, it was down to 24 degrees.
During that time period, before that, is the temperature relatively stagnant during that time period of 1:30 to 5 a.m.?
Before that time?
During that time.
Oh, during the early part of the time, and again, this is right at Norwood Airport. It might have been a little bit colder in Canton. It certainly was colder at the Blue Hill Observatory, but I don't have a lot of that, so I'm using this.
Sure.
So based on this, it was pretty steady through around
I'm going
2
to
in the
repeat.
morning.
A
And then
chart would have been
because
nice.
of the nature of this
Between
type
1
of
and
storm,
2, this was the snow.
it's
3
deepening
and 4,
rapidly.
this
It's
was
low
the snow.
pressure
5 and 6,
offshore.
this was the
So
storm.
the wind tends to
At
back
6 o'clock, how
from
much
the
was on the ground? At
northeast
5 o'clock,
to the
how much was on the ground?
north-northeast to the north.
I mean, I don't know about
And
you,
that
but I'm
backing
starting
wind
to
starts to
nod
draw
off.
our air
I'm going
rather
to be
than from
drinking my coffee in my
the Gulf
Justice
of Maine, the
TV
Atlantic
cup, of
Ocean, the
course, to be
harbor,
awake.
more from
But
northern New England
but
and
unless
Quebec.
he
So
gets
that's a
to him,
tendency of all of these
he's an
winter
honest
storms to
witness. He's
tend to
not going to
get
make up
colder as the
things
storm
unless he's going
intensifies.
to make him a
And that's
defense
what we see
witness. And I
starting to
know what's
happen
coming.
as you
I'm
get
going to
toward
surprise you, so
2:30
you'll
in the
see.
morning,
You'll
and
hear it from
especially
him.
4:30, it's down to 28, 26, and then down to 24 degrees just before 6 in the morning.
And that temperature sort of fluctuation or lack thereof, is that consistent with what you would expect in this type of storm?
It's exactly what I would expect, and this is a classic winter nor'easter, and that temperature drop is part of that.
And lastly, sir, if I could just take you back to the road temperature you were talking
They have
about
job
before.
security, Karen Laughlin. You're
How
absolutely
would you
right. I always say
describe
they can be
the
wrong 100% of the time, and they still have
temperature
job security.
readings
That's my
generally
next.
from 26th through
If
the
I ever
29th
get
as far as what
reincarnated, I'm
type
going
of
to be a
temperatures
weather person.
were recorded during that time frame that you just testified about?
As I said, it's the coldest time of the year anyway, in late January, here in the Boston area around Canton, midwinter. And this particular year, 2022, it was colder than normal. So road temperatures were dropping much of the time. They may have come up a little bit during the course of the day, thanks to sunshine during the 26th and 27th. A little moderation in the temperature on the 28th, but for the most part, there was a frost in the ground, the soil was frozen, and the temperature was unusually cold at the middle of winter.
And what impact would that have on the hardness of the ground over that time period?
Well, again, the ground was frozen, the soil was frozen, and the surface of the ground was frozen. And it would have made the ground impenetrable, that hard, you know, as hard as too difficult. You wouldn't be able to dig in the ground.
Thank you very much, sir. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Lessie?
We can't wait. We can't wait. Oh, we can't wait. You don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows, but we do need Robert Alessi. Can't wait.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Show Mr. Lally, please.
With regard to Mr. Lally and myself, we have agreed I'd like to address the court with a stipulation, and with regard to the document we stipulated into evidence, to expedite matters.
Yes, Your Honor, may we approach this very briefly?
Okay.
Okay. May we approach on a stipulation that we just agreed into evidence? Okay, it's probably going to be the chart that I've asked. I said that he should have been showing when the witness is testifying. and some of the other stipulation, I think we heard it once before, but I can't quite remember what they were gonna stipulate to. Uh, the ground is frozen. Okay, so the ground is frozen. The top of the ground may be frozen. Although he didn't take any samples and core samples or whatever. But usually we know that we're not planting our tulip bulbs in January up in the Northeast. Okay. Let's see. But the ground also could, if the snow could also make, if you fall on it, could also be, something that shields you from hitting the ground. Because remember, the Commonwealth's theory here is that she hit him with the car, he fell backwards, and he probably hit the ground and fractured his skull in the back. That's John O'Keefe with a 2 inches fracture in the back and causing a contracute brain injury that then, along with the hypothermia, caused to death. That's the Commonwealth's theory, even though their medical examiner, even though their neuropathologist, medical examiner, even though the FBI medical examiner, and even though ARCA mechanical engineer and also the accident reconstructionist said the car didn't hit him, causing him to fall on the ground and hit his head. But let's listen to Robert Alessi again. Oh, we can't wait.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gilman, and congratulations on your career up to this point.
Thank you. Good
I had
afternoon, almost.
Pardon me?
Good afternoon, almost.
I have some questions for you, if I could, please. You covered a bunch of topics on your direct examination, and I wanted to confirm some of them. As a meteorologist, you indicated that you look at a variety of areas under the larger umbrella of weather, correct?
Correct.
And one of those areas is snow accumulation.
Correct.
Another area is visibility, correct?
Correct.
Do you have a general understanding about what this case is about? Let me ask it this way. As regards weather conditions, are you familiar with an address of 34 Fairview Road in Canton, New York?
Yes.
And have you ever been to 34 Fairview, Canton, New York?
Not New York. This is
I'm
we're in
sorry.
Massachusetts.
He means Massachusetts.
Yes. I've been in many parts of Canton. I don't believe I've ever been to 34 Fairview.
Are you generally familiar with that area?
Yes.
And you've mentioned the Norwood Airport on your direct testimony, correct?
Yes.
And is the general area of Fairview, is that in close proximity to the Norwood Airport?
I mentioned it's a mile away.
Right, so it's fairly close, right?
A mile.
Right, so you would expect that the readings you talked about on your direct examination would have a direct bearing and relevance to the 34 Fairview Road in Canton, is that correct?
Yes. Relevance, yes.
Yes. So what I would like to do is to draw your attention to the exhibit that was just marked, if Your Honor, we have that. May I approach, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Gilman, this is Exhibit 64. If I could hand that to you, please.
Thank you.
And you can keep that in front of you. If we could publish. Excuse me, Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Thank you. If you could enlarge, just, no, not the whole thing, just the chart up above, and make that as large as you could for the jury, please. That is very good, thank you. You see where we are, and Mr. Goodman, you can either look on the screen or look on the document, whichever is best for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So let's start with the top, which is estimated hourly snowfall ending at. This is for January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
We finally see the chart I've been asking to
What does not
see.
appear on this chart, but I want to make sure I can get this as accurate as possible. would it be appropriate to, before 1 a.m., to add a 0.2 for what you mentioned on direct for midnight? You mentioned there was a little bit starting, and there was a 0.2. Is that correct? Did I hear that correct?
If you want to get the total for the snowfall event, yes.
Okay, so we'll just have, if you will, an imaginary 0.2 up at the top. And what I'm going to do, sir, is I'm going to go through the hourly snowfall, because there are times that you have on your chart that are relevant in this matter. So let's start with, and just do it chronologically by time. And what I'm going to ask you to do is to do a little bit of math as we go through. If you need a calculator, I think it's going to be fairly straightforward math for someone with your skills, but take your time when we get through it. So we start at midnight, and you mentioned the concept of visibility on your direct examination, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you said on your direct examination that at midnight there was, quote, very little snow precipitation. Is that correct?
I believe I said there was very little snow on the ground.
Very little snow on the ground, and I think you used the phrase track a cat?
Enough to track a cat, exactly.
Right. So enough to track a cat, but a fairly small amount, correct?
I don't know how to define it any better than enough to track a cat.
Very good, sir. I'll go with track a cat.
That's the smallest amount as you can get. And again, that would be on a natural surface, not necessarily on pavement.
Right. And what would the variation be, if at all, on pavement?
Oh, a lot of factors would come into play. Most importantly, since this was a forecasted storm event, the town may have pre-treated the road. That lowers the freezing point of the precipitation. So it would, even if it was 25 degrees, it might be melting on the road.
So in terms of the factor you just talked about, for example, pre-treatment, that could cause the accumulation, the numbers here to be lower than what we're seeing on the chart, correct?
Definitely, correct.
But there's not a scenario where it could be higher, is it, at this point?
Well, there are places, especially with this kind of wind and dry, fluffy snow, that you would have drifting.
Right, but with just 0.2 inches on the ground, would you expect drifting?
No,
Okay.
absolutely not.
Right,
Not unless I was a very small animal.
I was going to say, tracking a cat wouldn't
Yeah.
seem to work very well if you've only
No.
got a drifting with 0.2.
I thought you were asking about the larger numbers.
No, sir, good point. What I'd like to do is to just concentrate on the beginning here and midnight and 1 a.m., and then we'll progress down through, okay? I want to snapshot it, if you will, starting at the very beginning. So we then move to 1 a.m., which is 0.3 inches, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you add, and it seems like to be most accurate, to each number here, we would add a 0.2 to get the total, correct?
Correct.
So if we go to 1 a.m. on January 29, 2022, we've only got 0.5 inches of snow per this chart, correct?
Total so far, yes.
And that could, on the road, that could be less because of municipal pre-treatment. If they pre-treated for the storm, they could have put some chemicals down that would have caused a melt and therefore less. That's a possibility.
That's one factor. Another factor would just be the road may be warmer for a number of reasons.
So that could be another reason why it might be less, another factor.
Absolutely.
Okay, so now let's go to, I want to go between 1 and 2 a.m. Let's assume a time of 1:45 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Is it correct that the accumulation would be less than 0.8 inches at that point, according to your chart?
By 2 a.m., it would be less than 0.8, yes.
Therefore, correct.
Therefore, by 1:45, it would be less than 0.8, yes.
Right, so-
Or equal to, if yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you,
Less
sir.
than or equal to.
Right, so you used 2 a.m., right, which would mean that it was 0.8, correct?
Correct.
And then if you work back 15 minutes at 1:45 a.m., it would be less than 0.8, correct?
If it was still snowing in those 15 minutes.
Right.
yes.
So, but I just want to focus on the number.
Yeah.
At 1:45 a.m., it's less than 0.0 inches, correct?
It's less than
Wait.
0.8 inches.
Yes,
Okay.
right, all right.
You're saying it's
So-
snowing the whole time.
And that is, to state it another way, is it correct to say it's just 0.8 of an inch? Is that correct?
0.8 is 0.8 of an inch. yes.
Another way to say it. So in terms of the time now, and this may get a little more complicated, sir, but if you take just the time between 1 a.m. and 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. So you've got 0.8. You would have under at 1:45. Is it correct you would have only 0.35 inches accumulated of the 0.8? You follow my math, sir?
I'm not sure what I follow in that sentence. Did you ask me how much snow fell between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
That's another way of asking the
Okay,
question.
between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m., 0.3 of an inch is the estimated snowfall.
Right, very well. And so what I'd like to do now is to move down the chart to 3 a.m. How much snow has fallen or accumulated between 12 a.m. and 3 a.m.?
It would be 1 inch.
Right, and is an inch, and you're in the measurement business, about the size of a thumbnail?
Yeah, I actually use the knuckle on my thumb to the end of my thumb as an inch.
Right, so from the knuckle of one's thumb to the end of the thumb is 1 inch. Right. And under your terminology on direct, you had used the term very little. Would you consider from the knuckle to the top of the thumb very little snow?
It definitely would require a comparison. 1 inch of snow has caused tremendous problems for people.
Right.
So I would not
Wait.
call it, just by the fact of 1 inch of snowfall, I would never say it's very little.
No, sir, I'm sorry, maybe my question wasn't clear. I'm not talking
No,
about
maybe
effects
he's
of
trying to
1
now
inch.
become a
I'm just
prosecutor.
talking a measurement of 1 inch. On a measurement scale, would you still consider that your phrase, track a cat, or would you be out of the track a cat?
We'd be out
thing?
of the track a
All right,
cat stage.
Got it. So, but again, the 1 inch being from the knuckle to the top of the thumb.
Yes.
Let's now go all the way down to about another time is 3:30 a.m., which we're going to focus on now, 3:30 a.m. How much snow had accumulated by 3:30 a.m.?
Well, we're going to have that inch we just talked about at length, and we're going to add the 0.2 from the previous day, the last few hours of the 28th, so we have 1.2. Now we're going to add another half an inch by 4 a.m., so somewhere less than 1.7 inches, less than or equal to.
Wouldn't the number at 3:30 be 0.85 inches?
You're including the snowfall from the previous day, the 0.2 of an inch?
Yes.
No.
What would it be?
As I said, there's 1.2 inches up to 3 a.m., and then we're adding some amount before 4 a.m. Unknown how that was distributed within that hour, but something like 1.7 equal or less than total.
How about the accumulation between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m.? How much accumulation for that time period?
Between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. So we have 0.3 of an inch up to 2 and another 0.4 of an inch, to a total of 0.7.
So between 1 and 3 a.m., there's only an accumulation of 0.7, correct?
Correct.
Inches.
Correct.
You had spoken a lot on your direct testimony about the magnitude of the storm, a variety of other measurements. But what I wanted to draw really a line at 6 a.m., which you said was an accumulation of 3.9. What I want to do is to now move on to from 7 a.m. on January 29th until noontime. And you can check my math, sir, but I get 12.5 inches total as of noon on January 29th.
I can do the arithmetic if it sounds about right. 8.6 inches fell up until noon, starting at 6 in that time period, which is about the amount we forecast. And did you ask about the total going back to the night before? Or?
Yeah, the total starting at midnight.
Starting at midnight.
Right, going until noon, so it's a 12-hour period of the same day, January 29th.
My quick calculation is 12.3 inches.
Right, and then you'd add the 0.2 from midnight?
Previous to midnight, yes.
Right, so 12.3 is what shows with all those numbers, but then you have to add the 0.2 from midnight, which would get you to 12.5, correct?
Exactly, yep.
Good. So just to summarize the first column there, all the way down from 1 a.m. to 12 p.m., at 6 a.m. we've got 3.9 inches, and then moving down to 12 p.m. we're at 12.5 inches, correct?
I believe so.
Sir, tell me when you're
Yes, yes.
So we're in alignment with those two numbers, 3.9 inches as of 6 a.m., 12.5 inches as of 12 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry if I wasn't sure if you wanted me to do all the arithmetic again, but I did do that, and yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. I appreciate you doing that. You talked about the concept of visibility on your direct examination. In terms of visibility, did I hear you correctly that there's a correlation between the amount of snow coming down and visibility?
The intensity of the snowfall, so the amount over time and visibility, right?
Right. So the intensity or amount over time. How would you describe visibility from 12 midnight or 12 a.m. on January 29th until 1 a.m., that 1 hour period? How would you describe visibility?
I really don't know exactly. I can look at the report from Norwood Airport. They measure the visibility.
Could you do that, sir? Would that be easy enough for you to do?
Do you need a light, Mr. Gilman? Do you need lights on?
If we're going to do more than one, I would, but let's see if I can. Thank you, Your Honor.
So the crux of what people could
We were asked about
see,
1 a.m.
he's leading him to something the
visibility at 1
prosecution
a.m.
didn't have him
Visibility
testify
reported
to.
at 1 a.m. was 1.2 miles in light snow.
And what does that mean, a visibility of 1.2 miles?
1.25 miles, 1.25 miles. It means that anything that was more than 1.25 miles away from the observer would be hidden by the snowfall. You wouldn't be able to see it.
And what does it mean if it were, the visibility was less than 1.25 miles?
And as the visibility lowers, you can, your ability to see objects in the distance is reduced.
So assume, sir, that somebody is 30 feet away from an object they want to see, and the visibility is 1.25 miles. Would they be able to see that object based upon your experience with visibility and your your career in that area?
All other things being equal, yes.
Right. So would it be fair to say visibility would be good for 30 feet if it's a 1.25 mile and beyond?
Can you answer that, Mr. Gilman?
Can I further explain to the jury?
Wait a
about
second.
visibility?
Wait.
Um,
You can see 1.2 miles. I can see
a term
1.2
like
miles even
good
without the snow.
for visibility would generally apply more toward 8 miles, 10 miles is good visibility. So it's hard to say that anything under 3 miles. For instance, we go from calling visibility reduction in haze to fog. Once it's really the same atmospheric phenomenon, but once you get below 3 miles, we call it fog or dense fog. So
Wait.
anything below that,
30 feet
when you
with a
reduce
1.2
visibility
mile
by
visibility.
fog, haze, snow
What are we
below 3
talking
miles,
about,
it's hard to call
sir?
it good visibility.
But if something is at 1.25 miles, there's visibility, correct?
Of 1.25 miles, yes.
There is
And again, if I could explain for the jury, a lot of this is developed for aviation.
Right.
And if you're a pilot or you think about what a pilot needs to go through, that's where these terms come from.
I understand, sir.
Pilot
but
can see 1.2
you,
miles,
are
30
in the
feet
weather
on a front
forecasting
lawn.
business, correct?
I sure am, yes.
And you, and weathercasters, we all here on TV talk about visibility on their forecast, correct?
Correct.
And they're not talking just to pilots, right? They're talking to people who are going to drive, people who are going to walk, is that correct?
And it is a challenge to communicate that, yes.
But sir, my question is, when someone, a weathercaster, weather person is talking about visibility, the main target audience are for people who are going to be driving or walking, correct? There's not pilots that they're giving.
Well,
that
I don't know, but I would never expect, and I do broadcast meteorology, a broadcast meteorologist to say visibility was good if it was less than 1.5 miles.
Yeah, sir, I appreciate that, but my question's not, I've left whether it's good or not. I'm talking about the purpose of weathercasters speaking about visibility.
Yes.
You had indicated in your earlier answer you had tethered it to pilots, but there's also an application of the visibility concept for the rest of us in the world who drive and walk, correct?
Yes,
Isn't it useful for that?
Absolutely. I'm trying to answer your question about whether the visibility was good.
Right, but but I'm not asking that question anymore. My question is just,
I only know what you asked me.
All right. I'll try it a different way. Visibility is a concept that is used by weathercasters to assist people who are going to be walking or driving. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. So now let's go on to the concept of temperature. You mentioned the concept of wind chill on your direct examination. You recall that, sir?
I was asked about it, yes.
Yes. Does
Before we go,
wind
all we
chill
want to know is,
have
can you
a
see 30
relationship to
feet
temperature, and if so,
in
what is it?
visibility when the snow wasn't really coming
It
down?
does have
Of
a
course you can
relationship
see
to
30
temperature.
feet.
It's a complex function that was developed by the U.S. Air Force in the 50s to help produce cold weather gear. And it was determined that wind had a major impact on our military in terms of what type of gear they needed, in addition to how low the temperature was. So it's a measurement of temperature to begin with, and then there's a complex function applied based on the wind speed to come up with how that air temperature, how that air is going to impact the human body.
So is it fair to say that if you have a temperature, and what I wanted to do is to go to the temperatures that you gave on your direct examination, is it accurate to state that, for example, on January 29th, I believe I heard you say there was a high of 29 and a low of 15, is that correct, sir?
Yes, that was my report based on all those 3 locations, yes.
And you had also testified about wind speed and wind gusts as well. And can you state, if you have it in your notes?
I do, yes. It was in the report, yep.
Yep, and what was the wind speed? Average and then high gusts?
Sure. 23 miles an hour with frequent gusts of 47 miles an hour.
So what does your number 23, how does that affect temperatures of 29 and 15?
It makes that air feel much colder. So that air, that 20-degree air, did you say 20 and
29, sir, and 15 were the numbers you had given?
Just go on your weather bug.
Yeah.
So it
61 in New York.
that air
Feels like
temperature
61 in New York.
feel colder, and it allows
If there was
that
windshield,
air
it'd feel
to
colder.
take heat
Just
out
go
of
on your weather
body
bug. Go on
more
your app. It'll tell
efficiently
you.
and more
We all
rapidly.
know this.
So it feels much colder, and we can calculate roughly how it would feel if there was no wind at all.
And sir, thank you. You've gotten right to my next point, and I only have a few more questions left for you. So if you have the highest temperature on the 29th of 29, January 29, 2022, do you know what the wind chill factor would do in terms of a calculation number to bring that 29 number down? Do you know what that number would result in applying the most conservative wind speed of 23?
I wasn't asked to calculate that, no.
Would it be less than 0? Just an estimate.
Based on the 29 temperature?
Based on the 29.
No,
Would it be
I don't believe so.
Would it be in the teens?
Yes.
So the 29 would be in the teens. And then for the low of 15, approximately what number might that get down to?
Again, depending on the wind, if you looked at 5 miles an hour, again, it wasn't that wind all day, and that 15-degree might not have been corresponding to any wind at all.
Just using your average that you used on direct of 23.
The average wind, again, made it feel much colder, bitterly
He's
cold.
asking how much colder.
Extremely cold when you were out in the highest wind at the lowest temperature. So it may have felt like 0 to even 10 below 0 at the lowest temperature and the highest wind gusts.
So if I got that correct, so 15 was the lowest temperature you gave in direct on January 29th, and you state that it would be, with the wind chill using about an average of 23, would be 0 or maybe minus 10. Is that the number correct?
Again, I'm just guessing. I didn't do the calculation. I wasn't asked to do the
Fair enough.
calculation. But based on my experience of reporting in this area for 45 years, I basically get the idea of what it's like when the temperature is that low and the wind is that high. Yeah.
Right, and if we could please have the chart published back up, please. You can keep the lights on, you just make it larger. I want to make sure Mr. Gilman has some facile with his notes. Okay, so is it correct to say that if the total accumulation for the storm was 23.8 inches, that the vast majority of that accumulation came well after 6 a.m.
Yes.
And as of 6 a.m., we've only got 3.9 inches compared to what the storm ended up at about 23.8. And then importantly, from midnight on January 29th until 3 a.m., we've got just 1.2 inches, correct?
Exactly.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Please bear with me a moment, Mr. Gilman.
So, visibility, you could see 30 feet. Only 1.2 inches from midnight to 1 a.m., or to 2 p.m., I think he said, and then until 6 p.m., only 3.9
Thank you for answering my
inches.
questions, Mr.
Be
Gilman.
very
You're welcome.
easy if
Anything
you were
else,
the
Mr.
police
Lally?
to see things,
Okay.
right? And a snowplow driver, too.
Mr. Gilman, you were asked about the snowfall between 12 a.m. and 1 a.m. How much snow again was there during that time frame?
During that time frame, about 3/10 of an inch.
And during that time frame was probably the least amount of snow that was on the ground during the course of the storm, correct?
During that hour or two previous, there was really, in fact, I have this.
So therefore, if you were going in and
chart
out
I
of
showed, the
34th
graph,
Fairview
the
with a lot of
map,
people,
It just showed
John
a
O'Keefe's
trace of
body
zero. There
wasn't
was less
being
than an
covered
inch on the
by
ground.
snow.
And we measure snow on the ground in whole numbers, so it would either be 1 inch or 0.
And so that would be during what you've characterized as the track-a-cat stage, correct?
Yes.
And so it's during that track-a-cat stage that there's the least amount of snow between the frozen ground and anything that may come down on top of it, correct?
Yes.
Now, quickly as it applies to visibility. When you were asked about visibility in 30 feet, you said all other things being equal. What are some of the things that would make it unequal?
A car in front of you, a building in front of you, a person, anything other than weather, and there are other types of weather that can lower the visibility besides snowfall, including fog.
So darkness, as far as nightfall versus daytime, that would have a negative impact on your visibility?
Sustained.
What about lighting? How would
Lighting?
lighting impact the visibility of an object?
I really can't say that lighting, obviously, you need some light to see anything. That's really all I could say.
And lastly, sir, as far as wind chill is concerned, again, could you explain to the jury exactly what is wind chill? What is it measuring?
Again, it was developed for the military in the 50s to help design. It was actually done here at the Natick Labs here in Massachusetts to help design cold weather gear, because prior to that time, during World War II, the Korean War, unfortunately, especially Air Force aviators were suffering. They had clothing that might have been adequate for the temperature, but because of the wind, they suffered frostbite and other ill effects. And so research was done, and the result of that was a wind chill temperature, the way it would feel to the human body based on the wind on a certain temperature.
And
So when you go to Antarctica,
wind chill is
they give you
measuring the
a big
impact of
coat
how
that's got a
person
special wind chill factor
experiences the
coat
air
that you wouldn't
temperature.
wear
Correct.
walking
Exactly.
around in New York City at 60
I have
miles,
nothing
60
further.
degree
Thanks.
weather.
Anything, Mr. Leslie?
No further questions, Your
All
Honor.
right, Mr. Gilman, you are all set, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Whew. Need a break after that witness. He was so impeccable, wasn't he? He was such a help to the defense because
I
Alessi
relinquish them to this nice young lady.
has shown through the chart that anyone coming into that house would be able to see John O'Keefe if he were lying on the snow having been hit by Karen Reed. This was a home run hit cross-examination witness actually
Thank
for
you. The
the
Commonwealth
defense.
recalls Nick
All right,
Guarino.
Lisa Liu,
Your Honor,
7,
I'll
thank you for
inform
that
this will be the
donation. What
last
about the amount of
recall from
snow
Mr.
between
Guarino.
OJO if he were fell at 12:30 compared to the video of the snowblower? No one actually took pictures of what the ground looked like really under him, did they? Did they? We don't have that. Wouldn't that have been helpful? Wouldn't that have been nice? Okay. That we kind of, what is it? Not even a half inch of snow if he had fallen then. But we don't have those pictures because they weren't taken.
Again, if you need to stand it anything.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. May I proceed?
Yes.
Remember, this
afternoon.
is
Good afternoon, sir.
Guarino now. He's the
Last
one who
time
didn't
you
find
appeared, there were a
all
number
the
of
text
extraction
messages, by the way, in the
reports that
Birchmark
we
case.
introduced into evidence. Do you remember that?
And
Yes,
he
I do.
didn't find the
And just
deleted
remind us
text
briefly what
in
an
this
extraction
case on
report
Jen
is.
McCain.
It's the
So
information from
just
the
as
cell
you get some
phones
indication
that I
from
pull up
him,
via cell.
that's who
Right, so
he
I'm just
is.
gonna ask
He
that,
finds nothing.
This witness identify himself.
My
And I
apologies, Your Honor. Could
assume
you
that's what
please
the
again introduce
Birchmore
yourself to the jury, spell
motion
your
was
last
about
name for the
because the
record?
defense may have wanted to ask him about
Trooper
his
Nicholas Guarino,
inadequacies there.
Guarino.
You would explain what an extraction report is.
Yes, it's the information in the cell phones. We can create PDFs or portable cases from information, whatever is specified.
An extraction report, can it be general or more narrow?
Yes, it can be.
I want to introduce a few more extraction reports that we didn't get to last time.
Okay.
In this case, did you use Mr. O'Keefe's phone to create an extraction report that included all of his calls from the 28th and the 29th of January 2022?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And your document, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's John O'Keefe's call logs from everyone from the 29th to the 28th. Right.
I move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. 65.
Did you create an extraction report that included a text message between the defendant and Jennifer McCabe?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And in your document, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, it's the text chain from the defendant to Jen McCabe.
I move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
66.
One moment. Thank you. With the court's permission, could Mr. Guarino read this to the jury?
Okay.
I think I heard, but let's see.
Could you kindly read that and explain it to the jury?
With all the information on it.
Yes.
This is from the defendant to Jen McCabe, 7:26:52 a.m. on the 29th. It says, can you send me Kerry's number?
Thank you. Did you further create an extraction?
Yes.
Okay, there's a moment, I couldn't tell, was that Robert Alessi asking for a moment to look at the extraction report? there that he created
Can you
of
read
John
that
O'Keefe's
again?
phone. Here we go.
Do you see who that's from? And who it's to?
I'm sorry, missed it. It's from Jen McCabe to the defendant.
And what does it say?
Can you send me Carrie's number?
What time and date?
That is at 7:26:52 a.m. on April 29th, 2022.
Thank you. Did you do a further extraction report from John O'Keefe's phone with text messages between him and a person named Kaylee?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
You recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the text chain between John O'Keefe and Kaylee.
The date?
It goes, sorry, it's kind of faded. January 28th, 2022 to January 29th, 2022.
Thank you. I move this into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibit 67.
Okay, Trooper Guarino, we're done with extraction reports.
Okay.
Did you have an opportunity to obtain phone messages, phone calls, and text messages between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe?
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Guarino, did you have an opportunity to obtain phone calls, voice messages, and text messages from the defendant to Mr. O'Keefe's phone on the evening of January 29th, 2022?
Yes, I was.
Where did you get the phone call records from?
From John O'Keefe's phone.
Where did you get the voicemails from?
Also from John O'Keefe's phone.
Where did you get the text messages from?
From John O'Keefe's phone.
Did you have an opportunity to take those phone calls, the voice messages, and the text messages and put them in a chronological order?
Yes, I did.
Did you include all of the phone calls, all the text messages, and all of the voicemails?
Between John O'Keefe and the defendant, yes.
Did you create a PowerPoint to put them in a chronological order?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show Mr. Alessi.
Sorry. Showing you a binder, sir. Could you open it up? Tell us what this is.
Yes, this is the phone calls and text messages between the defendant and John O'Keefe, as well as the voicemails. Well,
Is there a package in the front of that binder?
yes, there is.
And what is that package?
It says defendant's voicemails and on 1/29/2022. The USB thumb drive that should have those files on.
Your Honor, I move this binder as the next exhibit. It would include both the PowerPoint presentation as well as a clip of the phone calls.
No objection, Your Honor.
Should, yes. Do you need the thumb drives?
I don't.
Okay.
Mark this, please.
Exhibit 68.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Alessi is just so
With the court's
cute,
permission, I would
the way
ask that
he says, no objection,
take
Your
us
Honor.
through the
I was
PowerPoint
worried about him
presentation.
being jury
Yes,
friendly,
thank you.
but he really is very, very jury friendly. Okay, let's listen.
Is it okay to begin? Okay.
Please.
So this is the phone calls on the 29th. So at 12:35 a.m., the defendant calls John That phone call is not answered. 12:34:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:34:38 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:35:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 12:35:35, the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:36:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered.
Trooper Guarino, let me stop you there for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Did you look into any internet connection between the defendant's phone and the router and the internet connection at Meadows Ave, John O'Keefe's home that night?
Yes, at 12:36:39 a.m., the defendant's phone auto connects to the Wi-Fi Hatsfam 123.
Are you familiar with the router at Mr. O'Keefe's home?
I have not done a look at it in person, but that's the known network that's listed under it. There's two, Hatsfam 123 and O'Keefe 74.
Did
Two
you
names.
learn the range that a connection must be in order to connect to his router?
Yes, so depending on the router, it's either a 2.4 gigahertz or 5 gigahertz radio band or signal band, I should say. Depending on which one it's connecting to, which band, it's either 150-foot indoor range or up to 300 feet outdoor. So again, when you pull into your home, sometimes you can still be connected to your home Wi-Fi in the driveway.
And again, can you give us the time of the connection between the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's router at Meadows Ave that night?
Yes, 12:36:39 a.m.
Please continue.
At 12:36:40 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 12:37:08 a.m., the defendant calls John, and voicemail number 1 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman, would you kindly play the voicemail for 12:37:08?
At 12:38:26 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:39:03 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:39:37 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:40:43 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 12:41:35 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 2 is left. Some beeping noises, appears to be a butt dial or accidental call.
Ms. Gilman, could you play the voice message at 12:41:35?
The defendant then texts John O'Keefe at 12:55:31 a.m. on the 29th, "I'm going home." The defendant texts John O'Keefe, "See you later," at 12:55:50 a.m. on the 29th. At 12:58:19 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:58:47 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:59:24 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 3 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman?
John, I'm here with your fucking kids. Nobody knows what the fuck you are, you fucking pervert.
At 1 a.m. and 26 seconds, the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 1 a.m. 49 seconds, the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 4 is left. It's 1 second call, no sound.
Ms. Gilman?
That was it. The defendant texts John O'Keefe, "Your kids are cucking alone," at 1:02 a.m. on the 29th. Defendant texts John O'Keefe, "I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone," 1:04:14 a.m. on the 29th. At 1:10:17 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 5 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman?
Yeah, it's 1 in the morning. I'm with your fucking niece and nephew. You fucking pervert. You're a fucking pervert.
At 1:10:44 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 1:12:18 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:12:46 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:13:13 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. Sorry. At 1:14:11 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:14:44 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 1:16:10 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 1:16:38 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. At 1:17:37 a.m., the defendant calls John. So when voicemail 6 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman?
John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit your niece. I need to go home. You are fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. Kim's sleeping next to me. You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself.
At 1:18:38 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. At 4:38:14 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:38:49 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:39:39 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:40:05 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:42:05 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:42:54 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:45:10 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:04:27 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:21:28 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:21:58 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:23:26 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 7 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman?
John, I just want to cry you.
At 5:24:27 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:25:28 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:26:14 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:28:16 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:28:43 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:29:21 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:29:46 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:30:15 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:30:52 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:31:21 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:36:29 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 6:03:02 a.m., the defendant calls John, and voicemail number 8 is left with some voice and noise and background.
Ms. Gilman, could you play that, please?
Yes, I need someone to for you. 34 beautiful Vietnam living in Capitol now. Yeah. Okay.
We have the lights on, please. I have no further questions.
All right. Mr. Alessi, does this seem like a good time to take the luncheon recess?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so folks, we will take a 45-minute luncheon recess.
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks and follow me.
Goodbye.
Muted. Sorry about that. My thoughts on this. It didn't impact me like it did the first trial because I'm hearing now with Guarina, the way Hank's presenting it, that she was ghosted that day by John O'Keefe, right? I shouldn't be muted now. I should be on. You can't hear me still? Okay, then I'm going to need help from Missy because, or I'm going to take my AirPod off. If I just use my computer, can you hear that? Okay, can you hear that? Okay. All right, so let's do it with just my computer, and then when Michael Bryant gets on, I'll put my IFB in. She was being his kids, being the caretaker. She thinks he's out with somebody else or having a good time, just swinging around. And she's upset. That's what I'm getting that out of that. And of course, she's been drinking, but she's getting upset. Okay, Steffi says now the sound is weird. Missy says now the sound is weird. So let's go. That sound better now? Okay, because I'm putting the AirPods back on, right? You got them? Now you can't hear me again. So I'm not sure what is going on. But Missy says it's perfect. Okay. So she's upset. I mean, that's what I'm getting. She's upset. She doesn't sound like somebody who just murdered somebody. She's calling him. She's calling him. She called him. She calls him a fucking pervert. Okay. She's a kind of a little bit, she obviously a lot annoyed. They were out drinking and all of a sudden she thinks that he's now with somebody else. And that, he got out of the car. He ran to go into the house. And now she's now taking him from, she's now angry about that. I didn't hear anything say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. I didn't hear any confession like that. It sounds to me that indeed this is somebody who was pissed off that he had been ghosting her this afternoon and now believes he's ghosting again. The prosecution, of course, is going to argue that he was dead all of that time, right? He's going to be dead from the time from that first 12 and I missed the exact time that Hank has on the range of 12:33, I think was his first call. And he's up to something with this router issue. Now, I have a router in all the places I am. And then but I have the Wi-Fi attached to an Eero and it's got a great extension. So I think what he's going to try to say is that somehow her phone was connected, right? That her phone was somehow connected uh, to I'm thinking Hank Brennan's mind, to John's Wi-Fi being farther out, that the router was and the Wi-Fi was further out, so she connected before she actually got back to the house, giving it a small, letting them fit in the hit and her connecting to John's Wi-Fi in that smaller period of time. That's what I think Hank Brennan's going. So he's going to say she connected to John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi a lot further away. She wasn't at the house. She was a lot further, away, and therefore she was only maybe 2 minutes from 34 Fairview, and therefore it was plenty of time to fit into the prosecution timeline. That's where he's going, but it's a pretty tight timeline. By the way, who's following all the motions for us too. Are they going to have a psychologist testify like in the Amber Heard case? I don't think so. I don't think I saw that on any of the witness list, a psychologist. So there's where Hank's going. Okay. That in my opinion, I'm just giving you the best opinion because I can kind of read him like a book now that we've been watching him try this case. All right. But in terms of her state of mind, look, the women on the jury, I think are going to feel for. I mean, I felt for her there because I felt that your fucking kids are alone. You're leaving your children to go party. She's pissed off. Yeah, well, she should be, but she's not pissed off in the sense of she just going to kill him for that, or she's murdered him for that. That's to me, that's just bullshit. Anyhow, I can't wait to see what Alessi's going to do, and our own Michael Bryant's on here to answer your questions through the lunch hour, and then at 2 o'clock I'll let you know that I'm going to leave you until 6, and Michael Bryant will take over. But I'll have my AirPods on, listening to the trial as much I can as to where I'm going. Anyhow, Michael Bryant. All right, what do you think about my theory? When Hank Router starts asking about do you know what the range of the router is at John O'Keefe's house, to say that she hooked in and was making those calls before she actually got to his house, therefore lessening that timeline and trying to fit it in.
Okay, I'm trying to let me try and sort through that question. When I was listening to the testimony and the reinforcement that her phone had in fact connected to the Wi-Fi at One Meadows at 12:36 and change, I'm trying to figure out how is this in any way ever going to be good for the prosecution, ever, because this reinforces what we already know about those connections and this very tight timeline within which the prosecution is suggesting she got to the home at 34 Fairview, dropped John off at least long enough to run into him with her car, then leave, and then arrive at Meadows. I don't have a scenario in which that helps the prosecution, so I'm dying to hear yours if in fact it does.
No, I don't know if it helps. I think where Hank is going is that she is connected halfway through, or she's connected since it's only how many. When you drove that, how far away was it in terms of miles? 5 miles? Or was it less?
The actual street miles, it's probably three or so.
3-ish miles.
Yeah,
He's going to say maybe she connected a mile before she gets to the house in some way to the Wi-Fi.
We talked about that.
Made.
As I was making the drive, and this is an international symbol for I'm making the drive. So I'm making the drive.
You got your hands wrong. They now
No,
have to be
I'm
at
10 and 2, baby. I'm going 10 and 2.
2.
I'm 10 and 2. Yeah, or I'm using my knee, as I've said before. Okay, so I'm driving across there, and I'm sort of narrating, hey, this is about where, because the home it's One Meadows. So it's the first house as you turn off the busier street. I talked about that, saying, everybody has different routers, different power. And sometimes you'll pick up your own home router a couple of houses away,
you know. And if you go right now and open up your router or your browser, and it'll show you what's out there, you'll see a lot of them. Of course, in the city where you are, yeah, you see probably 500 just from your building. But in a you know, a more rural or normal scenario like they have up there, typical tract style lots that are about a quarter of an acre, you might see 10, you know, from neighbors and others in the area. If somebody's walking by with their cell phone on, that one will pop up, right? So my point was that maybe it caught just before you make the turn onto Meadows, but I can't see how it would be much more than that. And this guy is, you know, the prosecution's own expert on this direct examination said, yeah, depending on whether it's 2.4 or 5 gigahertz, it's either 150 to 300 feet. Well,
right.
That's not very far. I mean, that's, you know, that's 100 yards. I'd have to get Mr. Whiffen in here to convert the yards to feet for me. But yeah, it's not very far. It's maybe
a football field, 300 feet.
It's a football field, which is, you know, if you're plotting houses along a football field, maybe they're 3, maybe, right? If a traditional lot is at least 80, give or take 80 feet wide, right? You gotta get 3 or 4 of those in a 300-foot span, and that is the maximum range. So to suggest that she connected to that Wi-Fi early enough to help the timeline, it doesn't fly for me. It doesn't make any sense.
But that's where I think he's going. I mean, that's where
weak.
I think he's
that's
going.
so weak.
Yeah.
If that's where he's going,
I agree.
he's doomed. This testimony that just came in from, you know, this guy, he's very popular because he's an attractive Italian dude, you know. He's made so many appearances. He's got his own little following, and you know,
his name is Guarino. He's the one.
Guarino, hey, he's a paisano.
He's the one who missed it. I'm Italian. I'm Calabrian. He's the one who missed the 30,000 texts with involving Matthew Farwell in the Sandra Birchmore case, and he also missed the 227 deleted texts on Jen McCabe's phone. So let's put him in perspective.
So, like I said, I'm talking about how he looks and his heritage. He's a popular witness. I'm not saying what he has to say is popular with everybody. So I don't think he's been helpful at all. And I think some of the timeline that he gives and the voicemails they played, and I think there are a total of 8, including the one that is really that weird one, the one at the end. It happened at 6:02, and that's when the phone is in the car and it picks up what's going on all around the scene. I think that helps the defense. You know, it's very clearly you hear one, and it also picks up that 911 call. Remember, there was that weird mesh hashing together of the cell phone in the car, which has Bluetooth, and it picks up some of this 911 call. The only one calm and under control in that chaotic scene is Jen McCabe. You know, and she's on the phone with 911 talking about a man, he's 46, and you know, just so matter of fact that her dear friend is in the snow, obviously injured seriously, if not dead, and her demeanor is just chilling. So that was my take on that, and all the voicemails that were left. You know, you're a pervert, John. You're a pervert. Where are you? I'm with your kids. I mean, how does that help the prosecution?
No, because she thinks he's not only thinks he's alive, but quite frankly, she thinks that he's ghosting her like he did that afternoon, because he's doing whatever he wants to do.
Right,
without
maybe he's with another woman or something. Yes.
Yeah. And that she's home with his kids.
How good an actor would you have to be to pull off that kind of angst and anger, knowing that this guy you're being angry about is lying, maybe dead in the snow in front of the house where you left him? Well, I mean, that's Meryl Streep stuff. You know, it just doesn't ring true. And I hope the jurors, you know, are you know, we say don't check your common sense at the door. You just hear that, and it just doesn't ring true that she is so good at being artificially upset at him. I don't buy it.
Okay, I have actually a question for you.
A real question.
By the way, no, another real question. By the way, just before we know, I should mention that tonight at 6 p.m. we have our own Bob Bianchi, Unspoken Riz, is going to be joining us, not in his capacity so much as a lawyer, but in his capacity as an EMT, which he now does at least twice a week as 24-hour shifts. Okay.
BYOG, bring your own gloves. Bring your own
Bring
gloves.
your own gloves. No, but here, the clips that Hank Brennan started the day playing. There was a clip 18, and the fact that John had taken a glass from the bar and put it in the cup holder in the car. I mean, quite frankly, you're right. He could get out of the car and just throw that glass away because he's going in to go drink as he goes behind the back of the car to go in, right? I mean, it's you don't know where that, what that was. So what?
So
But
you think he
here's
might have he takes it out of the car because that's what she has said he's done in that interview. He takes it, he finishes it off, and chucks it over his shoulder.
just chucks it. Yeah.
Like that's it.
Yeah,
Got a theory as
people do
any.
that.
Let's,
Yeah.
Did
But
they
here's
did they
the
test the glass for
we have
fingerprints and DNA, or we haven't gotten there yet?
we haven't gotten there
I
yet.
don't remember from trial one.
Here's the one that I thought was interesting. It was a second clip. It's clip 17, but he played it after the glass, and it has to do with the when she says maybe I clipped him, but
Yes.
she says that she thinks that, and it's the first time it like just shot out at me. Maybe because we're listening to this now twice. She said, "I said that because Jen is saying no one has seen him. Jen McCabe is saying no one has seen him." So that's why in her mind she's thinking, could I have clipped him? But when I hear in the middle of that, the reason why she starts thinking that is because her first thought that she left him at the front yard, right? He was going in the front door, and then Jen McCabe says no one has seen him, so that's why maybe I thought I clipped him. That was to me was a huge revelation. I don't know if the defense is going to pick up on that, but to me that was huge, and that wasn't picked up on as much in the first trial. It was not.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I was trying to rattle around in my head whether that's a significant difference or just curious. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that plays out.
Why she would have said in one of those interviews, maybe I could have clipped him. Maybe that's what I was thinking because McCabe said no one's seen him.
Yeah.
But McCabe is part of this whole cover up. Of course, she's going to say no one's seen him.
Of course, she's not going to say,
doesn't.
"Oh yeah, he came in and we had issues and yeah, don't worry about him." Yeah, that's not going to happen. So yeah, I don't know how much that colored her thinking because her thinking to me was realistic. Maybe I hit him, clipped him. Could I have? She's replaying that last few minutes when they were at the car in her head and coming up with what I think are very obvious, natural curiosities. And then I think as he's missing, and she's with the kids. I think in her mind, she knows that, here's a guy who's taken over the care and feeding, literally, of these two niece and it's a niece and nephew. Is that right? I always get them confused. Is it one of each?
Yeah. I think one of them had to sleep over at somebody else's house that night. But
Okay. But he's in general, he's taken over for the kids who've lost their parents. So this is a guy who cares about these kids. He's not going to just abandon them overnight. And that feeds into her concern about where he is. It kind of manifests itself as anger. But part of it has got to be that, she knows it must be something serious. Is he taking advantage of me because he knows I'm going to be here watching them? Or is he not able to be here? So all of that goes into what you hear in her voice. And I don't think, if I'm on the jury, my immediate belief is not, clearly this is a person that just killed somebody.
No. And it's colored by the fact that by the earlier calls. I mean, when you start, if they're played in order, he doesn't answer. He doesn't answer all afternoon until he wants her to use her to do something, in my opinion, which is drive him to the bar. But I'm going to pretend like I'm really friendly with you and all, because I need you to drive to the bar. And then she figures that really that she's being used because really what he wanted her to be is the driver, not the girlfriend, and then take care of his kids. And now she's getting angry. And she's not slurring her words when she's saying this. She's pissed off, but
Yeah,
not pissed
and
off to kill somebody. She's pissed off because he's left his kids along with her.
yeah, and dumped on her for whatever reason. And part of that, for whatever reason unknown, is maybe something happened to him. I'm sure the jurors, first of all, if we assume they're all from that general area, it is not the first time they've heard that kind of language from one of their local folks in the Boston, Massachusetts area. He's a private.
We've said that too. I mean, in our chat, you were not privy to people saying, "I've said a lot worse to my significant."
Yeah.
I mean, our chat was going crazy. Like, this proves nothing. This proves absolutely nothing. I mean, maybe he was with somebody. Maybe that's why he went running out of the car to go into the house. Maybe that's why he wanted to go, because he was meeting somebody. In her mindset going through the whole day, it's not even a mindset of worry so much as it is a mindset of being used.
Yeah, yeah, and all of that, combined with the unknown. Like she just, again, doesn't sound to me like she knows exactly what happened, and this is her way of covering it up. But if I'm on the jury, the picture I get is, yep, they had some sort of volatile relationship. Maybe it wasn't at the peak of the relationship. Maybe it was near the end. Who knows? Nothing so extreme that would suggest to me this woman planned. Let's talk about the first count, second-degree murder.
Right.
She planned and intended to kill this man. Of course, that can be done very quickly. It doesn't mean she has to be stewing over it all night and then it happens in front of 34 Fairview. It could happen in the midst of an argument if that's what happened, and she lets him out, and then, I think now's a good time to run him over. That's why I think the first count is ridiculous. But if she is out of sorts because of alcohol, and she has in her mind the possibility that she could have clipped his knee, and the jury hears that, I just think that opens the door for the prosecution to drive whatever they've got right through it. Now, we know there's all this other extraneous stuff going on with the most ridiculous, embarrassing investigation ever, right? But if you set that aside, if you can set that aside and look at just some of the raw facts, there's an argument. At least there's an argument, if I'm the prosecution.
Well, that's why if I were the prosecution, I would have dismissed count one, way
Yeah.
overcharged. Even Judge Ackland's way overcharged. Try to go to count two if I am the prosecution, and try to suggest that this was an involuntary manslaughter. That's the best they got going for them, and I think that's where the jury was hung up on the first case, right?
Sure.
Because because of this. But I just maybe it's just because I've seen. I just felt a different perspective, a different vibe on her phone calls. Certainly, she didn't think she had killed him. If she had
It
killed him,
just,
why
like I
is she
said,
calling him all night? She's up all night calling him.
you have to be a sociopath and a great actress. You first have to be able to switch off what happened, right? And then you
Right.
have to be able to emote in a way that looks like you don't know what happened. That's just a bravo performance. If that's what's happened here, I just it just doesn't ring true. It just doesn't.
Okay, so while you were also gone, we also missed Mr. Robert Alessi, being very jury friendly. Remember when we were, especially me, I was concerned when he first came in with Russell. He wouldn't be jury friendly. He's very jury friendly. The way he handles witnesses, especially these technical witnesses, and very simple things. He had the meteorologist turned on his head by asking a simple question about. Could you tell us what the temperature would feel like if you had a temperature of the low of 15 degrees with the and let's take a conservative, the gusting of 29 degrees? What would the wind chill factor feel like? And Gilmore was, well, I wasn't asked to calculate that, and he was all turned around on his head. But it was very clear that Alessi had some of those kabooms, and one of them was, at the time that John O'Keefe left that car and, according to the defense, went into that house, anybody who was coming out of that house and into the house and out of the house and into the house could easily see, because there was like almost nothing on the ground in terms of snow.
It was not whiteout conditions. We've talked about this a lot. We talked about it in trial one, because I used to be a weatherman, not a meteorologist, and I'm also a private pilot, and so I'm a weather geek. And so I checked into how much snow had fallen in that early part of the evening, how much fell overall, what the temperatures were. There was nothing on that, as it's been called, postage stamp size front yard that would prevent anybody, even in the slightest peripheral vision, from seeing a 6'2" lump on that otherwise flat, unobstructed lawn. It's not even like a lawn that has a lot of decorative rocks and things, right? And you might somehow confuse one for the other. No, it's flat. There's nothing there till you get to the bushes, flagpole, fire hydrant, bushes, and so they've confirmed that now. The prosecution, I'm sure, didn't intend to, but they've confirmed there was nothing that could obscure somebody's view, and that's why Jen McCabe, and I keep getting confused, the second person who left the house and looked at her shoes. Which one was that? Do you remember which that was?
No, I don't know. There was two of them yesterday. I don't remember which one it was.
It was the one that I said was 31 going on 12. Maxon, I think her name is Maxon.
Yeah,
Anyway,
she was a former girlfriend of Ryan Nagel.
Yeah, Jen McCabe comes out saying she was, because of the cold, she was just kind of, balled up and couldn't see anything. So that's her excuse for not seeing what's clearly supposed to be on the lawn at that point. And then we have this other woman say, well, it was, a little snowy on the sidewalk, so I was just looking at my feet the whole time. I was just looking at my feet, which is ridiculous. Nobody just looks at their feet the whole time. You look around, you look. I mean, you're taking.
Unless you're in an elevator. Unless you're in an elevator.
Then, or maybe you look at the ceiling. But yeah, you don't have a lot of place. And when I'm in the elevator, I put my back to the door and I look at people just to get their reaction, just for fun. So yeah, there are certain.
You're a psycho. You're a psycho.
Stand there. How's it going? Yeah. Where you going? I mean, it freaks people out. So that's why I'm saying these witnesses have done their best to cover that issue, because the obviousness of how clear it was that you could see from that front door across the street to Mr. I have the Arlo camera that doesn't ring because it eats up batteries. You could see as far as you needed to see. And maybe there's a reason they didn't see a body on the front lawn, just maybe because it wasn't there.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that because I knew you were a pilot. A 1.2 mile visibility, which is pretty good. I'm looking down. It's not even 1.2 miles down, and it's pretty overcast here in New York City and kind of dark because it's going to rain. I can see the river, even just like just sitting here. But 30 feet, I can definitely see into my hallway.
Yeah,
I can definitely see from my office into my hallway.
And we're not even talking about it. And he was right when he talked about, the FAA. This is my pilot's license. You can see there at the bottom it says instrument. See, it says instrument airplane.
You're instrument rated.
Instrument rated, which means I can fly in the shit. But 3 miles is VFR, visual flight rules, and that's what he was talking about. So that's a very important indicator for meteorological purposes. 3 miles. Less than that, you can't fly VFR. You have to fly only IFR, instrument flight rules, and you can fly down to like 200, foot minimums. I mean, and that sounds like a lot if you're walking on the sidewalk. 200 feet is nothing if you're flying, hundreds of miles an hour and you don't want to run into a building. So I get that reference that he was making, because I think it sounds weird to say, well, visibility was good. It was 1.2 miles. That's if you're flying, that's not great. But if you're walking down the street, if you're leaving somebody's house, walking to your car, you're going to see a body.
And that's what Robert Leslie was saying. He's saying, look, when we listen to the weather reports right here, they're not talking about planes. I'm listening to the Weather Channel and it's saying, visibility is good or visibility. They're talking to us because we have to go driving. We have to walk down the street. You have to take Domino out. I have to take Tubi out in New York City.
I mean, has there ever been let me ask you this. Has there ever been a visibility issue when you take your dog for a walk? Like, oh my God, I can't walk the dog. The visibility is too low.
No, but there was one serious snowstorm that I did have to take our dog out, and it was so bad that it hurt your eyes and your covering.
Sure.
So I guess in that regard, there was low visibility. Yeah, but I could still see down to the end of the block if I wanted to keep my eyes open and not have them hurt by the snow that was coming down.
Yeah, and it's unless it's a whiteout condition, where they really think you can't see, for whatever reason, the cold, the wind, the snow. That might affect it. There's no doubt this was as far from a whiteout condition as you could get between midnight 1:30 that morning, and the real heavy stuff, as they say, wasn't even coming down until much later in the morning. The numbers I calculated were 3.7 inches. I guess total of 3.9 if you back up to midnight, because his chart began at 1 a.m., which was kind of confusing. And I wish he'd put the dates on there. I think that would have been helpful. But anyway, so it's 3.9, so roughly 4 inches from midnight to 6 a.m., 4 inches. Okay. I didn't hear and haven't heard yet any testimony about any attempt to measure snow beneath John O'Keefe's body, which would be helpful. But it's also going they didn't. It's also going to be subject to variables like, well, his body when he fell at least was warm, right? So whatever snow was there while he
laid
was,
there, or he's carried out, depending on who's here.
right. However he got there, his body was warm, certainly warmer than ambient temperature of 28. So that would have affected that snow. Would have probably melted whatever was there. Your body laying on snow, it's going to melt most of it. Anyway, nobody checked on that, I guess.
It would have been nice when the first responders got there, the police got there, to document with a photograph what was under his body. That would have been normal, but they did not do that.
Yeah, I don't know if that'd be normal or not. I have no idea. Where's Michael Easter when we need him to tell us what the procedure would be appropriate to do there? Oh, so when we started, we had the finish of the cross-examination. How'd you like that of Gallagher? Oh, I'm not trying. Do we have any questions and stuff we should answer before I get off on my latest tangent? I haven't been
Okay,
keeping
I
up.
thought, well, we should talk about that because I thought the
Okay.
recross was really good because Gallagher was still trying, oh, I know nothing, I see nothing, but I thought the recross was really good. Knock, knock, knock. You could have knocked on Brian Alfred's door and asked some questions. You could have applied for a search warrant and got rejected. And then he said, I have my reputation. And then he said, well, sir, you're talking about lying in an affidavit. You're not talking about applying for a search warrant with
A
the
good
fact you
faith
have.
request for a search warrant denied doesn't mean anything. It's not like, oh, brand this guy as a horrible cop because he couldn't quite get what he needed for a search warrant. What a tool this guy is. He is so he did go to the Stephen A. Smith mode for quite a bit there. And for those who don't know, Stephen A. Smith will tell you something and say it in a way that enunciates the proper words that matter, so I am being truthful at all times. And so you'd hear from Gallagher, the more caught he might be, he would be more forthright and very determined in the way he would answer. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Well, yeah, for him, it's almost the opposite. If he says absolutely, then it's more like not a chance in hell. But he was caught so many times not doing what should be done and making it sound like he was proud of that. Did you talk to the witnesses or did you separate them and talk to them? Nope, did not. Like, what a stupid question. Why would I do that? So that attitude, I think, on the jury starts to smell like a deception. And what are you hiding? Maybe somebody's falling for it like, hey, leave this guy alone. He's the cop with all the experience. He only did what he thought he needed to do. Solo cups. Oh, by the way, I went to the grocery store earlier today. These used to be 10 cents, these Stop and Shop bags. Now I had paid $10 for it. I paid $10 because now it's apparently an evidence bag. What a ripoff. Anyway, so that was his attitude. I don't think it's very helpful.
I'm sorry, I didn't see that coming.
Oh,
I didn't see that coming. The blue gloves last night. Michael and
the
his
evidence
props.
bag. Well, I was there and I said, "Can I have one of those?" They're 10 cents. Well, I'm sorry, they're $10. What? Anyway, so that's my thought on Mr. Cross-examined Gallagher.
What about his? What about his? Wait. What about his chain of custody? An explanation why chain of custody wasn't important.
I don't know what to say to that. I don't know how you can. Again, his attitude is, what I did was right. You don't think so? I don't care. I'm the guy with the experience. I did it, and yeah, I'm proud of it. The one thing, and I posted something about this earlier. In fact, I think it was in our chat. I was wandering around. I could swear, and I'm going to have to go back and look at this, that I heard him say when talking about the Ring camera, that's not a Ring camera. He gets real belligerent about that. Okay, Ring camera is now like Kleenex, right? Facial tissue has a kind of a generic name now. Kleenex. No, not every tissue is Kleenex. Ring camera just means external surveillance camera, probably on your front door, whatever. Okay, so it's Arlo. He suggested, and I'm going to go back and look at this because I misheard. Very early on, he said he and Mr. What's his name again? Kelleher, who's also, of course, on the force.
Deputy chief now was Lieutenant Gallagher, his supervisor then, right?
Yeah. So, but don't worry about that. So he said we both were looking at the Arlo cameras, like to get them, to buy them instead of Ring. Okay, he threw that in early on when he was correcting Jackson about whether it was Ring or not. Well, how do I know? Well, it's Arlo because we talked about getting them, and so he knew something about them. Later in the testimony, he says when he's questioned about how long they retain video or how the system operates, I don't know. He said, I don't have Arlo. I don't know how the system works. So somebody's lying here. Either he was lying about his extent of knowledge about Arlo, or he was lying when he said he knew about it because of his connection with what's his name again? Kelleher. It just made no sense.
How about the fact that he knows that the Arlo camera wouldn't pick up anything across the street
Oh my
because
God.
first he tried to say it was pointed more towards 32, but then it came out that it was 32 and 34 that he could see. But he's saying because Keller's asked me to pick up packages for him because he could see them because the camera is pointed down. And I don't know whether he has one, one of those apps that you can move your camera. What are you talking about? We all know how these work. Of course, you
Yeah,
have an app that you can move your camera up and down and
first of
see.
all, it'd be great if he had actually gotten the video so we could see what you could see. That's number one. But so I know that these cameras are more dependent on location and elevation of the house than they are adjustability. Most of them don't have like an eyeball socket or something you can move. You mount it and you can adjust it at that time, up, down, sideways, left, right. You have a span you want to cover. If your front porch is even with the street, right? Just say relatively even with the street, you're going to get a broader view beyond your own property. And we've seen Ring footage everywhere online. If your porch is elevated and you still want that same view, it will definitely cut off the distance. So maybe you're only seeing to the sidewalk. Maybe you're only seeing to the front lawn. The fact is, we have no idea because they didn't look into it. They didn't investigate it. There may have been some amazing footage on there. There may have been nothing. But if you don't look, you don't know, and you just look like an idiot. So
Yeah, but he didn't look. Never got the footage. Never, and have a canvassing the neighborhood for what did you hear, what did you see. I didn't hear anything about that, but he never got the. How could you not get the footage from the Arlo camera? And isn't that where they got the red Solo cups from Keller?
yeah, he had the Solo cups. Yeah, he was
So he
ready to
has
go
the
with the Solo
Solo
cups.
cups. We saw, and I think I put it up on X today. The picture of the camera, you see it right there. I mean, right there for the first time. But how could you not go preserve, even if it shows nothing? Because the showing nothing may be helpful to the defense.
Well, I think we're giving them a huge benefit of the doubt, which is reasonable. Who knows that they didn't look at it, destroy it, realign the camera? I mean, there are many
Oh.
things they could have done that show that they did look at it and they did see what it showed and they didn't like what it showed. But there's just no way to prove that.
Yeah, and it didn't the whatever it was, Gallagher was very intent on the fact that the footage gets deleted or something after 30 days. I think it was Gallagher, or maybe it was in the question of Alan Jackson after 30 days. Well, so you had 30 days. Once you declared this was a homicide in your mind, even though the medical examiner said no, but you've decided it was
There was an arrest. What, 2 days later, there's an arrest.
an arrest, right? What about preserving it
Oh
then?
my gosh. So, and then I thought it was funny. We're talking about what was he saying? Gallagher said, well, they didn't want it pointed in a way that the sensor would pick up and the battery therefore would die. I would, I could go to 100 houses. If I found one that's on battery power, I'd be shocked. Most of them are hardwired into your doorbell. That's the genius of Ring and now Arlo, who's ripped off their technology. That's the beauty of it. You have a doorbell. It has a little teeny 12-volt wire on it. You take that off, you plug it into your Ring or your Arlo. That's it. There's no more power issues. The only time that system won't have power is when your power goes off. There are no batteries to die. So unless he's got the weirdest cheap-ass setup I've ever seen, there's not a battery issue.
I can't imagine that somebody who works for the police would want a cheap-ass security system around their house. I mean, quite frankly, yes, I know they have guns. Okay, I get that. But still, won't you want something if someone's breaking into your house or breaking into a neighbor's house when you want to help your hood,
Yeah. So the only variable I don't know, and to be honest, I'm going to check it out tomorrow when I'm there because now I've got my own curiosity. First of all, Gallagher's saying it's not across from 34 Fairview; it's more across from 32 Fairview. Okay, dude, I'm gonna evaluate that when I'm there, but I don't know, and I want to check on the height above street level of the porch and of the camera. If the camera is, and it looked like it was mounted high. Did it look like that to you? That it was mounted high?
It's mounted high.
I mean, that supports
Really
their argument. It does, because if you have pointed up high like this, by design, there is not any horizon type wide angle. There just wouldn't be. Was it always there? I don't know. Did they, but if they had checked and made that some of this case evidentiary and say, look, here it is. See, it only shoots down to the porch and their lawn.
But I'm going to disagree with you here because when I had a beach house and the entrance was on the second floor, as many beach houses are because they're upside down
Water,
houses
yep,
for the
yep.
thing, right? The water, the ring, and I had ring cameras all around. The ring cameras in the front and all got a very wide view. As a matter of fact, you could now. I don't know if you have the newer models, but you could adjust the view so that you could put a privacy on the side so you didn't pick
You
up
can't.
what you see
You
the
can.
neighbors.
You can fine tune the motion sensitive part of the camera, not the view, but the motion sensitive part. So if your camera shoots across your porch, across your driveway into the street, and you don't want cars going by to trip that, right? You can adjust the motion sensitivity to come back to maybe just your porch, so you know when somebody is at the door. That's true. I don't know that you can adjust the actual view though.
I think I could adjust the view on the.
Well, you
I
got the
think I
high
could
tech
have
version.
adjusted. I think I could have adjusted the view because I can put up the privacy screens on the view, and so therefore the view was adjusted. I know what you're
Okay,
saying
so
there. Now, what is this?
this
Your
is
camera?
this is my front porch, and you can see the porch is elevated. It's like 6 steps up, right? But even then, look out beyond. You can kind. I think you can see the back of my pickup truck there. Yeah, that blue over there is either some wood or the back of my pickup. And that goes and stretches on down. Our driveway is like 500 feet, so it's a long way down. But you can see if those bushes and things weren't there, you'd have a pretty good view into the distance. And this
Right.
is a camera that's 6 feet above quote street level. So again, things we won't know because why? They didn't
Never got it
investigate
in
it,
the first place.
or
Didn't
they did and
investigate.
didn't like what they found. One or the other.
Oh my gosh. One of our chatters here, let's see, Dana Lindsay. And I point this out only because, jurors have their own viewpoints because everyone has Ring cameras or Arlo cameras or Waze cameras, whatever. I have an Arlo. They are great. The battery lasts over a month. Yeah, I have a friend of mine who's upstate New York. I think I mentioned it, and has a house in Vermont also, has Arlo, loves the Arlo system because of the battery lasting, and picks up a lot of stuff, especially wildlife when you're in the throes of Vermont. The wildlife is coming past all the time.
And I can see that part of the Arlo system where you aren't hooking into a doorbell because you don't have the power source. So yeah, obviously you're going to then just slap it on the wall somewhere. And I'm sure it's hooked up to an app on your phone so that when the battery's getting low, it says charge your battery. I get that. But again, I don't know enough about what he had because they didn't investigate it.
Yeah. And then let's see, let me put this up. ADHD. They never asked owners for footage for Ring cameras. Yes, that's absolutely true. They didn't.
But that's just part of a normal canvas anymore. It's just it's more likely they have than don't,
Yeah. ARCA is my kryptonite. I think we can set our Arlo to alert via phone if it detects person, not car or animal. Yeah, that's some
There
of the
you go.
new ones, right? You're right.
Yeah.
Just person,
Boy,
not
that's
car,
pretty
animal.
finite. Yeah, because some people are small, like animals. So
Yeah. But you're going to your point. We will never know
you'll never know because they
because
didn't
it was
investigate.
never preserved,
And
right?
when Alan Jackson was going through that part of his cross, which was toward the end, as we knew he would come to the big crescendo, and you didn't talk to witnesses up and down the street, and you didn't look for ring cam. Nope, absolutely not. Nope. Again, his position as this superstar cop is that's the way we do it. I didn't, and I'm proud of it. I don't know how that plays to the jury.
Yeah, I don't know either. I mean, we don't, going back to that jury selection, they picked 10 jurors in 3 days, and then the process slowed up for weeks, right? But I worry about those 10 jurors, whether they're stealth jurors. Also, everyone is such a close-knit community. The relationships here you have to worry about. But then again, I think on the other side of that, well, everyone knows about all the, whether they say they not know about all the scandals. Even though the judge may not allow Birchmore to come into this case unless somehow some door is widely opened by the prosecution or not. It must have to be like 2 Sally Point garage doors have to be open for her to let it in, maybe even more than that. We just don't know what the juries will then say. Oh, wait a second, we know about these cops too, so they could use that. I mean, you just don't know. We don't know. You and I don't know. We don't know.
Yeah. Yep. What was the other thing I thought was interesting? Oh, the Hail Mary that Jen McCabe threw at the end of her testimony about, the taillight pieces being on the lawn. I mean, we knew that was going to come back to bite her in the ass because it was such an obvious attempt to, it's like, what have I not said enough of quickly enough. And I knew it was not something in the house because there were taillight pieces around. Oh, really? Interesting. So then he's asking Gallagher, first of all, their search area was pretty damn small. By admission, they had a little teeny part of the curb that they cleared just to see if maybe there was evidence of trip and fall, I think is what he was suggesting, which is stupid. Maybe if somebody had, there's a blood stain or something on it, I guess that would make some sense. But then to say they searched only that very small quadrant around his body, it just makes no sense. And I don't know if the jury will believe that was the reason they did that, because it was a medical at that point, that they never in their minds switched to, oh, this could be a crime scene. It was always a medical. So we're doing very little here in terms of a search, but no taillight pieces, no taillight pieces.
If you had 3 people saying she's confessing, I hit him, 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 I hit him. Okay, 2, 3, and 4. Oh, why wouldn't it be? Because that was not, because it didn't happen, in my opinion. It didn't happen, in my opinion. By the way, Donnie not asking. He asked a good question. How would Sandra Birchmore be worked into this trial? Number of reasons. Guarino was the one who missed the text, right? So if you want to question him about his proficiency, he missed the 30,000 texts that the feds had to use their expert for and find them between Farwell and the police grouping and Sandra Birchmore. That's how it comes in. Also, Whitley, one of the first responders on the scene, another one who all of a sudden remembers, I hit him, right? Maybe I hit him, I'm not sure. I get him and I called him Fluffernutter, Natal, confused as to how many
Dr.
times.
Nuttall, yeah.
Dr. Nuttall. He was one of the ones on the scene when Sandra Birchmore for the medical assistance when she was found dead. That's another one. And then you have Lieutenant Fanning from the state police, who was involved in the alleged, who's the one who called Sandra Birchmore and maintained that it was a suicide, not a homicide. And he was the one that in the first trial, and Karen Reed was involved in the possible jury tampering the defense alleged. So that's how I think the defense is trying to work it in.
Yeah, and it would be tough. It definitely would be. It would be tough. And check my memory on this, but wasn't Kevin Albert one of the detectives that looked at the apartment on one of the first visits? No,
I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay.
I know Mizzy B we had on has been posting on this, and I think she stopped saying that he was.
Okay, because
think
I
she
thought
told
when
me that he
we talked
wasn't.
that, I thought that's where I heard that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So, but
not
maybe
unconfirmed.
and yeah, we'll have to go back and see. But I think if you check Mizzy B's ex Twitter account, she's been posting on it. Mizzy said no. Mizzy said no. Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I thought.
I knew that's where I had heard it, but I do not have an independent source. And that was, I think, on the day they did the search there at the apartment.
Yeah.
Let's see. Anything else? Anything else you can think of?
Well, it was an interesting morning. If you had to rate the game from yesterday going into today, with clearly the defense trying to make the point that everyone who came in and out of the house could have easily seen and didn't see John O'Keefe on the lawn, along with the day's snow not occurring and visibility being so great, along with these phone calls, would you be saying the prosecution has moved that football to closer to the red TD zone, or are they still on the 50-yard line or been pushed back?
Yeah, I think looking at it in the light most favorable to the prosecution, they're still at the 50-yard line. They haven't moved anywhere to me. They haven't moved anywhere. Some would suggest they've gone backwards, but I'm looking at things in the most favorable light to them. And yeah, they're not even in field goal range, not even close.
Yeah, no, me too. I think they've got a lot of things where they're thinking that all her statements sound that they're confessions, but now when I'm listening to them in context, and this case is going in so haphazardly because Hank Brennan is trying to get ahead of what the defense was successful on in the last trial. that to me it's going in very haphazardly. I mean, to me, I mean, I don't know how
Yeah,
you
it's
feel.
definitely nonlinear, which doesn't always bother me. I think it's hard because I know the case, so it's hard for me to be that critical of it as if I'm seeing it for the first time. Because obviously, if you're seeing it for the first time, it's much more jarring and confusing. So I don't know. I'm probably not in a good position to judge that issue alone. But I still believe the majority of the prosecution's case in chief, that's where we are, is putting out the fires the defense is going to be lighting. And that's weird. That's just weird because how do you argue some of these witnesses get you anywhere near beyond a reasonable doubt on any of the charges? No, most of them are shields, against the defense.
Yeah, you have to believe. You have to believe that I hit him. I hit him. I hit him. That's what you have to believe. You have to believe
Sure.
that I hit him. I hit him. I hit him because then, of course, you're going to believe she was drunk because of alcohol. Because everybody seemed to have a buzz on, even though the defense is less than that with their questions on retrograde extrapolation and the blood sample and all. But I think that's if they get hung up and someone says, "Well, what's the simplest way to this?" Oh, well. How else could she have died? Everyone's involved in this conspiracy. And then I would say to them, I haven't heard anything about Chloe yet.
Yeah. Chloe's missing in action, literally and figuratively. Yeah. I think if you were to pair out the causes of action, I'll look at your football analogy again. I would say on the second charge, which is basically alcohol or DUI related manslaughter, vehicular manslaughter, they've gotten a prima facie element. I think there's plenty for the jury to find that she was above the legal limit. And remember, that's just a presumption of intoxication. If you take the sobriety test on the side of the road, or if you take a blood test and it says 0.09 and it's 0.08 in your state, as it is in most, that's not determinative. That's a rebuttable presumption that you
Except
are
in New Jersey.
intoxicated. You
In-
can't fight it in New Jersey.
Can't
That
fight
is
it.
outrageous. So in most states, it's a rebuttable presumption. But I do think they have that element. I think that prima facie element they've got. So that means for the second cause of action, the second charge, they need to prove contact. They still have yet to get to that, proving contact between the vehicle and so is Trooper Paul going to come in and prove that for them? Or
oh gosh, we can only hope that he comes in. Donnie Osmond said, just reread Mizzy's tweet. Kevin, stop. She said, stop saying Kevin was there on the day they found the body, Kevin Albert. That's what she was saying. Okay. But he was part of the investigation team, but he was not the one who found the body.
Gotcha. Okay.
So Kevin Albert. Okay.
All right.
He's by the way, their best detective. Now you missed something.
That's what I hear.
Did you hear that? I missed it from the first trial, and I think this is what there was a sidebar on. The best detective was had some kind of discipline, right, against him. Yeah, and AJ Alan Jackson couldn't talk about what kind of discipline it was. I think that was one of the sidebars we were hearing. He wanted to get into it, and she allowed him to say that he was disciplined because obviously Gallagher opened the door to he's the great detective. He's the best detective.
The best. Yep. Yeah, and so I'll have to research that. I'm sure those who've been following, I've not been, my Kevin Albert sub file is not complete, so I don't know what it was about. But and it was, I think, did they say was it August of that year, 22, or was it more closer to the date of the incident in January? I don't know why August is stuck in my head, but it was after the incident.
Yes, yeah, it was after. I'm not sure I wrote down the actual date.
And I don't disagree with limiting that piece of information unless you can directly relate it to this case, this investigation, a la the Proctor factor. It's like when we watched the Clown Hall meeting and the guys putting that on were so dismissive of cops who had a drink in their uniform, either after work or whatever was a direct violation of the regs. Nobody seemed to care. They just blow that away. So what? Who cares? Happens all the time. So I can see how that kind of information would never be allowed in a trial like this. So maybe it was something like that. I don't know. I just don't know.
Well, speaking about the Proctor factor, I noticed that somebody seems to have been missing in this trial. It's been mentioned a couple of times, but this jury doesn't know anything about anything except the fact that Gallagher wasn't even sure he was
He
the
was the
lead
lead. I don't
investigator
know,
for the case.
lead. I don't know what they called him.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know.
So I
I
mean,
know.
well, it wasn't even in the prosecution's opening statement, so we know they're burying the guy, and the defense. It was one of the key points in their opening, so we know he is a defense witness, whether he likes it or not. So maybe by the time he takes the stand, their curiosity is going to be just exploding with, oh, here's this
Here's our
guy.
Andrew says he got Albert got drunk with Proctor and lost his badge and the gun.
I do remember that. I do remember
David
that.
Gallagher is the one who disciplined him for being drunk.
Yeah, I do remember that story, that he was freaking out because he lost his badge and his gun one night. It's like Barney Fife. I mean, it's like it's just crazy. They don't let these guys have bullets, do they?
Yeah.
They just
Yeah.
have a gun. They don't get to have bullets. I hope.
They actually have bullets. Apparently, there's a new motion. Michael, can we please go over the Commonwealth's new motion? Okay, we have to look into our motion page. We have to look into our drive to see whether our new motion is put. What is the new motion about? Because we have to look into our drive and we have to see
What do they want
what's
excluded?
got. What do they want
That's
excluded now?
what it is.
Objection 403. Yeah, it hasn't been put in our new motions drive by our producers. Okay. So let us know what it is because we're busy talking to you and not looking looking for it. But whatever it is, you know that it's something that they want to hide from the jury. I think the motion was the Birchmore motion, right? I think the motion that Mars told us is that they filed the motion that Sandra Birchmore couldn't be mentioned in this trial unless they open the door. I think that's
And
the
that's
one you're
that was
talking
the new
about.
motion. Oh.
That's a new motion. It had not yet been docketed, but it was docketed at some point. We were on this when I was on earlier. Okay. By the way, Oasis Cat is one of our mods who does all the clips for you. I read on Twitter there's no report on this when Gallagher is collecting evidence at the scene, including that glass. By the way, you know how many pieces of glass were collected at the scene from all different sources? We don't know anything about, but we're going to hear. But he wrote a 20-page report on Kevin Albert's discipline and losing his badge and his gun.
I was looking at. Let me see if I can pull these up here. Hold
Michael,
on.
you're pulling those up. I'm just going to go behind the scenes for just a momento.
Okay, I've got something else to pull up. This is, we were talking about the glass. Let's take a look at this. Let's see if I can make this big enough that we can actually see what it is. Where are you? Where are you? Why is it not popping up? Why? That's interesting. I have no control. Curious. Why is it not showing up? Let me try this one more time. I see it. I see it right there. There it is. I see it. Why is it not popping up? Did we not pay our bill? What's the deal? Well, what I was going to show you was, it's so odd. Why is it not? This is annoying me now. I got some of the just a couple of the stills from Gallagher's testimony when he was doing the glass. I can't open up
All right, Mr. Alessi, you all set?
Oh, never mind.
All right, you are all set.
Okay, hold on.
Wait, so is this was your replaying or is this are they
Do you
back
have
on
another
lunch?
witness?
I do.
Okay.
I
Okay.
have some other
Michael,
matters
I'm
I'd
just
like
going to
to
go behind the
report on.
scenes for
Okay,
a
do it.
brief moment while they call another witness because Mr. Alessi had no further questions for that witness, for Guarino. So very interesting. I'll be back in 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'd like to introduce clip 1 and play it for the jury.
I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him? Could I have tapped him in the knee and incapacitated him? He didn't look mortally wounded as far as I could see, but could I have done something that knocked him out and in drunkenness and in the cold didn't come to again?
In this particular moment, you would run them off at the party.
Yeah, would have had to.
Your Honor, I have keeper of record certificates I'd like to mark for identification. May I approach?
Yes. Thank you.
There's a series of them, Your Honor. Sure. And these are all for identification. For identification.
Okay, Michael Bryant and everybody, you're going to take over for the afternoon session, I guess, right? I'll stay with you for a little longer, and then I will then see you at 6. But when I pop off, I may have to just pop off, Michael. I'm so desirous of hearing Hank Brennan and his new clips and things, and he wants to play. I couldn't leave.
Next, I'd like to introduce as an exhibit the text messages that I read with Mrs. McCabe during her testimony.
Looks like we're going to see Mr. Alessi again in any event.
No objection, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may I call the Commonwealth's next witness?
Please.
Commonwealth calls Charles Ray.
He's literally out in the hallway calling his name.
That's what the hang up I think yesterday was. They called the wrong witness. There was some confusion. Anyhow, I am now going to leave you. You're going to take over, Michael Bryant. I can't wait to hear. I just can't wait to talk to you again at 6, and all of you at 6. Okay, I can't wait.
Make notes if you hear anything good. Make notes. We'll try and rehash it.
All right, I have to go to a meeting, so I will do my best.
All righty. Good luck. Oh, Judge C is talking to. Is she talking to Jimmy? Is she colluding with Jimmy over there on something?
If we could, we'll call a different witness who's available.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Call Kevin O'Hara, please.
Okay, go out and yell for Kevin O'Hara because Charles in charge is not around, I guess. I didn't catch Charles' last name, but apparently he's, you envision somebody going out into, open the courtroom door, you look down a massive hallway and you've got door after door after door after door. In this little top of the stairs, you've got 3 courtrooms, and I could spit and hit a door from top of the stairs. That's not something I would do, but if I had to, I could. They're all that close. So when you're yelling out for somebody, it's like, dude, calm down, I'm right here. It's like 10 feet away. So if they're not there, it's pretty clear and pretty quickly figured out they ain't there. Kevin O'Hara.
I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so I'm going to try this again while they're doing their sidebar thing. I think we have this figured out. We were talking about the glass that was brought into evidence there by the chief evidence king himself, Mr. Gallagher, retired Lieutenant Gallagher. And I just thought, first of all, he talks about it like this is the most unique glass ever. Nobody's ever seen it. There we go. Let me make that a little bigger now. Nobody's ever seen a glass like this. It's just so unique. Couldn't possibly have come from anywhere. But what did he say when he's talking about the reasons they did not go in the house? That was a glass clearly from a bar. Well, I'll take his word that he's been to a few bars. I'm not disputing that. But, it's kind of like one of these. It's kind of, and is it just me, or is this guy holding this up like he's toasting somebody? This is a wedding speech. Here's to the Commonwealth. So he's holding up that little nugget, and then we have a little tighter shot of it, because I was really trying to see, is that really any different than what most folks have at home, or because it's really not special in any way. It's not like it's imprinted with the waterfall logo or anything. It's not. It's bars are not stupid. They're a money-making proposition. They buy the cheapest possible glasses you could possibly buy because people steal them and they break them and they take them with them, and they find them on lawns. So here's the glass. It looks to me, I can't tell for sure, but see these it's got like different facets on it right there. Bing, bing, bing. So it looks like around the bottom, it's actually, I don't know about octagonal, but it looks like it has more than just 4 faces on the bottom of, the weighted part of the glass. The top, looks about the same as any, but it looks like, and it's hard to tell because of the pixelation and everything, but it looks kind of like, and that could just be refraction of light from something else, but it looks to me like this is a flat surface, this is a flat surface. So I don't know. I can't tell. I'm going to have to get into the evidence locker to tell for sure. My point is, this is about as routine a glass as you could find. Go to there used to be a place in Westchester County called the Christmas Tree Store, which I always thought was kind of limiting your market. It's a Christmas tree store, really. You guys carry Christmas trees? We'll follow up on that. But now it looks like Mr. O'Hara has been found.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Charles Ray. I'm a lieutenant with the Canton Police, last name R-A-E.
How long have you worked for the Canton Police Department?
Approximately 25 years.
Apparently
when were you
lost.
assigned lieutenant?
Okay.
Approximately 10 years ago.
I want to go back to January 29th, 2022. Do you remember that morning?
Yes.
Were you working that morning?
Yes, I came in for the day shift.
When you first came in for the day shift, did you have any particular duties or responsibilities?
I would have been a patrol shift commander for the 7:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m. Incoming shift.
Had you learned about an event that occurred at 34 Fairview Road?
I had.
Were you part of that response or group of officers that went to 34 Fairview Road?
No, I was not.
Your role that morning was unrelated to 34 Fairview Road?
Correct.
At some point, did you learn the name of the person who was at 34 Fairview Road that needed medical attention?
I did.
And what was that person's name?
Mr. John O'Keefe.
Did you learn that Mr. O'Keefe was brought to the hospital?
I did.
At some point, were you advised of his status?
At some point later in the day, yes.
While you were at the station after learning about Mr. O'Keefe,
You are muted.
did you make a decision to do something?
I did.
Was it an order from somebody, or did you make a decision on your own?
I can't recall whether it was an order from somebody. I don't think it was an order, but it probably might have been at the suggestion of the former chief of police. Either that or it just developed organically. But one way or the other, we decided that the right thing to do would be to do a well-being check of the home at 1 Meadows Ave, which is the decedent's residence.
Why were you doing a well-being check at Meadows Ave?
We, at that time, we were under the impression that there may be 2 unattended young children at the home.
When you decided to go to Meadows Ave, did you use a police vehicle?
Yes.
Do you remember which vehicle it was?
It was Canton 682, which is the supervisor's vehicle.
When you decided to go to Meadows for a well-being check, did you ask anybody to come with you?
Yes, myself and Sergeant Lehan.
Do you remember the weather that morning?
Yes.
Could you describe it for us?
There was a well-forecasted snowstorm that had already began, and it was starting to pick up intensity at that point.
At this point, I had moved to admit the dash cam video from Cruiser 682.
Okay,
No objection.
thank you.
Did you travel from the police station to Meadows?
Yes,
Do you remember about how long that took you?
a few minutes.
Who was driving?
Sergeant Lehan was driving.
And where were you seated?
I was in the passenger seat.
Do you remember arriving at Meadows?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I would show a portion of Cruiser 682.
Okay.
Apparently, he was going there in 1954. Why does everything look so black and white? So there's the turn from that main street that I mentioned, and the picket fence here. This is One Meadows. It is. You can see how close it is to the main street.
Could you stop, please, Ms. Gilman? A note that the time is 8:23:10. Do you remember the time when you got there?
I didn't make note of it mentally at that time, but I've since learned that, yes.
Is this video that you have just watched consistent with your memory that morning?
Yes.
The cruiser cam is showing 2 vehicles in the driveway. When you arrived that morning, did you know whose vehicles they were?
At that time, no.
At that time, did you pay any particular attention to either of those vehicles?
No.
If I could show Exhibit 10, please. So does that appear to be a still photo from the video we just watched?
Yes.
And could I have Exhibit 11, please? When you arrived for the wellness check that morning, were you working as an investigator in any way?
No, I was not.
Did you happen to pay any particular attention to the right side of the back of that car that morning?
No, I did not.
And is that photograph a close-up of the previous picture?
Yes.
Does it appear to be a still photo taken from the video on the cruiser that you were driving that morning, or that you were in that morning?
Yes.
Okay, you can take that down, please. Thank you. After you arrived at Meadows, did you do anything?
When we arrived at Meadows, we walked up to one of the front doors and rang the doorbell, knocked on the door. Anywhere we could see through plain view, we were just trying to see if we could raise anybody, see if the children were at the house.
Did you find anybody?
We did not.
I'm going to ask to show 159. It's a portion of an exhibit that's already been introduced.
Okay.
So as you're looking at this view from the house across the driveway, to the right is the street, and you can barely catch it on the top right corner of the picture. That's the entrance to the driveway. That's where that fence is. Split rail fence at the time. I called it a picket fence because it is now. And what there is there now is a pretty good size no trespassing sign. The new owners are not happy that they're at 1 Meadows Avenue at this time.
Thank you. At this time, I've moved to introduce former 19.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 72.
Thank you. The first video that, well, the second to last video you just saw, is that you and your partner arriving?
Correct.
In the last video, who's in the doorway?
I was on the right side of the frame, and Sergeant Lehan was on the left side of the frame.
How long did you spend at the residence for the wellness check?
A few minutes. I don't think more than 5 minutes.
Thank you. I have no further questions for the witness.
All right, any questions, Mr. Nagel?
We have no questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, so you are all set until...
Okay, if you're keeping score, put that on the side of your scorecard that says, what's the point here? They made a wellness check because through circumstances of that earlier
My
day.
next witness would be Kevin O'Hara.
Sure it will be. You've said that before. Kevin, get your ass up here because we couldn't find you last time when we were looking for you and Charles. And so I don't know whether making a wellness check there because there were 1 or 2 unattended children is ever going to be relevant for purposes of this trial, but now we know all about it. So next up, Kevin O'Hara.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spell your last name for the record?
My name is Kevin O'Hara, O-H-A-R-A.
Where do you work?
I'm a lieutenant with the Massachusetts State Police,
How long have you worked for the Massachusetts State Police?
23 years.
When you began your career, what was your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
I was assigned as a trooper, a patrol trooper, working out of several barracks across the state.
Did you have to have any special education or training before you became an official Massachusetts State Police trooper?
Yes, I did. We went to a 6-month academy in New Braintree.
How long were you on patrol for?
I was on patrol for 17 years until I became a sergeant in 2018. So 16 years, became a sergeant, then a lieutenant.
In those 16 years, did you have any additional training after basic academy?
Yes, continued training throughout the years, additional training. Eventually, I wound up joining a search and rescue team, went to search and rescue training.
Tell us a little bit about search and rescue, what you did and what you do.
I'm the team commander for the State Police Special Emergency Response Team, which is known as CERT. I'm also the search and rescue coordinator for the state of Massachusetts. As a team, we conduct monthly trainings, at least twice a month, where our team will come together and train. We've been to trainings all across the country to hit national training standards.
Do you have any particular roles when you look for certain types of things?
So for CERT, we have 3 main mission types. We will do lost missing person searches, we will do evidence searches, and then we also do crowd control or security at large-scale events, such as the Boston Marathon, the July 4th celebration. We get assigned to Gillette Stadium for all the events down there as well.
You mentioned that you work, part of your work is looking for missing persons.
Yes, sir.
Did you receive any specialized training, have any special experience looking for missing persons as far as training technique?
Yes, we get certifications through NASAR, which is the National Search and Rescue Organization, NUSAR, which is a New England-based search and rescue group. We will train several different types of trainings to, improve our search techniques, including man tracking, probability of detection, critical separation, which is how we'll line up as we're searching certain areas. We've also gone, as I stated before, to national trainings where we've now really used a lot of statistical-based searching in our searches. We'll use live tracking maps now, so we've really advanced the way we search for missing persons.
When you're searching for a missing person, is there a routine or does it depend case by case?
We'll start off with a set normal way we'll deploy. More than likely, we'll start with a canine, searching high probability of areas, trying to get people out as quick as possible. And then eventually it may turn into a line search or a grid search.
You said that you lead the CERT team?
That's correct, sir.
How many CERT teams are there with the Massachusetts State Police?
Just one.
How do you decide what different cases or situations to get involved in? Is that at your request?
It's not at our request. We'll receive requests either internally through other members of our department or externally from outside agencies.
So can you take us through very basically how would a typical request come to you?
Most of the time I'll receive what I call a courtesy notification. I'll get a call from someone that I know in the department or a local police department giving me the particulars of the case and if we'd be available and what I think about our response. If we are available, if we're not already on another mission, we'll then start the approval request process, which I have to send up through my chain of command. I have to send that up through a captain, which then will go to a major who's in charge of the special operations. And then he may have the final say. It may even go higher to him to Lieutenant Colonel of Field Services. If the request is internal through another member of our department, it also has to go up their specific chain of command as well. Sometimes getting an external request sometimes goes faster because there's not that second chain of command, to go through.
In 2022, how many full-time members were on the CERT team?
At that time, we had 55 members, we had one full-time member, 55 total members on the team.
So the members on the CERT team, did they engage in other roles at the state police at the same time they're a member of the CERT team?
Yes, it's an additional duty. They have a primary assignment either at a barracks or some other assignment throughout the state.
If you decided on accepting a mission or you were assigned a mission, who determines how many people from the search team would attend?
That would be determined by myself and the captain from Special Operations.
You mentioned back in 2022 there was 1 full-time member and 55 part-time members of the search team.
Yes, 55 total, correct, sir.
As we stand today, how many full-time members of the search team?
Currently, we're 69. We did have 71. We've had a few members leave the team recently.
Are those full-time or part-time members?
I'm sorry, that's full, total members. We have currently 5 full-time members. So we increased our, on both ends.
Are members of the CERT team who work for the Massachusetts State Police drawn from different geographical locations around the state?
That's correct. We try to split east-west the best we can geographically, just so we have as quick a response time as possible. We'll break it down further into, the northeast part of the state, the southeast, central, west, but main breakdown for us is east-west, basically using 495 as our boundary.
If the CERT team's assigned a mission and there are members that have chosen to participate, how often would you go to that scene or involve yourself in that particular event?
When I was the only full-time member, probably 99% of the missions I would go to. Now we have a few other supervisors on the team. I have a full-time executive officer who's also a lieutenant, but my role hasn't changed too much, still 90 to 95% of the missions.
I want you to take us back to January 29, 2022. Were you contacted or was a request made for you to consider and accept the mission?
Yes, I received a call from Lieutenant Tully.
After receiving the call, what was your process?
Again, that was what I would classify as a courtesy notification to see if we were available, if he thought we could get a response on that date. I told him we would be able to respond. I asked him if he had started the approval, the request for approval up his chain of command, which he hadn't at that time. He stated he would start on that, and then I contacted my captain after getting off the phone with him to start the approval process through my chain of command.
Do you remember generally about what time this process began?
He called me at 2:32 p.m.
At some point, was the task or the mission assigned?
So I told Lieutenant Tully that, we had received the snow that day. I told him most of the members, including myself, may not have shoveled out their driveway. I told him at best case scenario would be an hour plus response time, depending on how long, it would take people to shovel out their driveway. So at 2:53, I contacted one of the West team members, a sergeant from the West team, to have him send out an alert to our full team, just to build an availability list to see who was available. So at 2:53, that got sent out to the entire team.
At some point, were you able to acquire or compile a team?
Yes, Sergeant Simpson was able to put that list together.
And what time did you start to begin your way towards Fairview Road?
At 3:48, we sent out an alert for the activation of our team, including which members, notifying the team which members would actually be responding. I had just finished shoveling my driveway. By the time I changed into my uniform, got all my equipment together, I left my house at 4:13 p.m.
When you left your house, were you in an assigned cruiser or a personal vehicle?
Assigned cruiser, sir.
Is there tracking of assigned cruisers?
Yes, there is.
Could you share with us how that works?
So each cruiser has a automated vehicle locator, or GPS system. It tracks everywhere you go, marking every time you stop.
And did the vehicle you were driving have that system?
Yes, it did, sir.
Before you left to head towards Fairview at 4:13 p.m., had you already defined what the mission was going to be?
Yes, I knew we'd be conducting an evidence search.
Did you have any idea of how you were going to do that?
Yes, I spoke to Lieutenant Tully just to get an idea of the area we'd be searching. I determined how many members we would need to respond to that search, which at that time I figured we would need 8 members to respond. Normally, as the team leader, I'll function more of an incident command role behind the team, documenting some of our efforts. So we dispatched 8 members to the scene. Unfortunately, due to the snow, one of my members was not able to respond, so we only had 7 members officially arrive on scene, including myself, which change the dynamics a little bit of our search, but nothing major.
How did it change the dynamics of your search?
Well, like I stated, normally I would stay behind the line of searchers, documenting what they do, more of as a command role. But because we were one member short, I wound up participating in the search, more hands-on than maybe normal.
Did you ultimately actively participate in the search firsthand?
Yes, I did, sir.
Tell us about when you first arrive at 34 Fairview and you get out of your cruiser. What's the weather like at that point?
Still snowing.
What's the temperature like?
Very cold.
Visibility?
It was windy, but no real issues for us to see as we were working.
Was there a particular area you were looking at?
Yes, once I spoke to Lieutenant Tully, we wanted focusing on a specific area to search.
What time did you arrive at 34 Fairview?
4:56 p.m.
Did any of your team arrive before you?
Just prior to my arrival, one member arrived at 4:54 p.m.
And do you remember who that was?
It was Trooper Jason Bousselet.
Were there other members that arrived after you?
Yes, there were.
Did you wait until the entire team was there before you began?
No, we did not.
The other members that arrived, do you remember who they were?
Yes, I do, sir.
Do you happen to remember when they arrived?
Yes, I do, sir.
Could you share that with us?
Trooper Blake Bearden arrived at 5:21 p.m. Sergeant Charles Luis arrived at 5:24 p.m. Sergeant Michael O'Brien arrived at 5:24 p.m. Trooper Scott Viscardi arrived at 5:34 p.m. and Sergeant Anthony Carrier arrived at 5:41 p.m.
When you first arrived at Fairview and you looked at the scene, did you have any personal knowledge where any person had been in that area?
No, I did not.
Did you learn generally that a man was found in that area?
Yes, I did.
Did you have any photographs or precise location of exactly where that person had been found?
No, we did not.
Did you have a general area that you were directed to?
Yes, sir.
Any landmarks you can share with us in the general area where you were going to be focused on?
There was a flagpole in front of the residence. There was also a fire hydrant in front of the residence.
Who made the determination of the scope of the area that you would search?
I made the final markings of the distance we wanted to search, but we were guided by Lieutenant Tully's information he was able to provide for me.
How did you decide the depth and the broadness of the area you were going to search?
He informed me that there was a vehicle involved in the incident. He told me where that vehicle had been parked. So we wanted to make sure we started prior to where that vehicle was parked, which was almost adjacent to the front door of the house. If you were to look at the house we were at 34 Fairview Road, you don't say there was two front doors, a main front door and then a secondary front door at, closer to the garage, whether that's a mudroom or a den. So he stated the vehicle was parked almost directly across from the main front door, which again, looking at the house, that's on the left front door. So we marked off that as our starting location and we wanted to search down to the fire hydrant.
Were you looking randomly or was there any specific items you may have been looking for?
No, we were instructed that it was believed that the vehicle may have had a broken taillight, so we were looking for taillight pieces. We also were informed the victim in this incident was missing his shoe, so we're going to be looking for his sneaker as well.
What tools did you and your team bring to begin the search?
We brought shovels, we also brought push broom, I brought a couple of garden rakes, and we also were all equipped with headlamps, hiking lamps that you would wear.
Were the headlamps the only lighting you had for the search?
Once we began the search, we wound up turning a few of the cruisers around just to put some extra headlights on the scene.
Were the cruisers parked so they were facing the yard?
They were parked on the street, just covering the street, sir, not angled towards the yard at all.
I want to ask you some questions about the tools you brought. You said you had shovels, some garden rakes, and brooms.
Yes, sir.
What was the purpose of the brooms?
Just to help us sift through the snow very carefully. We wanted to be slow and methodical as we went through the area.
How about the shovels? Were you concerned that if you used the shovel, you could hit an item and break it?
Yes, but we went as slow as we could, layer by layer, as we moved down throughout the snow.
When you use shovels, were you digging like you would dig vegetables in a garden?
No, sir.
Could you explain a little bit about the process before we get into the actual search of how you as a team would look through snow? Would you just pick it up and turn it over, or was there a process in place?
No, eventually we wound up going again. Our searches, we'll call it a grid search, but it's a line search where we're all lined up. Again, talking about critical spacing. If we're searching for a particular item on a search, we may use a replica item to say, okay, how far can each member be away from each other? Because this was such a small search area, our members lined up almost shoulder to shoulder. Once we were on a line, we would slowly move forward, each member taking out snow, sifting, small layers, sifting it out at their own feet with a right flank along the curb in front of the house. That snow would eventually get moved out to the street where I was standing. I was the left flank on our line. I would then re-go through that snow, make sure we didn't miss any items or by accident carry an item that we were looking for over towards the middle of the street. Once I was satisfied there wasn't anything there, I would take that snow and throw it across to the other side of the street.
Before you began the search, did you have a chance to look around at the surroundings, including the street, the berm separating the street from the yard, and the area you're going to look at?
Yes, I did, sir.
Did you see any evidence that there had been any plowing before you arrived?
Yes, the plow had come through the area. The plow had not gone curb to curb, so we had a good 3 to 4 foot embankment coming off each curb. So at that embankment where the snow had come to, there was higher levels of snow before it dropped down to the normal snow depth that the rest of the area had received.
Could you describe a little more simply what you mean that the plow didn't go curb to curb?
So again, the plow had probably only done enough distance for maybe 2 vehicles to safely pass each other, not enough to go all the way to the curb on each side of the street. As we wound up parking, the responding members, as they wound up parking in the snow closer to the curb, and at the end of the night, several of the cruisers were stuck. We had to push them out.
When you looked at the snow that appeared to have been pushed by the plow, did that snow that had been displaced reach the berm, the separation between the street and the yard?
No, there was 3 to 4 feet between the edge from where the plow was to where the curbing in front of the house was located, sir.
The area where you searched or where you were pointed to where Mr. O'Keefe was in that general area, did it look like any snow from any plow had reached that area?
No, it did not.
When you began the searching, do you know what time it was that you actually began searching?
We moved my cruiser and Trooper Boussolet's cruiser at 5:20. We had started gridding off where we wanted to search, but at 5:20, that's when we moved our cruisers to put the headlights on. That's right. Trooper Bearden and the 2 sergeants arrived quickly after on scene, so by 5:24, we started. All 5 of us were lined up shoveling. When the 2 other members arrived on scene, they just joined in on the line to help us move.
From when you first arrived at 4:56 p.m. to when you began the search at 5:20 p.m., did you see anybody enter the area that you were going to search other than you or a CERT team member?
No, they did not.
Were there other people in the area outside the scene or the grid that you were going to search other than you and members of your CERT team?
Lieutenant Tully arrived on scene.
Was there anybody with Lieutenant Tully?
At one point, he had several other people with him. Maybe, I believe, 5 throughout our search. Maybe 5 different people, including him, were on scene.
Were those people part of state police?
At least 1, maybe 2. Unfortunately, I don't recognize all 2,500 members in our department, but there were probably about 5 total people on scene, sir.
Was there somebody who was picking up any evidence that you may find and putting it in bags and preserving it?
After we found located evidence, it was documented on scene by the detectives.
So you yourself were not documenting?
No, and again, that's maybe a little change in the dynamics. You know, if I had been more of in an incident commander role, I probably would have documented time, location, again, more for our internal records. Primary record will always be at the hands of the detectives. But because I was actively searching, the detectives handled all documentation.
Did you see somebody from the state police putting evidence in bags after it was pointed out to you?
Yes, sir, they did.
When you began the search, what part of the street or yard did you begin with?
We started where we were informed the vehicle was parked, which again was by, almost directly across from the front door of the house. and we began working south towards Chapman Street.
During the process of the search, if somebody were to find a piece of evidence, what was the process? What would happen?
He would notify myself and Lieutenant Tully, and we would stop our operation until that was documented by the detectives on scene and collected.
Do you know what time the first piece of evidence was found?
I believe it was 5:45, sir.
Do you remember what the first piece or item that you or the search team found was?
It was a piece of taillight.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm showing you two photographs. You recognize what is in them. First one?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
It is a piece of clear lens from a taillight.
And the second photograph?
It's the same lens, just a little enhanced, closer.
A close-up?
Yes, sir.
I'd move to introduce these two photographs into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so one is a close-up of the other.
It is.
So Madam Court Reporter will be the next plus A.
73 and 73A.
So here's this search by the CERT team. This is 12 hours after they find John O'Keefe's body. By the way, they're out there at 5 p.m., right? 4:56, 4:57. Let's wait till after dark. Okay, sunset 4:55 that day. So let's make sure we wait till it's
The court's
dark
permission, could I show the exhibits?
to do our search. That's a good idea. So the real question is, what happened in those 12 hours after the John
See
O'Keefe attempt
Exhibit number 129, please.
to rescue him, leave the scene, everything we've heard from Gallagher? What happened in those 10 plus hours? Did we just see something, or did I blink?
Doesn't have it. All right, I'll move on at this point.
The drama.
And that was at 5:45?
Yes, sir.
At 5:50, do you know if another item was found?
I don't know the specific times. I know the first piece was 5:45, but again, I didn't handle the documentation, and I have not seen the evidence log.
Okay. Inevitably, did you or your team find an item of clothing?
We found the sneaker, yes, sir.
A sneaker?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe where the sneaker was found?
Sneaker was flush up against the curb, and it was inverted upside down.
Was there anything in the sneaker?
There was snow on and inside the sneaker.
May I approach?
Yes.
Are we sure the sneaker was inverted, or was it just a picture of the sneaker that was inverted? Get back to me on that.
Sir, I'm showing you three photographs. Do you recognize the first one?
Yes, sir. That's a photograph of the sneaker we recovered.
And where is it located in reference to the berm?
It's directly up against the curb.
Can you show, take a look at the second photograph, please? What do you see?
It's a close-up picture of the same sneaker we located.
And third photograph, please.
Again, just a close-up, different angle. photo of the sneaker we located.
Thank you. All right, remove these 3 photos of evidence, please. Thank you.
All right, Madam Court Reporter, 74A.
What do we make of that sneaker? It's always been kind of an odd piece of the puzzle to me.
74A and 74B so far.
If something happened in the house, was it found and then just tossed out there? Or was he hit by a car and lost his sneaker? Or did he lose it when he was stumbling around in the snow kind of drunk? I don't know. I've never been able to kind of figure out what that means.
Yes.
Could we get more of a close-up, Ms. Gill? Sir, can you describe what you're seeing here?
That's the sneaker we located up against the curb. You can see the snow in the background, and that's the flagpole in front of the house. And you can see it's still snowing at this time.
Could we see 121, please? And sir, can you describe again what that is?
Just a close-up photo of the sneaker we located up against the curb.
Is that curb the black area to the right?
Correct, sir.
How high is that curb?
Not sure, sir. Several inches.
122, please. You had described a photograph with a sneaker with snow in it. Is that photograph?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay, thank you. You can take that down. That night, do you recall if there was any other pieces of taillight recovered?
I believe in total we located maybe 6 or 7 pieces of taillight.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you 3 photographs.
Thank you.
You recognize the first photograph?
Yes, I do, sir.
And what's in that photograph?
It's a piece of red taillight that we located.
Could you look at the second photograph, please?
Yes, sir.
What do you see there?
It's the same piece of taillight that we recovered, just a close-up version. You can see the molding of an overturned shovel. That piece of taillight actually came up as one of our team members was shoveling. When he overturned his shovel, the piece of taillight was there, and you can see the actual molding from his shovel.
And the third photograph?
That is another piece of taillight that we located at ground level.
A different piece?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's stick with photographs 1 and 2. Photographs 1 and 2 is close-up and a further view of a piece of taillight. Are those fair and accurate depictions? Does that piece appear that night?
Yes, they are, sir.
All right, we'll introduce 2 photographs into evidence.
Thank you. And one's a close-up, right?
Yeah, Your Honor.
75A.
So they find 6 or 7 pieces. He's not really keeping track, but officer, sergeant, whatever you are, that's only 15% of all total pieces of taillight found. Do you know that?
So when these items were found, did you examine or study the depth of those items when they were found?
I did not, sir. Gave them a glance when our team members told us we found something, and then Lieutenant Tully took over documentation. I returned to my place, on our line.
Do you know if any of the items were touching the ground or were they on snow?
A couple of the pieces were found at ground level, touching the asphalt.
And you said there was another item found that we just talked about? A separate piece of taillight?
Yes, that photo you showed me was a separate piece of the taillight we located, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you two photographs, could you look at the first photograph?
Yes, sir.
What do you see?
Piece of taillight at ground level.
And if you could look at the second photograph, what's that?
It's a close-up enhanced view of that same piece of taillight.
So it's just a different view of the same piece of taillight?
Correct, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction as that piece of taillight appeared that night?
Yes, it is, sir.
I would move these two into evidence, one photograph and a second is a closer up view. No objection.
Okay.
Exhibit 76 and 76A.
While you were conducting the search, did anybody but your team, Trooper Tully, the person who was documenting the evidence, did you see any other people who were not law enforcement in the area?
At some point during our search, the media arrived on scene, began filming us or taking photos.
Was there anybody from your department or a different department that was managing the crowd?
No, there were members with Lieutenant Tully that I believe were not state police members, but I wouldn't know how to characterize what their job description was, sir.
At any time, did anybody enter that area or scene, the grid that you and your members were working on, other than your group and Trooper Tully and the people with him?
No, correct. Once we marked off our area, no one came forward of our line. That whole search area was fresh, undisturbed snow as we moved through the area, and no one moved past our line. Even when Lieutenant Tully and the member who works in his unit came to collect the evidence, they didn't move past the point we had searched up to at that time.
Why were you so careful about anybody coming onto your grid?
We don't want to disturb our scene, but we also don't want to move forward unless we're all moving together, acting in unison.
Given you had brushes and rakes and shovels, did you get through every piece of that area?
We didn't go all the way to where I had marked off originally, because after we'd found everything that was collected, we had gone approximately 8 to 10 feet without finding any other evidence. Lieutenant Tully and I had a discussion. I think we determined we'd found everything we were going to find that evening, and we decided to suspend the search.
Was it a search that took up the whole front yard and street of that area?
Our focus was on the street. We really didn't touch the front yard at all. We started to go over the curb at one point to see if we could search the grass area, but we could not properly, definitively say we were searching it well. As we started to move the snow, we couldn't really differentiate down to the grass level.
How hard was the ground?
It was cold, frozen.
The ground was frozen?
Sir.
And so not being able to search the entire yard, was there a plan at that point? Did you just end your mission?
So when we suspended our search, we'll always do a full team debrief, and we'll debrief with the person who requested our search. And at the end of our search, we'll come up with what we call our probability of detection. We'll give a baseline determination of what I think, percentage-wise, whether we would have found what we were looking for. We'll provide that. I did provide that to Lieutenant Tully. Told him there was a good chance we did not locate everything that evening, and we offered to return at a later date or time at his request.
When you were looking generally for pieces of taillight in the sneaker, were you informed, did you have any idea how much taillight would be in that area?
I did not know, sir.
Was there any way for you to, at that point, identify exactly what you were looking for?
No, we didn't have a photo of the taillight. I was never shown anything, so I wasn't sure how much we were actually looking for.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll withdraw that. What time did you end the search?
Approximately 6:15, I believe. I was the last one to leave, which was 6:23 p.m. when I left.
And so how long was the entire search?
It was about 55 minutes. We started again around 5:20, ending around 6:15, sir.
Do you know if any other colleagues or members went back at a later date?
I've been informed that they did, yes, but not from my team, but other members of our department.
I'll allow it, just move on.
Did your team go back?
We did not, sir, no.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant.
Good afternoon, sir.
When you first arrived at the scene, was there crime scene tape up?
No, there was not, sir.
Was there any barricade up at all?
No, there was not.
Was there any evidence that the crime scene was being secured at that time?
There was no police presence on scene, sir.
Okay. So that when you arrived, the scene had been left unsecured. Do you know how long it had been left unsecured?
I do not, sir.
So before you arrived, at least, and before your presence was known, for some time before you got there, that scene could have been accessed by anyone, to your knowledge?
Well, I think the weather played a good help in us with the scene security, because with that being fresh, undisturbed snow, and with the man tracking we do, we would be able to determine if anyone had accessed that area.
Of course, of course. But you don't have any personal knowledge of anybody actually securing that scene for onlookers, bypassers, anybody that wanted access to it, they could have had it?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
Okay. You indicated that Lieutenant Tully first contacted you around, not around, but exactly at 2:32 p.m., correct?
That is correct, sir.
At that time, your team was not stood up. In other words, you were not activated because that was an initial call by Lieutenant Tully, not an activation call, correct?
Correct. That's a courtesy notification, sir.
And at that time, Lieutenant Tully had not received the proper protocol, the proper approvals through the protocol to actually have your team activate and have your team dispatched.
Yes, I think he'll normally, when we get activated, before they start the process going through their chain of command, they'll call me just to see if we're available and if we could actually respond instead of wasting other people's time calling us if I were to say, no, we are already assigned on another mission at this time.
Right. So around 2:53, you indicated that one of your subordinates, Sergeant Simpson, notified the rest of the team that get ready, but we have not been given the green light, correct?
Correct, sir. Building an availability list of who could respond.
Okay. That was just a kind of a precursor, if you will, for lack of a better phrase, to make sure that you had the available personnel so when the green light, or if the green light came, you could activate.
Correct, and to help start giving people the heads up to start shoveling their driveway. Like I said, as soon as I received that call from Lieutenant Tully, I hadn't shoveled my driveway yet.
Okay.
I went out and had to go clear my driveway and my cruiser, and the end of my driveway, we usually get plowed in by our plows. We had several feet of snow at the end of my driveway, sir.
Lucky you.
Yes.
All right. Did Lieutenant Tully inform you in that first phone call that colleagues of his, Massachusetts State Police colleagues of his, were already en route to Dighton to retrieve or seize the SUV?
He did not say that, sir.
Did Lieutenant Tully inform you that Massachusetts State Police had actually contacted the Dighton Police Department for their assistance in potentially seizing that SUV?
He did not tell me that, sir.
Did he indicate to you, you indicated that your conversation was at 12:32. Did he indicate that he had just gotten off the phone with Dighton PD at 12:31, just a minute prior?
Our phone call was at 2:32, sir?
I'm sorry.
I don't know if that can,
Did I say 12:32?
that's a different time you're looking to?
2:32, and he had just gotten off the phone with Dighton PD at 2:31. Did he indicate anything like that?
No, we did not, sir.
Okay. So we do know that at that 2:30-ish hour, you were not authorized to respond to the unit, to the location at that point. None of your units were en route at that point.
No, neither one of us had requested approval through our chain of command at that time, sir.
And you've already told us that you didn't head out until just after 4, sometime after 4 p.m.?
Yes, my GPS data has me leaving my driveway at 4:13 p.m.
Got it. once you were at 34 Fairview, you arrived first, correct?
No, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry, I mistook that. Tell me who did arrive first.
Trooper Bussalil arrived at 4:54, and I pulled in just after him at 4:56, sir.
My mistake. When you first arrived, you were awaiting others of your team to arrive as well in their personal vehicles or their marked vehicles, correct?
They were all still en route at that time, yes, sir.
When you got there, you did not know at that point where you were going to be directed to search, correct?
I did not know, sir.
All you knew was a residence and an address, correct?
Correct.
As your team members arrived, were they arriving in personal vehicles, cruisers, or some combination thereof?
They were all arriving in state-issued cruisers.
Okay, so all 7 of you arrived, there were 7 total, correct?
Correct. We, again, initially started 8. One member was not able to get off the end of their street due to plowing, so we were 1 member short from the original dispatch.
Understood. Lieutenant, when you arrived, given the fact that you did not know where you'd be searching, you've actually indicated previously that the flagpole, the fire hydrant, et cetera, that part of the lawn, that part of the yard was behind you as the cruisers pulled up and you parked your cruisers waiting for everybody to get there, correct?
When I arrived, I parked almost at the end of the driveway of that residence, sir.
Okay, was your tail facing the flagpole or was your nose facing the flagpole?
Tail was facing the flagpole.
So
sir.
you pulled up to the driveway, I'm guessing from Chapman?
Yes.
Heading north?
Correct, sir. Yes, from Chapman.
Okay, so you pulled over to the edge of the driveway, sort of on the wrong side of the street, I'm guessing.
Same side as 34 Fairview, sir.
Understood. So the area and the grid area that you ultimately decided to search and ultimately were directed to search, that was all behind you?
Yes, it was, sir.
And it was dark out, obviously?
Yes, it was, sir.
Getting dark?
It was dark. It was winter, so it was dark at
Okay.
5 o'clock.
Your focus was certainly not on the area behind you at that point, correct?
While
As
we
a
were
matter of fact, your
driving, sir?
focus wasn't really anywhere, was it? Because you
No.
didn't know where you were going to search.
Correct, sir.
Okay. Ultimately, your team members began to arrive one by one, and each one of them would stay in their car, or would they get out and come coordinate with you, like at your cruiser?
No, as they arrived on scene, they would come out because Lieutenant Tully had already arrived on scene. He was technically the 3rd member of the state police on scene.
Okay.
So once he got on scene, I was already out talking to him, and I was marking off the area we were going to search.
Understood. He ultimately, at some point, did direct you to a location behind you, which you were not currently focused on, toward the flagpole, the fire hydrant, you said.
Yeah, I wasn't focused on any area at that time, sir, no.
You marked those, the areas out that Lieutenant Tully directed you to with some sort of grid coordinates, or was it just sort of a mental grid?
No, I wound up marking, stepping it off in the area I wanted to search, sir.
Did you use any string or rope or anything like that to physically grid the area off?
No, I just marked a line in the snow, sir, where I wanted to
Understood.
start and where we wanted to end.
And you did that with footprints?
No, with the shovel, I made a mark where we wanted to start and end,
I
sir.
see. So sort of dragging a shovel in the line?
Oh,
in the
just,
snow.
now where the berm was, sir, I knocked the berm down, made an obvious impression of where the shovel was.
Okay.
At the starting location where ideally I wanted to end.
Perfect. You indicated that the area that you were searching was relatively undisturbed snow. You said that in direct examination, correct?
It was undisturbed, yes, sir.
But the street, everything from the berm in, the street had been plowed, correct?
To a point, yes, sir.
All right, and so that would be disturbed snow.
Yeah, to a point, yes, sir.
And what was the point?
To where the snow that got plowed in, it all rose up just like the end of your driveway would. There was a good 3 to 4 foot high barrier on each side of the street. Once you were able to knock down that initial barrier of snow, the level of snow dropped down to the normal depths that you would have seen in anyone's front lawn at that time, sir.
And is that what you're calling the undisturbed portion of the snow?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Lieutenant Tully told you that you were going to be looking for a man's shoe, a sneaker of some sort, or a shoe of some sort, correct?
He said sneaker, yes, sir.
And he told you that you'd be searching for plastic, red plastic from potentially from a taillight, is that right?
I said taillight pieces, yes, sir.
Did he indicate that some of them would be red, some might be clear, might be a combination of the two?
He didn't indicate color either way, sir.
He did direct you to where he believed you should search. It was his direction that sort of gave you your grid coordinates, correct?
He indicated where the vehicle had been parked and where the victim's body had been located and suggested that was the primary area to search.
Did he tell you whether or not he knew from personal knowledge where where John O'Keefe's body had been?
He did not, sir, no.
Did he tell you whether he had personal knowledge where any taillight material might be?
He did not know, sir.
Did he tell you that he had any personal knowledge where an impact site might have been?
He did not know.
Did he tell you that he had personal knowledge that there had been an impact site at the location?
No, he just said he believed the incident involved the vehicle.
Okay. One of your goals when looking at the search location was to obviously remove the snow as methodically as you could, correct?
Yes, sir.
You wanted to not only remove layers of snow, but then ultimately expose the layer beneath it with as little disturbance as possible. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
I think you noted that the plow had not plowed all the way to the curb, so the snowbank was sort of in the street, not in the yard, or at least a few inches from the curb line and not in the yard, correct?
Correct, sir. As I stated, as some of the responding members parked, they were thinking they were parking in a safe spot in the street, and their cruisers wound up being stuck at the end of the night.
And you and your team had some experience doing searches in snowy conditions, being from Massachusetts, I'm guessing.
Missing person searches, we've never been out for an evidence search in this specific type of conditions, but we have done missing person searches.
So this was the first time you and your team had executed a search of this nature in these kinds of conditions for these kinds of items?
In blizzard conditions, yes, for an evidence search, yes.
But you did indicate on direct examination that although it was blizzard conditions and the winds were high, and we've learned that windy conditions sort of define a blizzard in some respects, the visibility was relatively good.
Yeah, with our headlamps, we had pretty decent visibility.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about the techniques for conducting a search like this in some sort of snowfall. Obviously, as a specialist in searches, one of the things that you put as the highest priority is documenting exactly where the search is conducted, what techniques are used to conduct the search, and what, if anything, is found and exactly where it's found, correct?
Yes, documentation of your search is important, yes, sir.
You'd also want to document the time that things are found, correct?
Yes, you want those documented.
And you'd want to document the relative locations between and among items that are found. How close are they to each other? How close are they or far are they from a stable landmark, a static landmark, correct?
So we will mark items, sir.
Okay.
Measuring in between distances, they do get stamped when we mark our items. Measuring them would be at the discretion of the investigators themselves.
And obviously that would be among the best practices to clearly document how a search is conducted, correct?
Correct, sir.
Another way to document the evidence or the search is to do it through either video evidence or photographic techniques, right? Just photographing, forensic photographs of where things are found, contextual photographs moving into close-up photographs, correct?
That would be at the discretion of the detective, sir.
And in this case, that discretion lay with Lieutenant Tully, correct?
Yeah, he was the incident commander, correct, sir.
You indicated a number of hand tools that you brought with you to the search to make sure that you had the tools necessary to get through the snow and get to the items that if there were any items out there, to get to the items you were looking for. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And you did, in fact, remove layer by layer of snow and sort of sift through it as best you could, correct?
Yes, sir.
That also included some shovels where a shovel full of snow might be gathered and then turned over, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. That was done somewhat methodically, is that right?
Yes, it was, sir.
And you wanted to make sure that you weren't missing anything as you were digging through the top layers of snow and getting down to something closer to the surface, correct?
Correct, sir.
And at that time, what was the level of snow, if you can estimate it? How much snowfall?
believe the area, and, not living that far from that location myself, was anywhere from 15 to 18 up to maybe 20 inches in certain towns.
And again, this is 5:48 in the evening of January 29th.
When the first item was discovered, it was 5:45.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, a search of this complexity and with this many individuals and with those conditions required some level of significant coordination by you and your team, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had to account for all the personnel who were there, is that right?
Correct, sir.
That included, I'm going to go through a quick list, Bearden, Beausoleil, Carrier, Luis, O'Brien, O'Hara, you, and Biscardi, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So there were 7 individuals, as well, Lieutenant, as 7 vehicles to account for to make sure you're not driving over the wrong areas, walking over the wrong areas, standing over the wrong areas, correct?
Correct, sir.
And not only did you have to account for those 7 officers, each of whom arrived in their own vehicles, you also had to make sure that those vehicles were positioned in the right spot to make sure you don't drive over the area that you need to search and might be impacted by your cars, correct?
Yes, sir. After Lieutenant Tully arrived on scene, the remaining cruisers never came past the initial location of where we believe the incident occurred.
Before he came on scene, the cruisers that were there were down toward the driveway, closer to where you were, and you, of course, were positioned with your back to the location that ultimately was searched, correct?
Yes, sir. That was 2 of the 7 cruisers, yes.
Okay. Once you learned where you wanted to search, you literally had to sort of turn around, physically turn things around to begin searching behind where you had originally positioned yourself. No fault of your own, you just didn't know where to go. You had to sort of turn around and go backward toward the area of the flagpole, away from the area of the driveway, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so as you began to focus on the other side of the house, the other side of the driveway, you had to actually reposition a couple of the cruisers. You didn't have to, but you chose to reposition a couple of the cruisers to turn their lights back around, correct?
That is correct, sir.
At some point, you've indicated that there were other individuals who you noticed were at the scene. Is that right?
Yes, there were non-CERT members on scene, sir.
Okay. And those non-CERT members included, or they numbered, at least 5 individuals, not including Lieutenant Tully. Is that right?
I believe that includes Lieutenant Tully, sir. I believe it was 5 total.
Okay, so 5 does include Lieutenant Tully. There were 4 others that were non-CERT members, correct?
Correct, sir.
And those were members, I think you've earlier testified that those were members of either Massachusetts State Police or Canton Police or both. Is that right?
I believe it was both, yes, sir.
And you did not recognize those individuals?
I recognized one of the state police members. I believe a second one was also a state police member that I'm not familiar with.
Okay.
And then 2 other members that I believe were Canton Police, but again, not familiar with them.
And these individuals were, obviously, it's dark. You're not paying attention to them. You're not paying attention to what they're doing. They probably have hats and hoods and gloves on, I'm guessing.
Well, they didn't arrive on scene right away, so we were already well into our search before they even arrived on scene. The only one who was on scene originally was Lieutenant Tully.
If you weren't paying close attention to those 4 officers, those additional 4 officers, how do you know exactly what time they arrived on scene?
They weren't in the area we were searching, so they came on scene after we were already on our line searching, sir.
So they may have been in the area, but you didn't see them until your line search had already begun, and you made note of them, correct?
Correct. I don't know when the exact time they arrived on scene, sir, but they weren't on scene when we started our search.
Or they weren't in your vision when they started their search?
No, they weren't on scene, sir.
Okay. But you don't know, as you sit here, you can't say what time they showed up?
I do not know, sir.
And did they come at your direction?
They did not.
Did they come at the direction of any of your staff members, any of your colleagues?
No, we did not request them, sir.
Okay. So they were there for some reason other than why you were there?
That's correct, sir.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
These individuals, you noted they were either from, I think you said 2 from Massachusetts State Police and 2 from Canton Police, correct?
Yeah, including Lieutenant Tully, it'd probably be three MSP and 2 Canton Police, sir.
Okay. Excluding Lieutenant Tully, who was working very closely with you, the other 4 individuals, they were in full uniform or they were plain clothes?
Plain clothes, sir.
And your focus, once you began your search, once you stood up the team, turned your cars around and realized exactly the grid where you were going to search, that's what your focus was on, correct?
Yeah, I was focused on our search area, correct, sir.
And when you're searching a line, for instance, if it's a line that extends to your right or to your left, the search that you're conducting is literally right directly in front of you, correct?
Well, you're always looking left or right because you're staying online with your teammates, so you always have a full view of the scene you're searching, sir.
Understood. I'm not saying that you look down and never look up again, but I'm saying that your focus, the main focus of your search, is directly in front of you. That's why you do a line search. So you can take small steps, search in front of you, move forward, search in front of you as a line, almost an entity, a single entity moving forward, correct?
That is best practice, yes, sir.
That's how you make sure you don't miss an overturned leaf that you need to overturn, that there might be a knife under or a gun under or something like that, or a bullet casing, something like that, correct?
Correct, sir.
Or a taillight, right?
Correct, sir.
All right, so as your focus is, your world sort of collapses a little bit. Your focus is in front of you. You're obviously working with your team members left and right. You're moving forward very, very gently, very methodically, very technically as you move forward, and the whole line moves forward on that grid, correct?
Correct, sir.
So you're not necessarily paying attention to what's happening behind you, off in the distance, in the dark, to your left far, to your right far. That's not what your focus is on, at least at that moment, correct?
No, sir, our focus is forward as we're moving forward into our search area.
Thank you. In addition to the 5 individuals, Lieutenant Tully included, and the other 4, there was also another person that made contact with you from 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, when we first arrived on scene, someone had exited the residence onto the front steps, front porch area possibly of that mudroom.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Of that mudroom, so that right door, the exit, the door closest to the garage, sir.
Can you describe that person for us?
It was an adult male wearing a hooded sweatshirt.
Did that person approach you or one of your team members?
No, he never left the front door area.
Did he say anything to you or one of the team members?
He asked if we were here for what happened earlier. We replied yes, and he turned and went back inside the residence.
And as you sit here, you don't know who that person is?
I do not, sir, no.
But he's a male, I'm guessing middle-aged?
It was not a child, sir. It was definitely an adult male, sir.
Adult male wearing a hooded sweatshirt.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You testified that you recovered, having a hard time speaking, it's been a long day. I apologize. Let's try that again. You testified that you recovered a piece of plastic first before you recovered the shoe, or do I have that backwards?
No, there was one piece of taillight located before the shoe, sir.
Understood. You've also indicated that of the, I think you said 6 or 7 total pieces of plastic that were found, that all of those pieces of plastic and the shoe were found basically right next to each other, correct?
I don't know the exact distances, but they weren't too far apart, some several inches to others maybe a foot or 2. I don't know the exact distances, sir.
Without assigning an exact measurement down to the millimeter, Lieutenant, you've earlier indicated that all of the pieces and the shoe, relative to each other, it's just relative to each other, were found within a foot or so of each other, correct?
Eyeball, again, as the distance that I just said, sir, from inches to maybe a couple of feet. I know they all are geomarked with exact coordinates that, could be measured out at a later time, which, again, would have been at the purview of the detectives, but we did not measure them. Again, all eyeball that night.
Understood. When I say, and it may have been a bad question on my part, Lieutenant, and if it was, I apologize. When I say a foot, within a foot of each other, I don't mean a foot apart. All of them, you've earlier testified, would be inside of a foot total, correct? Or maybe 2 feet now?
I don't think they'd be quite that close, sir. I think they were maybe in between each item, sir, or close to it.
I have just a moment, Your Honor. Okay. I know this isn't necessarily a memorization contest about your prior testimony, but do you remember testifying about this specific issue? Here I go again. I can't speak. This specific issue about a year ago, and another, back in 2022 at a grand jury?
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay. Do you remember exactly how you described where everything was with relative, May 5th, as a matter of fact, at the grand jury, relative to each other? Do you remember how you testified exactly?
I believe I said within a few inches or a foot away. Yes, sir.
You have excellent memory. Seriously, you've rattled off times and dates like I've never seen before. So it's exactly what you said. So within a few inches of each other, maybe a foot is what you said, correct?
That's what I said, yes, sir.
Okay, so if it's maybe within a foot, this is an 11 and a half by 8.5 piece of paper, maybe an area a little larger than this, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. As you found items of evidence, did you alert Lieutenant Tully to that specific piece of evidence?
Yes, so I was not one of the members who found any of the evidence, but as my team members located something, we would halt the line. Lieutenant Tully was a short distance behind our line. We would get his attention. We would cease our operations until he informed us that he felt it was properly documented.
And ultimately, Lieutenant Tully was the person responsible for documenting that item, is that right?
That is, sir. We fall under the incident command structure. He technically took the lead as the incident commander that night, sir.
And he did that through photography?
Yes, sir.
So you saw him taking pictures of the items in their place once they were found, correct?
Yeah, I believe he was the one taking photographs, sir.
And by definition, Lieutenant, as a search like this is being conducted, unfortunately, moving snow means possibly moving the items themselves, correct?
Potentially, yes, sir.
They might end up in a shovel full of snow, you turn it upside down. That's not where the piece of evidence was to begin with, correct?
Correct. It's been moved at that point.
But in this case, nearly all of the pieces that you did find, including the shoe, were nearly next to each other, meaning within inches of one another, correct?
I don't know the exact distance again, sir. Ballpark eye distance, but again, that is why we provided the GPS coordinates of each location, because we did stamp those with a handheld GPS as we found items of evidence, and all those locations were turned over with our report to be measured at the desire of the detectives, sir.
Certainly, using that very impressive memory of yours, your memory back in May of 2022, May 5th of 2022, was that they were within inches of each other.
I believe that's what I stated, yes, sir.
Okay. Ultimately, you indicated that the search, after about 6 or 7 pieces were found, as well as the shoe, the search was suspended just after 6 o'clock, correct?
Approximately 6:15-ish, sir, we stopped. We'd gone, like I stated earlier, we'd gone approximately 8 to 10 feet further south on the road without recovering any other pieces of taillight. We knew we had already located the sneaker, so we decided to suspend the search at that time until possibly a future date.
And you were never called back out to the scene by Lieutenant Tully or anybody else, correct?
No, we were not, sir.
And did you become aware that over the next days and weeks and days and several weeks, there would be 40 more pieces of taillight claimed to be recovered at the scene? Did you become aware of that or no?
I was aware other pieces were located. I did not know that was the number, and I don't know exactly when I became aware of that. It was probably much later on, possibly at this location when I learned that information, sir.
And you don't know, as you sit here, you don't know whom it was that recovered those additional pieces, correct?
No, I've never seen the evidence log, sir.
And you don't know when those additional pieces were claimed to have been recovered?
I do not know.
when Lieutenant Tully and you had a conversation about shutting down the scene, was Lieutenant Tully's comment to you after those first few pieces were found that he was, quote, very satisfied that you had recovered everything that you were going to recover from that night, from that search?
Objection.
Sustained.
Mr. Brennan asked you about the conversation that you had with Lieutenant Tully to shut the scene down, to clear the scene, correct?
Yes, so we conducted a debrief, and I gave him, again, as I mentioned earlier, we provide a probability of detection. I tell him what the chances are. I think we found our items we were looking for, and we determined to suspend the search.
Do you remember testifying last year that Lieutenant Tully indicated that he was very satisfied with what was found?
I don't know if he used the word very satisfied, but he was satisfied that evening that we had found everything we were going to find that night, sir.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
Do you remember exactly what you indicated Lieutenant Tully's words were as you sit here?
I believe, yes, he was satisfied with the search. I just don't know if he used the word very satisfied or not, sir.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your transcript?
I'm sure it will, sir.
It's the one thing you didn't remember. May I? Thank you. Highlighted portion, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir. I'm just going on the date. Is this from last year, or would this be from the grand jury, sir?
June of last year.
Okay. Yes, sir. So it does state here that I stated he was very satisfied with the search.
Does that refresh your recollection if that was the words that he used, or at least you remembered him using at that time?
Yeah, I believe, to the best of my recollection, sir.
Fair. May I go?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Lieutenant. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Seems like a weird qualifier, right? I'm satisfied with what you found, which is weird enough, but cop speak is sometimes weird. But very satisfied? I'm very satisfied with what you found. It almost feels like an Easter egg hunt, like the person who hid the eggs is happy that you found them. Maybe that's just me reading too much into it, but it was helpful, and we'll get into this in some detail when they're done huddling there and when they're done with this witness, that you get a better picture, I think, of that search effort with such a small area with 7 people barely reaching from the curb to, it looks like, maybe the middle of the residential street there, and then moving forward toward the flagpole, but not getting completely to the flagpole. That's not a very big area. And that other dispute or inconsistency about the positioning of these pieces in relation to one another. We'll get into that.
Lieutenant, there was one other thing that I wanted to ask you about, which is you had indicated to Lieutenant Tully at some point close to 6 p.m. or so, it would be helpful if you and your team had a photograph of what it was you were looking for, correct?
Yeah, I believe after we found the first piece or two, I asked him if he had a photograph that we could look at just to see how large of an area, how large of a piece we were looking for, sir. Yes.
Fine. So that would, just timing-wise, if you found the first piece at 5:45, first piece or two, maybe 2 or 3 or 4 minutes later after that, maybe 5 minutes later. So let's place it at 5:50, close to 6. Something like that?
Yeah, probably between 5:45 and 5:50 possibly, sir.
And you said to him at the time it'd be helpful if we had a photograph of what it is we're looking for, correct?
Yeah, I said that would help, yes, sir.
And Lieutenant Tully told you that the vehicle did not have a photograph because it was still en route from Dighton being transported to Canada, right?
He did say he did not have a photograph and it was being towed back.
Okay. Thank you, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you.
Sir, you mentioned that there were about 5 people not on your CERT team at some point arriving at Fairview Road or the area of it.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
3 of them were Mass State Police. You mentioned Tully and 2 of his colleagues.
Correct, sir.
Did you see anybody taking photographs of the items that you found?
Yes, Lieutenant Tully was taking photographs while we were there, sir.
And did you see somebody putting the items in bags?
Yes, they did, sir.
Was that one of the 2 people that were with Lieutenant Tully?
Yes, correct, sir.
And you mentioned there were 2 Canton police officers. Were they part of the search?
They were not, sir, no.
Were they on the grid?
They were not, sir.
Did you ever see them in the area on the grid?
I did not, no, sir.
They were there. Were they involved in any way in the crowd?
They weren't the only people that ever came on scene other than us, and those local officers were at some point, the media did arrive on scene.
When you say on scene, is on scene different than on the grid?
Correct, just in the general vicinity, sir.
Did you know what the Canton police officers were doing?
I do not know, sir.
Did you ever see either of them ever come on your grid?
They did not know, sir.
Did you ever see anybody place or toss or throw anything onto your grid?
I'll allow it.
Did you ever see anybody place or toss or throw anything onto your grid?
I did not know, sir.
Did you ever see anybody intrude on the grid and leave an item?
Choose a different word.
Did you ever see anybody physically intrude upon your grid?
No, no one did that, sir.
You were asked about
Are we frozen, or is it just me? Well, I'm going to assume that it's the feed. Missy, do you know if it's the feed or if it's us? Let me hit on some of the things real quick on this redirect, this cleanup on aisle 5. Whoop, whoop, hey, whoop, whoop. Looks like we're looking for a feed that is not buffering. Yeah, he's on the redirect here. Brendan is trying to make it very clear that Tully and these other MSP, Massachusetts State Police, they were nowhere near your grid. They didn't put anything on your grid. They were not physically on your grid. And obviously, he's doing that so that he can clearly avoid that 8, 9, maybe 10 hours that this
you
scene.
mentioned that somebody came out of a side door at 34 Fairview who had a hoodie on.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Thanks, Mr.
How long were they outside for?
Maybe 10 seconds, sir.
Did they at any time interfere with your search?
No, they did not.
Did they at any time try to discourage or dissuade you from searching?
Objection, Your Honor.
Next question, I'll sustain that.
Did that person do anything to impede your search?
No, he did not.
You were asked about your conversation with Trooper Tully,
Yes, sir.
and he mentioned, or you characterized, he was very satisfied that what you had found, everything you were going to locate at that time.
That's correct, sir.
Did he ever suggest that he expected that you would not find anything else?
No, he did not.
Did he ever suggest that there was no other trace evidence there?
No, he did not.
Was there a discussion that he or you or other people may come back to search further at a different time?
We offered to come back at a later date, and, he just accepted our offer, but we were never contacted to come back, sir.
When you offered to come back, was that based on your assessment that it was a difficult area to search?
Correct. Again, as we talked about probability of detection, we'll base it on 10 different categories, give him a baseline percentage chance of it. Would we have found what we were looking for? I told him there was a good chance we did not locate all the evidence, asked him if he wanted us to come back at a later date, sir.
And when you mentioned that you couldn't finish the search because of the grass, tell us a little bit about what made it difficult because of the grass.
Even using the push brooms, we couldn't properly move the snow off the grass as we were moving it. And with the dark, even the headlamps, I didn't feel like we were clearing it enough to continue searching it. I think our best efforts would be to focus on the street because I was more concerned about eventually the plow coming in, clearing curb to curb and moving any evidence that was on the street. My thought was if with the grass not being able to properly clear it, at least that would be contained to be searched at a later date as the snow melted.
And given those assessments, is that some of those reasons why you offered to come back?
Yes, sir.
I've shown you some photographs you've identified about some of the pieces that you found or the pieces that you found that night. I'd like to show those photographs to the jury.
Okay.
If we could show Exhibit 73, please. Is that one of the photographs you identified earlier?
Yes, it is, sir.
Is there a chance, Ms. Gilman, that we could do a close-up of that? Can you describe what you're seeing?
It's a piece of clear taillight. It's got rigid edges, some indentations on it, distinctive markings.
Did all of the pieces you found have those type of markings on it?
Not sure if they had those exact same markings, sir. I'd have to compare the photos.
Was there different colors of pieces that you found that night?
Yes, we also found pieces of red taillight as well.
Could we see 73A, please? Without blowing it up, if you could go back. Is 73A a picture from further away of the same piece?
Yes, that's what it appears to be, sir.
Was it easier to see these pieces that night in person than it is in photos, or was there any difference in the ability to identify these pieces?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
When you saw the piece from where you were standing, did it look any different than it does in this photo?
No, it doesn't, sir.
Can we see 75, please? In that picture from this perspective, can you see any pieces of taillight?
There's a piece of red taillight in the left-hand side of that photo, sir.
On a little bit of a mound?
Correct, sir.
Is that where that piece was found, on the mound?
No, that's the photo, like we discussed earlier, sir, that came up with one of the shovels. And you can see, when you get close to that photo, you'll see the actual molding of the overturned shovel.
So it was scooped up and then placed on that mound?
Correct. As the trooper overturned it to start beginning to sift through the different layers of snow, that's where he deposited that snow, sir.
Could we get a close-up of the left side of that picture, please? Can you see the shovel marks near that piece?
Yes, they're directly behind it and off to the left. You can see the molding of the shovel.
You can see a bit of a divot to the left of the red?
Yes, correct, sir.
Is that part of imprint from the shovel?
Yes, it is, sir.
Could we see 75A, please? Is that a closer picture of the same item?
Yes.
The imprint, does that give you a clearer view of the shovel you were speaking about?
Yes, it does, sir.
Could we see 76, please? Is that one of the photographs you identified earlier?
Yes, it is, sir.
And that piece, was it found at ground level,
Yes, that photo is where that item was located, sir.
touching the ground?
Yes, sir.
Could we get a close-up of that, please? And if we could have 76A, please. Is that a picture of the same item?
Yes, it is. Just zoomed in, sir.
You can close that, please, and turn the lights on. Thank you. To be clear on the timeline, your colleague arrived, first colleague arrived at what time?
4:54 p.m., sir.
And you arrived at?
4:56.
You mentioned that it looked like fresh snow.
Yes, sir. The area we searched was fresh, undisturbed snow.
And when you got there at 4:56, when you described fresh, undisturbed snow, is that your impression when you first got there at 4:56?
Yes, I had realized that the plow had not cleared curb to curb.
You began your actual search at what time?
Right around 5:20, we wound up, again, we moved a couple of our cruisers around just to add extra headlights, extra lighting on the scene itself.
And the first piece of evidence was found at what time?
5:45, sir.
Your area that you searched, did you say it was 8 to 10 feet?
No, sir. The area I marked off was just over approximately 60 feet. We'd gone about 8 to 10 feet towards the end of the search without locating any more items, and that's when we suspended the search.
How much of your focus was near the street area?
Only 99% of it, sir. As soon as we got to the grass and realized we couldn't clear it properly, my main focus was on that street, just again because I was concerned about the plow coming through at a later time.
You were worried that if you didn't finish the street, there could be some impact from plowing?
Yes, sir.
And did you say 99% was the street area?
Yeah, approximately, sir.
Thank you very much.
Anything, Mr. Jackson?
Yes, briefly.
Okay.
So the search went approximately 60 feet,
That's the area I marked off, sir.
and in that 60 feet, you started close to or adjacent to the front door, correct?
Correct, sir.
And in that 60 feet, you were doing the type of search that we described earlier, that you described earlier, about going just a few paces at a time and starting to move material out of the way to try to get down to the surface, correct?
Yes, sir. All working together. Yes, sir.
And you did not find 40 pieces of taillight at or near or on that street or the lawn or any place else, correct?
Yeah, I don't know the overall number, sir, but
And neither did your colleagues.
correct, sir. We've never been notified how much has been located.
The only thing that you found was concentrated in one area, maybe a foot or 2 feet in diameter. You said 6 or 7 pieces and a shoe, correct?
That's what we located. Yes, sir.
You didn't find a black baseball cap, correct?
We did not, no, sir.
And in the photographs that we've seen, that's clearly not undisturbed snow, correct?
The photographs are us moving after having moved the snow, sir.
Some of it is y'all moving the snow. Some of it is disturbed snow on the street or at the curb, correct?
After we had moved it, yes, sir.
You indicated that Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchnick, you know both of them, correct?
I know who they are, yes, sir.
Or know who they are. When Trooper Tully told you that the vehicle was en route and could not provide you a photograph at, let's call it 5:50 p.m., did he tell you that the vehicle had actually been secured at Canton PD about a mile and a half away at 5:35 p.m.?
No, he did not say that, sir.
Did you know through any other means that that vehicle was just a mile and a half away at 5:35 p.m. before you ever found the first piece of taillight? Did you know that?
I did not know what time it arrived, sir.
Thank you.
Do you know what time Trooper Tully told you he did not have a photograph?
It was sometime after we found the first piece, sir, so sometime after 5:45, sir.
Thank you.
All right.
That's all I have.
All right, Lieutenant, you are all set, sir.
Thank you.
May we approach?
Okay. Come on up, please.
All right, then. Okay, there's so much going on here, or not going on here, that I'm interested in getting into this, getting some feedback on how important you think this is or isn't. The fact that we focus primarily on this one search area, to me, is so important. Of course, we just heard Alan Jackson do what he needed to do, which was, so you're out there, you're searching, you got all these guys, very methodical, never found 40 of the pieces. He says he found 5 or 6. Never found the other 40-some. As I said, he only found 15% of the pieces in a very concentrated location, almost like somebody just went and dumped them down, because on cross, he admitted that they were within, and this was squared with his testimony from a year ago, they were within inches of one another, these pieces, and total of within a foot or so. That's, that sounds like, I don't know, when I broke my headlight with a hammer.
So, jurors, every day I've been asking counsel whether we are on track usually. I haven't reported it to you as much, but I can tell you now that we are definitely on track, maybe a little ahead of schedule, which may just mean down the road a little bit, we'll be back on track. But because we're on track a little ahead of schedule right now, we're done for today. So we'll let you leave for today with those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be very careful with your social media use. We'll see you tomorrow night.
All rise to the court, please. Close your books and follow me.
Well, all righty then.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. I thought they might be going that way just because it seems like a good time to do it. And maybe Mr. Brennan didn't have another person lined up. I think it's more likely they were just like, look, it's 3:30. You know, we're doing okay here on time. You know, do we need to really, you know, bust everybody's nuts and just keep grinding through? It's worst part of the day for a jury is that last hour. Because they're just, you know, they're fried. It takes a lot of time and energy to actually pay attention. So I want to get into some of that that we talked about with the whole parts being laid about and where they were. Sui Generous, thank you so much. As a performing artist with masters and ton of work, Holly Weird, don't tell me about it. I did 6 years. It felt like 20 at Extra. I'm also a playwright, script writer, and writer editor. Now, this CW script would have been burned. I also have pre-med legal experience. CW, Commonwealth, garbage. Sui Generous sound like me. You don't know how to keep a job. But thank you so much for that donation. We definitely appreciate that. And from Blessed in Texas, my opinion, I don't like exclamations here and there, e.g. voice that yelled boring while the meteorologist was testifying. Number one, it doesn't match the integrity of Linda and Michael. And number two, I love weather and found this guy interesting. I already said I'm a weather geek. And it's an interesting comment. We're certainly going to spitball that with the team. And I actually, to be brutally honest, I tend to agree with you. Sometimes the stuff that may be dry just happens to also be important. And especially when it comes to weather, when I did the weather, you didn't really need to be a meteorologist. Now it's almost, you got to, it's like a seminar. Got to get your stamp that shows you've done some study of meteorological conditions, because you really, I don't even think you can get a weather job in a market above 200 unless you're a meteorologist. Back then it was a little less rigid, and I went from reporter to weather anchor, and I did that mainly because of my flying experience, because I was a weather geek, because I was a pilot, and so it was just a nice transition for me. And then from there I went and started doing sports. So like I said, I don't know how to keep a job. Anyway, so let's talk a little bit more about these pieces and this search done by Kevin O'Hara, 23 years in the MSP, the Massachusetts State Police. They get there, I mentioned it earlier on, they get there and it's 10 plus hours since the scene has been, I was going to say secured, because that's what you would expect, but not secured. When they took John O'Keefe, and then Mr. Gallagher came in and did his thing. They leave. Sounds like about 8-ish in the morning when they leave. So now it is almost 5. Okay, right. So it's 9 hours. It's a long time for that scene to be totally unsecured. There is no dispute. Not one cop car was left behind. Not one officer was left behind. No shred of crime scene tape. Nothing. Right. And so obviously anybody, I don't care if it's a blizzard. You think blizzards keep people from traveling around at all, from passing this apparent crime scene? Of course not. If you want to go there, you can go there. Nothing is really going to stop you. So the question is, what, if anything, happened during that big period of time? And I think it's curious how the Commonwealth just kind of blows that away. They have to just give it a poo-poo, because if they acknowledge how important it is, then they're basically catching themselves in the ringer, so to speak, a certain part of their body in the ringer. So you have this guy come along, and he's on the CERT team. It's high level, highly trained people. Tully, of course, is there. He's the one really in charge of not just the team, but in the way they're going to do their work. And he's the guy, when they find something, that he looks at it and goes, looks like you found something. That's very satisfying. And so it just, from a gut level, you think, is there anything this guy is not involved in? Tully seems to have his fingers on everything. And you might think, He's one of the lead investigators. Of course he does. That's fine. That's a perfectly acceptable opinion. I just think it starts to get a little weird. We talked about how the pieces were found in this very compact area. I was not as clear as I am now about the area that they were searching. It was really right along the curb line. And I listened to this guy, O'Hara, talk about how there was this 3 to 4 foot strip up against the curb that was not plowed, right? It was not plowed. And so that's where they focused their attention. And I'm thinking, if a plow came through on that street, not the widest of streets, and they're clearing just enough space for 2 cars, well, where does that snow go when it is plowed off the main part of the drive of the street? It goes right into that 3 or 4 foot space by the curb. It's not like they're slicing a perfect line 3 to 4 feet from the curb and the snow is being taken out and removed. It's blowing off to the side and it's going over that curb and it's going onto the front lawn. So I don't know. It just makes me wonder how they took this search and how they made the search arm in arm. You can picture it. You know, we've seen it more often than not searching for a person. You know, they do a search through heavy snow, through an avalanche area, and they're literally going painstakingly 1 foot at a time and checking as a group for what they can find as they advance this line. I just think the variables, as he described it, he said it was fresh snow. I don't know how it could possibly be fresh snow when the snow in the street has been plowed over onto that 3 or 4 foot strip next to the curb. I guess it's freshly plowed snow. It is fallen and then plowed, but it's not pristine. It's not like you're going and seeing a meadow of snow. So I'm a little confused about how that supposedly played out as it did. Then they didn't do the lawn. Okay, and I think that is important. I think it's important for the prosecution. They did not do the lawn area during that search, and perhaps that's where the other 40 pieces of taillight ended up, because this thing obviously had a hand grenade thrown into it, and pieces were just flying everywhere like confetti. On the curbside, cute little pattern of shoe and 6 or 7 pieces, or was it 5 or 6 pieces? 6 or 7 pieces found there, and then the rest yet to be accounted for. Anybody have any concern over the use of the shovels? I know I was shocked they did not have leaf blowers as standard equipment in the CERT team. I know people pointed out that concern. I don't know. I don't know what you're going to do. I have to imagine, though, you know what plowed snow is like. You know, it wasn't fresh snow in that 3 to 4 feet. And it's plowed. It starts to almost immediately become less than flaky, powdery snow. It becomes, give me the shovel kind of snow. And I think the leaf blower might have been, I don't know, maybe less effective in this part of the snow that they were searching as they were looking for those various things. So they find them all, at least. And I thought that was odd, too. First of all, they get there and it's already basically dark. And they know that. They put the cars there. They almost stop, like, we found what we needed to find. We got it. Was it 6 or 7 pieces we needed to find? Was it a tennis shoe as well? We got that stuff? It just seemed almost like they didn't keep searching to find anything they could find. They stopped searching when they found what they expected to find. Is that just me? Did anybody else get that impression? So they leave at 6:23, and that's it, and they are never heard from again, right? So let's talk about some of the cross-examination. Again, I think Jackson made his biggest points when he talked about the small field in which they found these pieces. That was key. The witness, O'Hara, said they had 15 to 20 inches of snow. Obviously, there's going to be some drifting here and there. From those pictures, it doesn't look like that much snow. Maybe where it is heaped up or drifting, either from snowplow or from wind, but just a flat, 15 to 20 inches. That's a decent amount of snow, and it just, from those pictures, didn't look quite like that to me. Jackson made a good point about who else was there, not on this line. This line is 7 people. There were others in the area, Tully among them. And he at least pointed out to the jury that this witness had no idea what was going on behind, and even to some degree in the yard area. Why? Because they're intently focusing on this very precise foot by foot forward search that they're undertaking. But I think that was a good point. I think he made that point. What about the guy? What about the mysterious man on the porch? I'm assuming it was Brian Albert. I don't know. Nobody ever identified him. Don't you think that's weird too, that there's no mention of who he was? He just comes out on his porch, got a hoodie on, He's an adult male. It's about as far as they go for a description. And there's at least 9 cops on this property. The 7 on the line, plus Tully and at least one other guy. And nobody is like, yeah, hi, I'm so-and-so. We're just here doing this follow-up search relating to the incident. Nobody has any sort of back and forth with the mysterious man on the porch. Maybe it's because he obviously already knows what's going on. Yes, we know he's a 30-year cop, but there's no even courtesy, introduction, and explanation. I don't know. That seems kind of weird to me. Let's see. Yeah, and the phrasing at the end when O'Hara reports to Tully, says, yeah, here you go, plop, here's your pieces. And as they found each piece, Tully would, I guess, inspect it, make sure it was put in the proper, stop and shop bag or whatever he was going to do with it. And then when they're done, he's very satisfied. And that's the description O'Hara gives to, I think it was in the prior trial. They were getting kind of muddy with whether it was the grand jury or the prior trial. But in prior testimony, that's what he said. Very satisfied. Is that his interpretation based on Tully's reaction? Or are those the words that Tully used? Thank you, sir. I'm very satisfied. That just seems weird. But this O'Hara could have interpreted what he saw and heard from Tully as, yes, he was very satisfied. Again, weirdness, just weird. Let's see. There's another note here. The curb, I got all of that. The pictures, again, the pictures give you the sense that it was just like, dump some stuff. Let's dump some stuff right here. And then, oh, we found it. 60-foot space. That was across the front of the house. That's the area they covered, a 60-foot space, which doesn't get you all the way across the whole front part of the property. It gets you close. Doesn't cover the whole thing. I'm guessing, I'm going to check a survey. I'm guessing that lot is maximum 100 feet wide. That'd be my guess. Maybe I'm going to look that up. I'll get back to you. I'll get back to you on that. Okay. Let's see. And that's it. Oh, and then the final point that he made was, remember, there was a question about, did you see, Mr. O'Hara, did you see a picture of the light so you would kind of be able to orient yourself into what you're looking for, right? And we know pictures of that light, video of that light could not be more controversial. But he says, no, I didn't get anything. And so what Jackson does is say, well, by the way, did you know that at that time, 5:35, remember, this is about 10 minutes, give or take 10 minutes before they find the first piece, I think. He says, the SUV was en route from Dighton to the Canton PD. That was at 5:35. So it's literally at the time they're searching, that vehicle is about 1.5 miles away, and apparently not important enough to get some sort of visual help for O'Hara so he can match up the stuff that he's finding, or maybe even help him recognize what he does find. So that was the end of that little back and forth. So what we're going to do is tonight we're going to circle back. Bob Bianchi is back tonight. We're going to have we got let's see, the three of us. That's about half the entire Law and Crime on-air staff from back in the day. So Bob's going to come on. As you may have heard, he is not just an amazing attorney, former prosecutor in Jersey, but he is an EMT now. A couple of nights a week, he does some good work as an EMT. So we figured this will be an amazing cross-pollination of this guy's skills, this case, and how he thinks it's all playing out. What makes sense to him, what doesn't. We've heard some very interesting testimony from different EMTs, and I can't wait to get his reflections on all of that. So we hope you will join us. I think the portaling is in place, right? It's only, 3:45 now. I think the portaling is in place to get everybody there tonight at 6 o'clock. We will kind of circle our wagons, get everything back in order, see if I find any more pieces of tail light, because they just keep popping up. And then if I do find them, of course, I will put them in my evidence bag, because I'm not fooling around. Okay, let me check, make sure I've gotten all the questions that have been dangling. Let me see. I think I've gotten everything. Appreciate all the comments. I love that, because I'm watching those as I'm watching what's going on in the courtroom. Sometimes it's much more entertaining watching you guys chat than what's going on in the courtroom. Anyway, so let's do that. Let's circle back. Go have some dinner. Take a break. We're letting you off early today, and then we'll be back at it at 6 o'clock. So obviously, Linda Kenny Bodden will rejoin. I'm Michael Bryant. Until then, oh, Bob Bianchi. That's right. Until then, hey, try to do the right thing. We'll see you later.
From the stars.